The Belizean National Prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Madam Clerk, kindly administer the affirmation of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Dr. Elma K., do solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection, or ill will.
Congratulations to you, Senator Dr. Elma Kay. Welcome back to the Senate and welcome to today's sitting.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. March is Women's Month. In this month, I celebrate the contributions of all Belizean women to nation building. Specifically, I uplift the women of our security forces who commemorated this month under the theme United Women in Law Enforcement for a Safer Belize. It was an awesome sight watching hundreds of Belizean women who are members of our security force parading on March 2nd to kick off Women's Month. We thank you for every day you place your lives at risk in service to Belize. I commend the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of this National Assembly and partners, the Youth Department, the Caribbean Women in Leadership, Regional and Belize Chapter, Parl-Americas with the support from Canada Global Affairs, for organizing a historic and successful first ever all-women youth parliament. They debated a motion centered on increasing women's representation in government through temporary measures. They were passionate in their positions, articulate in their intervention, confident in their stances, and I can report to this honorable House that their motion was adopted. The young woman representing the Senate was Shahira Young as President of the Senate. Representing the government bench were Catherine Posantes, Vice President, Maslin Hanson, Leader of Government Business, Catherine Flores, Destiny Rakenya, Gilvari Bernard, and Malika Moody. Representing the opposition bench were Kia Pastor, Shania Sutherland, and Shina McKinn. Representing the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Business Bureau was Diane Leng, the National Trade Union and Civil Society, Valeria Murray, non-governmental organizations, Evelyn Sortio, and the Belize Council of Churches, Julissa Novello. Second, honorable members, on the order paper today is the General Revenue and Appropriation Bill 2026-2027. In accordance with Standing Order 33.6, I'm granting leave to read extracts from written or printed papers or books in support of your argument and to refer to your notes from time to time, thus there will be no need to make such requests. Honorable members, by letters dated 12 December 2025 and 25th March 2026, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. The Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025. 2. The General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026. And 3. The Official Charities Fund Motion 2026.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, allow me to welcome Senator Elma Kay back to today's sitting. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills: Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025 and General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business. Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 29/1/15, number 30/1/15, 31/1/15, 32/1/15, 33/1/15, 34/1/15, 35/1/15, 36/1/15, and 37/1/15.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,595,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the Draft Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending 31st of March 2027. That the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,595,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the Draft Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2027. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move, whereas Section 88(1) of the Belize Constitution provides that there shall be an Election and Boundaries Commission, which shall consist of a chairperson and 4 other members who shall be persons of integrity and high national standing. And whereas subsection 2 of the said Section 88 further provides that the chairperson and 2 other members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, and the remaining 2 members shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, provided that in the process of consultation with the Leader of the Opposition for the appointment of a chairperson, the Prime Minister shall use his best endeavors to secure the agreement of the Leader of the Opposition. And whereas in accordance with the above cited provisions of the Belize Constitution, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition and acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, intends to appoint the following persons as members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years, with effect from the 1st February 2026. Mr. Oscar Sabido Puga, Chairperson, Mr. Orlando Espat, Mr. Conrad Lewis, Ms. Juliet Timbrell, Mr. Aldo Salazar. And whereas Section 61A2C and Section 61A4 of the Belize Constitution provide that the powers and functions of the Senate include the approving the appointment of members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, which shall be exercised through a resolution supported by a simple majority of its members. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Mr. Oscar Sabiro Puga, Mr. Orlando Espat, Mr. Conrad Lewis, Ms. Juliet Timbrell, and Mr. Aldo Salazar are persons of integrity and high national standing, approves their appointment as members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years with effect from the 1st February 2026 in accordance with the aforesaid provisions of the Constitution. Madam President, this side of the Senate supports the appointment of all members of the Commission as proposed by the Prime Minister and by the Leader of the Opposition, and we ask that the appointments be carried forward today with the support of the Senate in order that the most important redistricting exercise can be undertaken and presented to the National Assembly for approval. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Madam President, if I may join with you and the Leader of Government Business to welcome, and I'm understanding it's welcome back to Senator Dr. Elmer Kay to the chambers of the Senate. And let me as well, Madam President, add my support to the support of the government side because we believe that the individuals named in the motion are indeed fit and proper persons to be members of the Election and Boundaries Commission. So we do give our support as well. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 59, 1 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend the exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill is to, as it says, extend the current exemptions that are enjoyed by the Belize sugar industry, and the purpose is to ensure that we can give support to the factory that is the sole factory in the country that is currently grinding cane, producing molasses, producing sugar, and bagasse, all of which are vital for the economy of Belize. Madam President, it is, I would say, not a secret that that factory has experienced some of its challenges. The industry itself have experienced challenges, particularly with disease, particularly with sugar roads that need to be improved, and particularly with differences between associations and marketers of sugar with respect to the conditions, terms and conditions for the marketing of the sugar. All of these issues, Madam President, are critical, are important. However, this industry has approximately 5,000 farmers, including thousands of small farmers, which support the northern economy, which support the national economy. Indeed, the impact, the direct impact of this industry is approximately 20 to 25,000 persons directly benefiting, and more, of course, in the spin-off. The factory requires these exemptions, the company requires these exemptions from taxes and duties in order for it to maintain its financial viability. And therefore, these have been negotiated, as I understand it, with the relevant ministries and the company for quite some time. It has been delayed because of different negotiations, different issues and things that have to be settled. But the time has come, Madam President, for us to show our support for the industry so that we can continue to have a viable sugar industry in Belize. I therefore commend the bill to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Oblige, Madam President. Permission to refer to my notes. Madam President, on the face of this bill is just a regular textual change of the period of exemption. The BSI and Belcogen are currently exempted. Well, that's incorrect. BSI and Belcogen were exempted from taxes prior to the 1st of October 2025. In my mind, they currently aren't exempted until the passage of this bill. And so, Madam President, this bill raises a lot of questions for workers of the country, insofar as currently there is a double imbalance, if you were, Madam President. Between the profits that are being retained by a multinational and that value is not currently being shared with the producers of sugarcane in accordance with the fair trade premiums that are being, for which our farmers have been certified under the BSCFA. That is a hot issue of contention up north, Madam President, and so I have to ask the question whether or not we're fighting for multinationals over farmers' rights. And I understand the need to protect the industry. I understand that this is an important industry in the country. But as we are here debating the passage of concessions to BSI and Belcogen, I had to start to wonder just what are the type of revenues that are being generated by this company? What are the pricing structures? What type of payments are being given to farmers? You see, this isn't just a matter of a tax exemption. This is a matter of a tax exemption to a foreign company who isn't showing us, or this House, how much hundreds of millions of dollars have been earned so far. What is the value of the tax revenue that would have been lost in the previous concession? And how does that measure up to the $1.15 million that was offered to be SCFA in waiving with the proposal that they're back off of this multinational in litigation? The farmers aren't happy. Madam President, I can tell you that. They can't wrap their minds around how we can be here granting these types of exemptions to institutions, multinational institutions, who simply are not paying them the fair trade premium that they're due after having been certified. The estimates, Madam President, say that they are due around $8 million, and they would have been offered $1 million in fertilizer from tax dollars to assist them. I think they should still get it. I think it should be unconditional. I think if we're serious about helping the farmers and the industry, we will in fact give them the subsidies that they need. Not the multinationals, the farmers. I'm old enough to remember that those cane trucks shut down roads and caused a great deal of violence. It's the same set of farmers. When small people's backs are pushed against the wall, we have to be careful, Madam President. You see, the sugarcane farmers of Belize are experiencing financial strain. They are encountering a lot of difficulties with diseases. And so, I can't in good conscience support a bill like this without the same ministries who would propose this bill having a serious discussion with the farmers on how we can assist them. Because, Madam President, it's just blanket exemptions. No business tax, no withholding tax on dividends and payments for technical services. From October 1st, 2025. People in this chamber know how the Income Tax Department was sick after me. I wonder if they call ASR, BSI, ask them where the tax there for October, November, December, January, February. I wonder. I say, I'm careful when you deal with propaganda, because, man, when you live in a glass house, you know, if you throw stone. I don't know. So, is it that the tax office just got to left them people alone? Not bother with for anything, call for anything there at the house? Or no blame the Senate or no? Blame the Senate. Tell the multinational, the Senate not support this. Tell the multinational, the Senator for Labour not support this. That's why we couldn't pass it. I could be the scapegoat. I don't mind. Go right ahead. Because I can't wrap my mind around how, when the farmers have such a strong case, when they're currently litigating for their rights, they've been backed into a position where they have to litigate for their rights. I tell you, it's the same playbook with BCWJ, you know. Workers are being put in a position where they have to fight big organizations for what is rightfully theirs in this country that I call home. What kind of country is that? Same playbook. Exact play when they run for the farmers, then they run for the workers of the BCWG. No worry though. We have no beat here. Litigation to come. You see, Madam President, the bottom line of this is that we are being asked to extend tax concessions to a multinational corporation that has generated over 100 million Belize dollars in revenues from energy sales alone over the past decades. And you see, Madam Speaker, I had a lot of talk about AI in the other house. The trick with AI, Madam Speaker, Madam President, that who they do the prompts, you see? Because NTUCB got technocrats. And when the technocrats do the prompts pull data from all over the place because you ask the correct questions. So while you not got numbers from BSI and Belcogen, the AI go and search deep, and then it pull the figures from the central bank for how much export we do for sugar, and they say, bam, hold ya, that's how much they spend per sugar. Then you could extrapolate how much you get from BSI. Then the AI go. The AI go. And say, all right, Belcogen, how we are getting numbers there? We are find how much power they sell over the last couple of years. See it here? Bam, 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 bam. Then you convert that. You convert that to the price per kilowatt. Then you get an idea how much money Belcogen make every year. Based on that, you just need to ask the lady for a tax. Based on a number how much business tax they may pay, she could tell me. But nobody want to have the discussion. Nobody want to quantify how much money this means. BSI and Belcogen shall be exempt from A, business tax. What that mean in a dollars? We dare to talk about the budget today. B, withholding tax on interest, dividends, and payments for technical service. Where that mean in a Belize dollars? And then, what we come to do with that money? We don't need it. Because as far as I know, they're not the struggle. Me the tax there, and if they want to go on a business, we will take the company too. The farmers used to own it one time. No? Three, Section 4 of the Principal Act is repealed and replaced with the following. BSI and Belcogen shall be exempt from customs and excise duty for a period of 10 years with effect from 1st October 2025. We want to bring in so that you can't pay on the tax. No much man the paper and the card the border. But we don't know how much that mean in a dollars and cents. What is the loss of revenue to the government of Belize? That we want to know. That is what accompany this bill. Four, BSI and Belcogen shall be exempt from stamp duties for a period of 10 years with effect from the 1st of October 2025. Again, how much money that? Lot attack. Bon, invoice to beat here. Lot attack. No worry, I save all of the ads. I save them. 6 years I got. No worry, I got 6 years pits. You see, these are the real number. $1 million in a fertilizer. That we know. That's our number we know. That's how much the government of Belize offered farmers. Conditionally, but at least it was offered. We want it. The farmers want it. No conditions. Left me case loan, we're going to test it. We're going to CCJ if we have to. All the board try hard and pull the farmers. Then no. Then people understand dollars and cents. And $1 million in a fertilizer now can't do nothing for them people when they do their fair trade premium. Pay the people their fair trade premium. Then we could talk about this. While you're at it, make sure you got your business tax right now. Go deposit that with that lady when they had on Channel 5. Pay that in case you don't get this exemption. Make we know if they run anything through customs between October and now at zero tax. Tell we that. Got a nice book here, Madam President. Everybody know how to do it. Keep on book. People need to read. I got to Garcia Spitz. He said, fighting corruption can be dangerous. I always say. The story behind the headlines. That's why I'm in a worry, you know. Like, the people don't write about their thing what they do. So, Madam President, I want to take up no lot of time on this. So, you got a multinational on one side. My estimates, not me, sorry, not me. I couldn't estimate it. The AI had to do it. Straight. The AI do it. I couldn't know. I'm not afraid for telling no. I'm not afraid for my AI, though. I could tell them that. And I don't use no chat, nothing. I use real AI. Good. And then I use my brain too. Good. And the brain of technical people who know what to put in. Good. Correct. And you want solutions? They are here, then they ask for solutions down at the house. You could ask the AI to give you solutions too. They could draft a new bill too. Bam, see ya. Give the AI 10 minutes. Yeah, blow your mind. We need to start use AI in the government, you know. But I guess that I take all the discretion for the hustling, so maybe not. On one side, the multinational. On the next side, you got the Belizean farmers, the BSCFE, who are in a struggle, who are litigating to receive their fair trade premium. The question before us is simply this. That's what this bill is about. Madam President, do we prioritize multinational profits, or do we stand with the Belizean farmers? That's what supporting this bill is about. You see, any concession that you make needs to be in the national interest. And how more so than ensuring for this exemption that those who produce the sugar, you don't got no sugar industry without the sugar. So how national interest is not being tied directly to ensuring that those who are producing the wealth, the farmers, are paid what is rightfully theirs. That is what this is about. I say, Madam President, there should be no tax relief without fairness. None. No concessions without accountability. None. And quite frankly, farmers are workers too. So there should be no decision that is to the disadvantage of Belizean farmers. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think that any senator in this chamber should support this bill. We begin there. And I was glad to yield to the Senator for Labour in leading the debate this morning because, of course, he represents laborers in this country, and we must understand that the cane farmers of the north are among the constituency of my friend, the Honorable Senator Dennison. But as I said, Madam President, while he was the first to participate in this debate, all senators, including those senators on the government side, you know, I pity the government senators, Madam President. I pity them. And as you proceed today and we go through what is one of the most important exercises in the country, and I'm not anticipating the debate, I'm just anticipating how they will react. They will jump up one at a time and sing the praises of the budget. In fact, they will even condemn the opposition for voting no against it, and I'll make it clear to you from now, my friend, the leader of government business, that it will be a no from this side. Just as it is a no on behalf of the cane farmers of this country this morning that this bill should not pass. But they don't have the option to get up and say that. And it is a shame. Because they simply toe the party line, and you'll see that as we progress today. I don't know. I don't bother. What this bill does, and my friend Senator Dennison did a very good job of explaining it, but it's a very simple read. It grants exemptions for business tax for another 10 years. It removes withholding taxes on dividends, on interest, and technical services. It removes customs duties. It removes excise duties. It removes stamp duties. And it does so, Madam President, for another 10 years. And this is not the first extension that we've seen. And you might even say, well, where was the opposition before when extensions were granted? Well, when the companies were in dire trouble back then, when they needed the rescuing, I think all senators in this House and back then probably saw the need, saw the importance of supporting such an extension, because, as we've said, the sugar industry, the cane farmers in particular, and their livelihoods, their families, are very important to all Belizeans. So supporting it back then would not have been a problem when the industry, in particular the companies, were in trouble. But what is clear today, and I join with Senator Dennison to point out that this is not that these companies are in trouble. In fact, this is a sweetheart deal. This is a sweetening of an operation. Again, Madam President, nobody questions the importance of the sugar industry. We know, in fact, that a major part of what Belcogen does is generate electricity. So we're giving them another 10 years of tax breaks, but nowhere in this bill or nowhere else can I see where it is, Madam President, that the consumers of electricity, those who purchase electricity from BL, are getting some kind of break. If you're asking the Belizean people to give up revenue, I suspect it's millions of dollars. How is it that you're not insisting in the same breath that they get some kind of tax relief? In fact, what Belizeans have seen is an increase in their electricity rates. New kilowatt per hour rate as of January, I believe, and this is why I don't understand how they could say no new taxes there, but we are getting to that. Where in this bill, Madam President, do we see any kind of guarantees for our cane farmers? Where do we see in this bill, Madam President, some kind of protection for employment levels? Where do we see, Madam President, where does the government say to these companies, you know what? You have to make a commitment to do some reinvestment and to purchase new infrastructure. In fact, that is not in it at all. And if that was a commitment that is being requested, they were asking them to purchase some new equipment, and there was some, you know, we understand that is in fact one of the main reasons why governments give these kind of tax breaks, tax holidays to companies. But none of that is told to us. Again, we don't even see any kind of commitment to reduce the cost of electricity to the Belizean consumer. We don't see production targets tied to these exemptions either, Madam President. It's like they come to this Honorable Senate, as they did with the Honorable House, and they just want you to swallow the thing hook, line, and sinker, and then give you sugar to swallow this very bitter pill. And of course, the pill is most bitter, most sour. The medicine is most bitter for the cane farmers. Madam President, temporary concessions were justified in the past when BSI required restructuring, as I've said before. When they had just done the acquisition and there was debt inherited, those exemptions at that time, Madam President, had a clear purpose. They helped to stabilize the industry during a period of uncertainty. But today the government asks us to extend these same concessions again, and they bring no evidence that of what the previous concessions achieved and their intended outcomes. I agree with Senator Denison. They don't bring no set of financial figures to tell us what the last two exemptions did, how much money we saved. They're not even to tell us how much money we are giving up as we give them this extension of the exemption. How much revenue, Madam President, will Belize forego between these years of 2025 and 2035? This, Madam President, is a shame. Every tax dollar being exempted, Madam President, represents a dollar not available for our schools. Every tax dollar not available represents a dollar less for our clinics, for our roads, Madam President, for our policing, and we know the crime is out of control. Every dollar that they exempt in this deal, Madam President, shorts us of a dollar to help to build our young people. Every dollar shorts a dollar that we could be putting to help developing our women. And I join with you, Madam President, to congratulate our women and celebrate them in this month of March.
That's right.
Madam President, we simply cannot approve these concessions without accountability for what has been and what is to come. We cannot approve concessions without equity for the farmers whose labor sustains the industry. Senator Denison did a good job of painting that picture. If this Senate, Madam President, supports the sugar industry, then we must support the entire industry. We must also look at the concerns of the cane farmers. We can't just look at the companies involved here. If they bread, butter, and all kind of. We must support all of the industry, Madam President. And then I highlight again that this bill supports no guarantees for us. And so we must ask the simple question: are we strengthening the national economy, or are we extending a permanent tax holiday without conditions? Because that's what it is. These tax holidays are for companies, fledgling companies, or companies that are just entering our economy. And as I've said, when they had just bought into BSI, ASR had just bought into BSI, and they had inherited some debt. We understand, but that is not the case now. And by the way, Madam President, without calling names, it seems that it is a common practice now, because this is not the first major company where a tax break has been extended. I'm getting a no war today, unnecessarily. But it seems to be, what is important is that the Belizean people understand that there are these sweetheart deals and lovey-dovey relationships that the government tends to have with these big companies. They're now trying to make these tax breaks, these tax holidays, a permanent fixture. That defeats the whole point. Because under these exemptions, they can do whatever they want. They are making huge profits. And if they're not so, then we don't know because we don't give you the figures. So if you want us to have a different point of view, if you want us to see the way you are seeing it, then bring the figures. Investment incentives must support transformation. Tell us how this industry will use this tax break, these tax holidays, to transform the industry. Can't just be automatic, then get it? In 10 years, Madam President, is a very long time. 10 years spans an entire generation of students entering secondary schools today. 10 years represents multiple national budgets. 10 years represents billions of dollars in economic activity. Such a decision, Madam Speaker, demands stronger justification. And again, I call on the government to do that. Madam President, lest we be misunderstood on this side, know that we believe very much in supporting the productive sectors. This is not a fight against sugar. This is a fight to ensure that if we believe that sugar is so important, that we must help those who need the help most. And for us, that is the cane farmers. We believe, Madam President, in sustaining the northern communities of our country that depend on sugar. But we also believe, Madam President, in accountability, and there is none in this bill. We believe in being fair to the farmers. We believe in transparency in public financing, something which this administration has long departed from. I watched as my colleague in the House of Representatives tried painstakingly to get some answers from the Minister of Housing about how much the houses cost. And that was an insult. But it is the practice of this administration not to be accountable at all. They want you, they come like they do fanciness, then they do this, then they do that. Don't worry, the poor people are getting benefits, but underneath the poor people are being shafted, Madam President. And this arrangement right here is a shafting of the people. It is a shafting of the cane farmers. So don't come and dress it up. And I am awaiting their responses. They cannot do that, Madam President, in good conscience. They cannot do that. I don't know. And none of them seated here today are from the north. So maybe that's, well, you're from the North Coast, Orange Walk? But all I know, you are from Belize City, but all right. And Senator Arana. All right, so what they just said to me is that we should look forward, Madam President, for them to stand up on behalf of the northern communities of the cane farmers who, I repeat, are not getting the best end of this deal. We believe on this side, Madam President, in measurable returns for national concessions. And if the government wishes to extend these exemptions for another decade, then we should have conditions. Conditions, we repeat, Madam President, that are tied to farmer protection. Conditions, Madam President, that are tied to employment stability. Conditions, Madam President, that are tying the hands of these companies to ensure that they reinvest some of these profits in our sugar industry. Conditions, Madam President, that ties them to give us some kind of break on electricity affordability. Conditions, Madam President, that are tied to transparent reporting in this National Assembly, but overall in our nation. Belize, Madam President, deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Senator, I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I really didn't think that we would have had this type of debate on this bill. I thought this was a very straightforward one, and so I really wasn't planning on saying much on the bill, but since my colleague gave such a passionate presentation in it, I feel compelled to stand up for my side of the equation, and that is the businesses and the private sector. Madam President, I want to...
Senators, kindly be reminded, Standing Order 40B, to remain silent while another senator is speaking.
Madam President, before I get into that, I want to maybe add some context to this discussion. From the 1990s, Madam President, there was an act called the Export Processing Zone Act. And that came out of an initiative of NETF. And NETF was the National Economic Task Force, I believe. And that was set up by a host of very influential, knowledgeable people within the system, private sector, government. And I wasn't around at the time, but I believe it was a cross-section of persons who came up with ideas on how they could have spurred the economy into towards development. As you may recall, in the 1980s and 90s, Madam President, Belize was very young. It was just trying to get its act together. And employment was a huge, huge issue, a huge concern at the time. I mean, at that time, unemployment was very high. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been actually Prime Minister Esquivel who had put together this task force. And one of those initiatives of the task force was the Export Processing Zone. And what the Export Processing Zone did was it offered certain incentives for companies who set up in Belize, or even Belizeans who may have an export-oriented business, and it gives them certain concessions. Many of those concessions would have been tax breaks. And so that's where you have the commercial free zones, and many initiatives that are still with us today came out of that. The export processing zone was repealed sometime within the last 5 years, though, I believe. And it was replaced by the DPA, which is the designated processing zone. Now those are policies, Madam President, where any company, these are policies where any company who are involved in exports can apply and fit under that policy framework. So, for example, I'll give you an example. The BPOs are under the DPA because the BPOs are here, they don't utilize us, their services are not utilized in Belize. We provide the labor, we provide the expertise, and then but the services are exported or shipped abroad. And that has been a major driver for development of this industry over the past year. I mean, what are we employing right now? About 24,000 people throughout the country. Tremendous impact on unemployment. I think this economy would not have been anywhere near it is without that type of contribution from the sector, Madam President. And similar with other sectors, Madam President, where the need for some type of reprieve from the cost of doing business internally. And so that is why that policy was set up, so that we can better compete abroad when we export these services or when we export these products. Now, BSI would not come under those because BSI has its own act. It has the Belize Sugar Industries Act. And so when the need for any type of reprieve from taxes, it has to come to the National Assembly as a bill. So that is basically what we're seeing right now. But in any other case, if they didn't have their own bill, they would have just applied to the DPN. We wouldn't have been having this debate here in this chamber this morning. And so I'm saying, Madam President, is that there is a policy in place that takes care of this. And so I don't really feel that it's fair to say, in my view, that we're giving tax breaks to multinationals, because that is what the policy was set up to do. Not only multinationals, but every company that every company that is involved in exports qualify to come under this policy. And the only reason, like I said, why we have to, because BSI has its own act. And so I'm hoping, Madam President, that my colleagues will reconsider their positions on this bill, because I think that it's important that we look at our industries in Belize. We need a lot of help. We need a lot of assistance. The BPOs right now are under significant threat from AIs and new technologies out there. And so even though you may say that you've been in business 5, 10, 15 years, challenges are always coming up. For example, over the past 10 years, we've seen labor increase by about 50% in the labor market. That's not something we could have foreseen. And so the environment is always changing. And so it's not, in my view, accurate to say that you've been in business for so long so you don't need any other type of support. I mean, there will always be instances where adjustments have to be made. In this case, there are no adjustments. They're just bringing, the company is trying to command our policy that already exists. And so I want to close with that, Madam President. I hate to, not being able to support my colleague in this, but I think I felt it necessary to try to put it in context, Madam President, that this is not a one. I don't feel like this is one of those, and unfair trade, of course, I think that there could be a discussion on that, but this bill is not about that. But this bill is not about that, and so I'm saying that I think we just have to deal with this bill in front of us based on the merits of the bill and what is in front of us this morning. So, with that, Madam President, I thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. Thanks.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Good morning, Madam President. Welcome back, Senator Dr. Elma Kay. And Madam President, Senator Galvez, Senator Arana, I cannot go without wishing you personally, Happy Women's Month. And I'm particularly congratulatory to the efforts of Senator Galvez and the dear Madam Clark in executing the Why Will initiative and hosting that debate by the Young Women in Leadership activity. And you know why I love that so much? It exposed something in our community, in our men. The fragility of their egos, their unregulated emotions, and you will hear me talk about that some more. Because could you imagine, Madam President? Well, make we no point, man, because a mirror there between you. It goes both ways. The point, Madam President, while Senator Galvez and Madam Clark executed such a wonderful initiative, none other than our men, and I will tell you, it came from some people in our own party, chose that time to say, when women educate and enjoy the space they're in, it bears a direct correlation to the problems in our society. Not the fact that the men in our society, they have poor, unregulated emotions for go be criminals. But anyway, I digress. Senator Galvez, great job. Madam Clark, great job. Madam President, you were here and you saw the women and you gave them encouragement. And I say to them, track your involvement for the future. Don't just do this for now and get lost. In relation to the bill, Madam President, I am glad that Senator Herrera went before me. And let me say that I fully associate myself with Senator Dennison and Senator Farber. And so in the true passage of debate, I will not substantially repeat what they have said, more than to place on record my association with their presentations. But what I want to do for you, especially Senator Herrera, because you see, this country and the work of government is never for the few, it is for the many. And when we deal with laws, we have to keep a track of where we are moving to. So what I would like to do for you, Senator Herrera, and the Belizean public, not singling you out, you know, even though I call your name and I will continue to do so. This bill has a core change and shift from what the original legislation was. And I will go through it to show you, Madam President, and the Belizean people, why it is there is fundamentally an issue with this, and not for ensuring these large corporations maintain their space in the environment. The bill repeals and replaces key sections, the section 3, 4, and 6 of the Principal Act, and reintroduces tax exemptions, as was said, for 10-year period starting 1st October 2025. And this is not a minor update. This is a reset of concession regime. Call it what it is, plain and simple. And the practical effect is that it extends preferential treatment that would otherwise expire and locks it in again for another decade. Now, how does it depart from the original law, Madam President? Because now go back to the 80s, you know, Senator Herrera, make we look upon the two legislation that is being affected. Time-bound concessions, renewed long-term entitlement under the original act. This is what is important to listen to, Senator Herrera. Tax and duty exemptions were time-limited, tied to initial development of the cogeneration project. Under the amendment, those exemptions are restarted and extended for another 10 years. Now, you tell me. Well, yeah, they say it hard, man. I don't mind if you join me with my debate. And let me tell you why this matters. Originally, Senator Herrera, the concessions were justified as incentives for investment and project development. Originally, you know. Now, in this new bill, they function as ongoing operational subsidies for a mature enterprise. And I remind you what Senator Dennison said and what Senator Farber said. This is a mature enterprise, not in its infancy. And if we are to appreciate that they are in some form of infancy and needing of this concession, then tell us. But this leader for government business stand up and not say none of that. Get all of we hard work. Maybe when he answer back, he said anything there. But man, Peter Lee has done gone, you know. So the key departure is that the bill shifts from incentivizing investment to sustaining profit advantage. It is simply that. Now there is the expansion of tax coverage that gives broader benefits. The new Section 3 exempts BSI Belcogen from business tax, withholding tax on interest, dividends, and technical services. The new Section 4 exemption from customs and excise duties. And the new Section 6 gives exemptions from stamp duties. And what does this mean? Compared to a typical corporate structure, BSI Belcogen now profits from avoidance on taxes on profits, avoidance on taxes on financing flows, avoidance on taxes on imported inputs, and avoidance of taxes on for transactional matters. Everything thought of. Only then the ganamos, not the cane farmers. This departure consolidates a multi-layered tax immunity across the entire business cycle of that company. Now the retrospective commencement. This is a strategic advantage for them, you know, because Clause 5 is deemed effective, as Senator Dennison pointed out, for October 2025. Yeah. The implication is that it covers the period between when prior exemptions expired and when the law is passed. And this departure ensures there is no gap in tax liability, even if one existed. So when Senator Dennison say, make sure they go collect back there, this is the space in which he referred. Because no other Belizean is allowed to enjoy these kinds of benefits. We saw the undertaker fellow, what is his name? Mornings man. Mornings get dragged through the mud when the Prime Minister sister had how much? And allowed for pay what, $2,000 a month? No man. Anyway, no new conditions attached, and this is a critical change from the Act. Under a balanced legislative update, you would expect performance conditions, farmer benefit provisions, transparency obligations. You know, basically thing, Senator K. Like, all right, we are give you the lead thing and this is what we expect from you. You know? Well, good. Give me figure for the people. No, that is not there. This amendment introduces no new obligations, no new performance benchmark, and creates no accountability mechanism. Effectively, BSI Belcogen go and operate in their own space, make their own money, keep their own money, and we can't say nothing, can't ask no one, no nothing. Yeah, they are carried out because they're not fire there, you know. This departure shows that the state renews benefit without negotiating terms. Now, let that sink in. The state is renewing benefits without renegotiating terms. Me, if you change my name to BSI Belcogen and be the sweetheart for the deals when I get Senator Farber, me need to start getting into the business of sugar. But let me not make light of something so serious. And Senator Herrera, this is what is important, the shift in policy philosophy. The original framework implicit in it encouraged investment, encouraged infrastructure development, encouraged energy generation. But this amendment framework actually maintains profitability, maintains cost advantage, maintains financial insulation. So when we look at what was before, make we compare what is being amendment and what is being lost, because that is what is important. And when we have no information that justifies this departure, it makes open wide your invitation to me to change my view. Well, hard no, hard no, hard on this board. Who benefits from the change? Senator Herrera? Because BSI and Belcogen gain reduced tax burden for another decade, improve cash flow, increase retained earnings, and lower cost of capital and imports. And the government loses tax revenue. the government also loses negotiating leverage. And I'm wondering, we're here to debate the budget. And without preempting any discussion on it, we are here debating a bill that allows the government to lose revenue. That no make no sense. No sense. No sense. Say policy louder, so I could say no sense louder. No new benefit is introduced for farmers. And let me tell you, Madam President, what has not changed and what should have been changed. Because the amendment does not touch cane pricing structure. It does not touch farmer revenue share. It does not touch industry governance. And it does not touch transparency requirements, dispute resolution mechanisms. And I will not go into matters that are sub judice, but imagine the political optics right now of what is going on in that industry and the farmers. And we they discuss one bill like this, whereas Senator Farber said it's shaft them people. Like, come on. No, man. Like, something has got to be wrong. Is it that, because I heard the Prime Minister said since the Fusarium broke out and the loss in sugarcane business is so grave, he got out. I think he got into coconut now. Yeah, he got into coconut. So he gets out and he's straight. What about the people who are still in there? The critical point I'm making, Madam President, is that the bill changes financial treatment of the miller, but leaves structural inequities untouched. And those structural inequities are the basis for the cry of the farmers right now. But here we are in these chambers passing a bill that will maintain the status quo against farmers. I don't know, once, and it has always been joked that there are certain persons when I have no heart, my heart cold. You know? And I look up in this room and I wonder, is serious? Is serious? It can't be that compassion escapes us. Money cannot ought not to replace compassion. Now, the net effect of the amendment, Madam President. Before, there were time-limited incentives tied to project development. Now, the renewal is broad on conditional concessions for an additional decade. The amendment transformed temporary incentives into long-term entitlements. The plantation no gone nowhere, you know. They hide it in a plain sight. You know what I mean when I say plantation no gone nowhere? Yeah, say it for me, man. Put on your mic. I incorporate them in my speech. This bill, Madam President, does not modernize the sugar industry. It prolongs preferential treatment for the miller without renegotiating fairness for the farmer. And at a time when we're discussing the national debate that is meant to benefit the people, that is touted to be one of prosperity, well, I see here who they prosper and who not they prosper. The bottom line, Madam President, the amendment departs from the original legislation in three fundamental ways. It extends expired or expiring benefits for another 10 years. It broadens and consolidates tax immunity across operations, and it removes any expectation that concessions must be matched by new obligations. And those reasons, Madam President, in that context, I have to repeat to you, Senator Herrera, your invitation is respectfully denied. It is a hard no, negative no, 9, nuit. I cannot support this bill.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zatina.
Thank you, Madam President. First off, before I get into this, I will say it again when I go into my budget debate, but I want to acknowledge some of the members from Belize Rural South who are here, to observe how our debates are carried out, and in turn to support me as well. So thank you guys for being here, and for the Belizean people watching at home, I do wish that you encourage more and more people to tune in, because what we have before us, a one-page back and front bill, basically asking us to pass in this Senate blindly. But before I get into the contributions in this debate, Madam President, I also want to acknowledge women in this country. Women are the backbone of this country. They're the backbone of our household. And they must be acknowledged all the time. Now, when I was going through this, I was curious to know who owns BSI. The Belize sugar industry. And a quick Google search yielded that BSI is owned by an American sugar company. So, with that in mind, I started going over the bill. Again, one page back and front. And the takeaway of this bill is to repeal and replace the following: that BSI and Belcogen shall be exempted from business tax, withholding tax on interest, dividends and payment for technical services. Exemption under subsection 1 shall be for a period of 10 years with effect from the 1st of October 2025. Exempted from customs, exercise duty, again, 10 years. Oh, I'm reading this for the Belizean people because I don't think they have the privilege to have this information until after it has been passed. BSI and Belcogen shall be exempted from stamp duties for a period, again, 10 years. So, what is this telling the Belizean people? What does even exemption means in this one page? That this company will be paying $0 in taxes. Man, not only will this be setting a precedent for other companies who might be saying, well, I'm struggling. We don't know if that's the case here because we don't know anything. Time after time, this government brings stuff for us to pass blindly in this honorable Senate. Huge disrespect. And they want us to vote on something without knowing what these companies make. What would be going in taxes? Taxes are very important to run the day-to-day operations. Ironically, fuel prices went up because they had to. They needed the taxes on those fuel that are being sold to the Belizean people. At a time like this, at a time, I say, when we find ourselves in a world crisis, this is what's being brought to the Belizean people. Where is the relief for them? I know some of my colleagues have mentioned this before, but we're singing the tune. I know one thing. Well, before I say that, this does not go to say that us on the opposition side, we do not encourage private business, private company. We do. But we're not saying, what I'm not saying is that they should be given a free pass. If they're making their money in this country, it is only fair that they give back to this country. That is how we pay our policemen, firemen, teachers. That is how we continue infrastructure and development in this country. If we pass this, I can only imagine how much more loan motions be coming in here, because we're losing on revenue.
One line up, Joe?
I want to know, maybe since, you know, the government operates on WhatsApp, right? You guys always get information via WhatsApp. I don't know anything about. If you do a Google search, let me tell you, that is AI, you know. Okay. Sometimes people talk, but anyhow.
Iron Man, take it easy on the whole fella.
I want to know, what are we getting in return? Because in this one page back and front, says nothing for farmers. And without the farmers, BSI cannot function as a company. No commitment for reinvestment. And since they're being exempted on stamp duties, I can only imagine how much real estate opportunities they would have. Saving probably millions simply investing in real estate. 8% to foreigners, 5% of the purchase price to Belizeans. But BSI and Belcogen, they pay zero. The way I see it, this is all profits for one, and the Belizean people just have to probably accept it. But, Madam President, I ask now on record that we may put this for a division. But when we get there, Madam President. I want the Belizean people to see the faces of the senators in this chamber who are for them and who are against them. In a time right now, Belizean people are paying higher taxes in almost everything. Companies, this government is saying that private companies pay zero. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Pastor Louis Wade.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, fellow senators. All the women in the House, in the Senate, good morning, and this is your very special month. I celebrate. I have 4 sisters, no brother. But I'm also an advocate for men, you know. I have 4 sons, no daughters. So yeah. So, not yet, soon. But I was not planning to speak on this bill. Probably, maybe just nervous and anxious to get to the budget, I got to admit. But as I listen to the debate as it proceeds through this Honorable Senate, I believe that I need to make my own contribution. I have been in the media for more than 20 years. I have interviewed people from the factory and that side of the industry. I have interviewed farmers. I've interviewed people from the association. And so as time progresses, I form my own opinion on that industry. I don't know why international investors would even want to continue to remain in an industry that for decades is in controversy. Because where there is controversy, you cannot make the kind of returns that you want to make on your investment. You go into business for a return. And the farmers are into their business for a return as well. When the company was up for sale, I wanted the farmers to get the factory. Let them get an opportunity to run it. They could not put together the financing. ASR came in as foreign investors in a very controversial industry here in Belize. And I want to say that it is not totally controversial. There's another factory in Belize that doesn't make the news. There's another factory that is producing sugar that don't make the news. There are other farmers that are farming sugar right now that are not in the news. And they're making money. And I don't want to go into it because I don't even want them to get into the news, because why bring controversy into at least one portion of the industry that is, and as I said, I know what I'm talking about because I've interviewed them. I've been on their properties to see what they are doing. Their Santander, it has a totally different structure, and the part of that industry operating in Cayo District. Cayo District has sugar too. It's different from Orange Walk because the structure is different. And the farmers in Orange Walk, I want them to win. I want them to win. Everybody must win. Everybody should win. And so I was glad that the farmers rejected the $1 million of fertilizer. I'm glad that they're staying in the case. Yes. Who is paying for the lawyers for the farmer in the court case? It's the government that's assisting. So the government is on both sides of this issue, as it should be. Because I want the farmers to win the court case. And the government is in there. The government is also negotiating with the farmers so that the industry can have some kind of tranquility, so that money can be made on all sides. This is a reality of what is taking place. And I'm glad that the farmers, as I said no, as it relates to the $1 million, and that they will still go in court, because I think certain things need to be resolved in the courts. Now, I also heard that farmers in Dangriga, in the citrus industry, they got their $1 million worth of fertilizer. So I hope and expect that regardless of what happens, the farmers in Orange Walk, Corozal, are going to get their $1 million worth of fertilizer too. Regardless of whether or not they stay in the fight in the courts. I want them to stay, I want them to win. But here's where I have a problem with where the debate is circling. We want to penalize a company with tax. That is not the purpose of tax.
I thought tax was our duty.
Tax, as it relates to this particular case, should be based upon whether this particular company is going to benefit to the extent that the farmers can benefit and the nation can benefit. So it's whether or not should we give these incentives to the company, whether or not only they will benefit, but the farmers can benefit, and also the nation. And that is why I believe that they should get the exemption. Because they should not be penalized because they are having a particular argument at this time with the farmers. I do not believe that withholding the tax exemption from them as a punishment is a good idea. So I have not been bought into that argument. I want the farmers to win. I want the government to remain committed to the farmers as they pursue the case, but I also want the company to benefit. And I think that is what this bill is able to do. As I've said, I'm going to wind down. I don't believe that we give or withhold tax as punishment. It is everybody's obligation. But the company is able, through this tax exemption, to continue as investors, to remain in the industry, and the farmers will also benefit from this company remaining in the industry. And so I support this bill. I don't think that this is the way to punish a company. And so I will support this bill.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I was not going to say anything, but after listening to the different comments, I decided to give my input. And looking at this sugar industry cogeneration project bill, I thought about when we lived in Orange Walk, and my father worked at BSI. And everybody in our neighborhoods, their parents, the men, worked at BSI. In fact, that's the reason why we have the area called Union Town. And so everybody's parents, well, fathers worked at BSI. And so every June, May, June, the workers at BSI would collect also their dividends. And these dividends would be used for preparation of schooling. What my mother did, she made sure she bought our books, uniform materials in preparation for school in September. And I'm pretty sure many of the other parents did the same. And so, looking at this bill and reflecting at what happened back then and still continues to happen now, and thinking about how mature, as a senator mentioned earlier, how mature BSI is. In today's times, there are a lot of uncertainties. As a matter of fact, this company here had so many losses that millions was lost over a period of time, whether it is for infrastructure or technology factors. And so they want to get back. They want to get back on track. And I believe that if they don't, there can be a collapse. And who is going to be affected? Isn't it the same farmers and workers of the factory? Looking at the amount of people, over 5,000 farmers can be affected. Where will they take their sugar cane? And looking at the workers, there are hundreds of workers at BSI. They will lose their jobs. And so I cannot stand here and not say anything. I need to say something. And I need to say that I have to support this bill. Because I'm thinking about my relatives, my friends, looking at all the people in the northern districts. This could be a catastrophe. And so, Madam President, I support this bill for everybody and for this nation. Thank you.
Madam President, senators opposite said that no senator in this chamber should support this bill. The bill has been described as a sweetheart deal. We need to find out who was the original sugar daddy. Who will make the sweetheart deal in the beginning? I don't want to hear you. The Honorable Senator opposite was the architect. He was on this side in 2012 when the original bill was brought, right? You were the Deputy Prime Minister. You stood up and lauded the deal, the sweetheart deal, the original sugar daddy. You see? it was necessary. I listened carefully to Senator Pitts, Madam President, and she spoke as if she knew. She spoke as if she had authority and knowledge and information. She told this Honorable Senate that when the bill was originally passed in 2012, there were performance indicators and the incentives were tied to certain specific investments. Nothing no go so. The bill is right here. Senator Latina, what's up? The bill, yes. The bill is right here on my phone. It does not include a single performance indicator. It does not include a single investment requirement for the incentives that were originally granted in 2012. The bill, Senator Farber, my friend, in 2012 was passed in the national interest because of the crisis that occurred at that time. Patience and sweet oil, man. Patience and sweet oil. Take your time. Take your time.
Senators, kindly maintain silence while another senator is speaking.
Let us understand what we're talking about. Belize Sugar Industry Limited employs 650 Belizean workers. So when people grandstand and attack companies, they must understand that they are talking about Belizean workers. Senator Arana spoke from personal knowledge, not from AI, personal knowledge. There are over 5,000 cane farmers. The majority of them are small cane farmers who support their family, who stimulate the economy of this country, who produce significant foreign exchange for this country by farming sugarcane. And let us recall, it was under the United Democratic Party government that the Libertad Sugar Factory shut down. The point I make, Madam President, we can stand here and we can posture, we can profile, and we can grandstand. There is a risk that we are facing in the sugar industry, both in the field and in the factory. You see? You hear? You hear? You don't share? Why you never ask? No, we get up and we profile and we posture and we talk like we know. We know this, we know that, we know the other. This is what may happen. Ask the question, accountability and transparency, please. Try. Come again. Madam President, the facts are Belize Sugar Industry Limited and the Belize Cogeneration Company Limited have lost in excess of $50 million in the last 5 years. And I ask you to believe me, I'm telling you the facts. Madam President, the facts are that BSI and Belcogen have lost money in 7 consecutive years, and this year will be the 8th consecutive year. That is the context in which we find ourselves, Senator Farber. And just like in 2012, when there was, what were you then? Minister of Education? Minister of Education? You supported it then, though? You supported it then. You were, don't worry about it. The point of the matter is, Madam President, is that the factory is facing a serious financial crisis. The purpose behind this legislation is to extend incentives that were granted from 2012 when there was a crisis. The crisis has not been alleviated. Madam President, we can laugh and we can make a joke. But when you speak to the Cane Farmers Association and when you speak to BSI, let me tell you the crisis, and it's in the budget that they face. Because of the Fusarium virus and the decrease in production of cane, there was a real risk, hopefully avoided, that the factory would have to shut down simply because there was insufficient cane to go through the factory. Nobody's fault, a virus. That reduction in production of sugar cane means a reduction in the production of sugar. A reduction in the production of sugar means less money for farmers, less money for workers, and therefore the economy feels as a result of that. Let us face the fact the sugar industry is in crisis. Senator Herrera attempted and failed, regrettably, to educate He failed. He tried to educate the people opposite. He failed. He failed. He failed. He tried to explain to you in eloquent, articulate, and simple terms that the policy underlying this bill is the same as in the Designated Processing Act bill. And therefore, had BSI been a DPA, it would have gotten these benefits, so there's nothing unusual, strange, or new. I don't get it from here. Listen to Senator. Oh, you hear, but you can't understand. Yeah. It's a lack of understanding. Madam President, let's continue with some of the facts. We have an energy deficit in this country. The bagasse is used, as you know, for cogeneration. We are talking about a company that has lost money from inception, Belcogen. From inception. Why does it remain open? Because primarily, the bagasse is used to fuel the factory. Anything above that is used for the national grid. By using the bagasse to fuel the factory, the cost of production is reduced. And who benefits? The farmers benefit under the net strip value formula. Expenses are taken out, and then the profit, 65, 35, 65 to farmer, 35 to the factory. It goes further, Madam President. The current production, the agreement under which electricity is provided by Belcogen, does not have any provision for an increase in the cost of power to the grid. There is no inflationary provision in it. The point I make, Madam President, is that Belcogen needs the assistance, the tax incentives, in order to continue to operate. And there is no additional cost to the Belizean consumer of electricity as a result of it continuing to operate at a time when we need more, not less, energy in this country. Madam President, before I turn specifically to the farmers, Senator Dennison, with greatest of respect, brought up a red herring: fair trade. And it's a red herring. This bill has nothing at all to do with fair trade. It never had anything to do with fair trade. And apparently, what Senator Dennison does not know is that neither BSI nor Belcogen pays fair trade to the farmers. None of those companies pay fair trade to the farmers. So this bill has absolutely nothing to do with whether fair trade is paid, the premium is paid to farmers. Absolutely nothing. It's a complete red. No, I don't say you, I say him, Senator Dennison. He brought up fair trade and say over and over. We're getting to that. We're getting to that. I am saying none of these companies pay fair trade to the farmers. So it is a red herring to bring up fair trade when we are talking about BSI and Belcogen. And that is a fact. Senator Latina, make I go back to my WhatsApp. I want one of anything that you use. The point of the matter is this. Let us understand and appreciate that we're dealing with the single biggest employer in the north of this country. We're dealing with the sector, the industry, that is the single biggest economic engine in the north of this country. And both the factory and the field, the farmers, are facing crises of different types. The government, under Plan Belize 2.0, has provided $4 million in fuel subsidy to the farmers, $500,000 in license waiver annually, $1.5 million in Sugar Road maintenance annually, 3 years for the fusarium virus. For 2026, $4 million for integrated pest management, and $8 million coming and being processed through the World Bank to deal with the fusarium. In the budget, there is $1.2 million for the Sugar Industry Control Board. And in the present budget, $0.7 to $1 million in budget support. The association, BSCFA, that Senator Dennison championed, in 2003 and 2023, 2024, got $1 million per year in fertilizer. There is an ongoing grant from the Green Climate Fund of $50 million Belize dollars being administered through the 5 Cs for the factories. I am saying to you that when you talk about not helping the farmers. It is not the fact, Senator Denison. And we all accept that more should be done. But do not come to the Senate and pretend that the farmers are not being assisted. Again, I don't want to refer to you as a sugar daddy. Did you add up? Did you add up? I don't know. When you granted the bill, did you add it up? Did you add it up? Did you add it up? I don't think so. The long and short of it, Madam President, colleagues senators, we are facing an industry in crisis. This legislation is not new. This legislation is no different from the DPA benefits. Therefore, the policy underlying the incentives are the same, and it is necessary in order for us to ensure the viability of Belize Sugar Industries and Belize cogeneration. And as has been said, without the sugarcane farmers, there can be no factory. Without the factory, there can be no sugarcane farmers. It's a symbiotic relationship, and the government of Belize will continue to assist as best it could both the farmers and the millers. Thank you, Madam President, and I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemptions from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Madam President, may we have a division, please?
Can you just wait until I close the vote? Then we move to the division. Meaning I have to wait until the response to the question, and then I call for the division, according to the standing orders. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. There has been a request for a division of vote. Clerk, can you kindly call for the division?
A division has been called for the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025. Senator Emont Courtney. Aye. Senator Linsworth Castillo. Aye. Senator Brittany Galvez. Senator Christopher Koyi. Senator Rosel Arana. Senator Hector Guerra. Senator Patrick Faber. No. Senator Sheena Pitts. Negative. Senator Gabriel Cetina. Senator Kevin Herrera. Senator Reverend Louis Wade Jr. Senator Glenfield Dennison. Senator Dr. Elma Kay.
Honorable members, as a reminder of what is called for by the standing orders, collection of votes, Standing Order 46-2. The result shall be declared by the President or Chair, stating, I think the ayes have it, or I think the noes have it, as the case may be, but any senator may challenge the opinion of the Chair by claiming a division. Senator Patrick Farber has challenged that position of the ayes. Standing Order 47, if a division that the clerk shall call, in a division, the clerk shall call each senator's name separately, and such senator shall indicate how he desires to vote. The clerk shall thereupon record the vote accordingly. Based on the record of the clerk, 8 senators have voted yes to the bill. 4 senators have voted no to the bill, and there is 1 senator who is absent, so the ayes have it. I will now suspend the Senate for the clerk will now read the bill, and thereafter we will suspend for 5 minutes.
Bill for an Act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
The Senate is suspended for 5 minutes.
Business.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of police for the financial year ending 31st March 2027. Madam President, as is customary, I rise to support the bill and the budget presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in the House of Representatives. Madam President, this annual exercise that we undertake is of constitutional importance, and it is in fact a constitutional mandate and requirement that Parliament oversees the money that it has appropriated for the use by the executive for the affairs of the country. Every year, estimates of revenue and expenditure are presented. Following year, we bring back a report of the outturn of both the expenses and the revenue for the scrutiny of Parliament. It is an exercise of constitutional importance that requires mature deliberation in the Senate. Madam President and colleagues, as we all know, as a small, open economy, Belize is affected by the world economic changes and trade dynamics. Today we witness a rules-based order that is in decline. It has prevailed for years, but in the word of one Prime Minister, it is ruptured. And as a result of that, instability and uncertainty abound. We are witnessing, Madam President, a significant increase in protectionism. Protectionist measures, tariff disputes, and a ruptured international trading system, which presents serious headwinds for the world and specifically for Belize. I say that, Madam President, because we have to be realistic and to know that the estimates of revenue and expenditure that are currently contained in the budget book will, no doubt, be questioned. Those projections will have to account for the effects of the war in Iran. In a year under review, Madam President, notwithstanding the challenges that abound, the Belizean economy grew by 1.9%. Unemployment remains low, and the Belize dollar remains strong, backed by very strong foreign exchange reserves held by the central bank. This was on the back of a total government spending of $1.68 billion. And of this $1.68 billion, $275.3 million was spent on education, $146.2 million on healthcare and NHI, $130 million on infrastructure, and $218 million on public and personal security. This, Madam President, reflects a balanced expenditure addressing social needs, as well as infrastructural requirements, as well as trying to increase personal and home and property protection from crime. Madam President, even though the budget projects growth, we look to 2026-2027 with confidence, but mindful of the fragile geopolitical conditions which can dramatically impact the performance of the Belizean economy. And so whilst the budget projects 2.3% growth, we say immediately, this can change, and it can change dramatically. Madam President, a central feature, one of the central features of this budget is the public sector wage adjustment agreed by the government and the unions. In the upcoming fiscal year, public officers, teachers, and security personnel will benefit from another 4% salary increases that is valued at approximately $28.5 million on an annual basis. This, of course, is in addition to the 4.5% that they got in last year, which was approximately $31.5 million. In total, government has pledged to public officers, to teachers, and to security personnel $78.7 million for this fiscal year. And Senator Denison, which I will come to, that significant wage increase, everybody appreciates. It should have been more. The question is, we can only pay what we can. And as I say, it's a significant and central part of the government's budget because we are aware, Madam President, of the cost of living increases that all Belizeans are experiencing. The Statistics Institute of Belize reports that inflation fell to 1.1%. That is down from 3.3% in 2024 and 6.3% in 2022. The wage adjustment, Madam President, the minimum wage increase, the low inflation are certainly all indicators trending in the right direction, but we accept, Madam President, that this is not enough to attenuate the imported increase in the cost of living. Last year's budget approved a total revenue and grants of $1.78 billion. The projected outturn for this fiscal year is $1.65 billion. Against this, Madam President, the approved expenditure was $1.78 billion, and the projected outturn is $1.68 billion. It therefore reflects, Madam President, that we actually received significantly less revenue than was projected, but we spent less. When I say we, I mean the public sector spent less than it had projected in the budget. For the 2026-2027 fiscal year, we are projecting revenue and grants of $1.79 billion, which is an increase of $139 million compared to last year. And on the expenditure side, government proposes $1.9 billion in total spending. 1.296 of that is recurrent, and 606.8 represents capital investments. For this fiscal year, $780 million is allotted to salaries and pensions, representing some 60% of total recurrent public sector expenditure. And an increase, Madam President, of 11.7% compared to last year in terms of dollars, $82 million more. When one steps back, Madam President, and looks at the expenditure as against the projected revenue of the government, it is being projected that we will have a primary surplus of 1.1% and an overall deficit of 1.49%. And when the $140 million in amortization spending is brought to account, the overall deficit will be 3.3% of GDP. Madam President, The government appreciates that its projections for the upcoming fiscal year are robust, and I say again, in the context of world events. We have experienced not only what is taking place in Iran, what is taking place in Gaza, what is taking place in Ukraine, what is taking place in Sudan, the disruption in the rules-based order, the new approach to sanctions, to tariffs, all have impacts. One, on the increase in availability of funds for public sector expenditure. Two, it affects people's confidence in their respective economy and determines whether or not they travel, and we are a tourism-dependent country. But also, Madam President, as we discussed a short while ago in the case of sugar, our commodities are facing an ever-changing market, international market, as we seek to find more and more markets. I say all of that to foreshadow that there is an unusual level of uncertainty and instability in the world today, and this budget must be appreciated in that context. Madam President, the government proposes major expenditure on infrastructure. The main highway arteries of this country, the Philip Golson Highway and the George Price Highway, will receive and continue to receive major infrastructural development. In addition to this, Madam President, 2 bridges in Belize City, as well as the bridge in Santa Familia, will be replaced. I'm sure my friends on this side will speak in more details of some of the infrastructure projects, Madam President, and so I don't wish to detail all of them. What I will focus on at this stage is some of the social investments that are highlighted and proposed in the budget. In the education sector, Madam President, we expect significant expenditure in the Healthy Start program. And this program, the Healthy Start program, feeding program, Madam President, is critical for our students. In 2025-2026, 15,850 students across 58 primary schools and 22 secondary schools benefited from the Healthy Start feeding program. We will continue and increase that investment. Internet access has been expanded to 283 schools, from preschools to tertiary institutions, reaching approximately 78,000 students and more than 4,500 teachers. In education grants in 2025-2026, this administration recognized the need to go further and increase the total investment to some $16 million. Turning to health, Madam President, the government plans to allocate $181.2 million for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. This includes $66.1 million for hospital services, $41.2 million for medicines, and $7.9 million for primary care services. And again, significant investment will be made in the infrastructure of the health sector. The investment in the hospital in Belmopan, the investment in a hospital in San Pedro, the polyclinic in Docron, the pediatric wing in the Northern Regional Hospital soon to be completed, the Dangriga Polyclinic with maternal and child health expansion, and the retrofitting of the Valley of Peace Health Center and Nurses Quarter are all investments in the health sector that will be undertaken and will continue in the upcoming fiscal year. Madam President, one of the articles of faith of Plan Belize and the Briceño administration is the National Health Insurance. It is, of course, historic that we have now finally rolled out NHI to the Cayo district, bringing coverage across the entire country. But, Madam President, the facts speak. NHI clinics deliver an average of 25,000 patient visits per month. That is 300,000 patients visit NHI clinics on an annual basis. And through the NHI program, Madam President, for 2020 to 2025, the Ministry of Health reports that 7,629 patients underwent diabetic exams. 1,092 of them got cataract surgery, and an additional 735 went through retinopathy laser surgery. Madam President, NHI delivered 2,267 adults eyeglasses to improve their eyesight, and 1,953 to school children who needed eyeglasses. The National Health Insurance Program, Madam President, is an unprecedented success for the Belizean people. Do you agree? Let us take a brief look to the two main drivers of the real economy of Belize, Madam President: agriculture and tourism. In 2025 alone, the agricultural sector grew by 5%, expanding in terms of dollar value, Madam President, from $841.7 million in 2024 to $889.7 million in 2025. This $48 million increase occurred notwithstanding, as we discussed a short while ago, the decrease in earnings from the sugar industry. And that was a significant decrease. Sugar industry earnings fell, Madam President, from by $68.6 million. That is from 182 to 113 million between 2024 and 2025. And that is why we say, Madam President, it was right that we passed the legislation a short while ago, because this industry, and both the field and the factory, needs all the help that it can get. Madam President, we are on the cusp, in terms of the sugar industry, of making a dramatic change for CARICOM. It is expected that this year, Belize will be the first CARICOM country to produce refined white sugar. Refined white sugar, Madam President, is an aspiration that CARICOM has had from God McMahon. We have had countries that have, well, our history for most of CARICOM was born on the backs of sugarcane estates, first farmed and planted by slaves. Today, Madam President, all the countries in the Eastern Caribbean have gone out of sugar. Barbados is very minuscule. Jamaica is struggling. It is only Belize and Guyana, and Belize being the leader and champion, that have serious sugar industries. The ability of Santander to produce refined white sugar will fill an import gap that we have. In excess of 200,000 tons of refined white sugar is brought into CARICOM on an annual basis. And it is the intention of Belize and Guyana to produce within CARICOM refined white sugar. Bananas, Madam President, in 2025, our production and exports went up reaching $91 million, up from $82.4 million in 2024. And Belize expanded our investment and our activity in the cattle industry. We exported 7,748 head of cattle to Mexico. And due to that, Madam President, we had an increase in value from $12 million in 2024 to $16.3 million in 2025. In addition, 33,910 heads were exported informally to our neighbors, increasing earnings by an additional $60.7 million. That brings a total in 2025, Madam President, of $77 million in earnings from the cattle industry, and it is projected in 2026 that the earning will be approximately $90 million. That is because it is expected that at least 10,000 head of cattle will be exported to Mexico and an additional 37,000 head of cattle to Guatemala. Madam President, I emphasize this sector because it is a growing sector. In March 2026, we look at the number of persons in cattle, 8,159, up from 7,500 in 2024. Over 5,000 of these are small farmers with less than 50 head of cattle, and over 800 are women. The Belize cattle population continues to grow. We have a record high of 208,455 head of cattle in the middle of March 2025. And so, Madam President, it is our assessment that the agriculture sector, which is the backbone of our Belizean economy, which provides food security and foreign exchange earning and significant employment across the breadth of the country, will continue to grow. It is expected to continue to contribute to job creation, foreign exchange earning, Madam President, and most of all, to keep the Belizean people fed. I turn very briefly to tourism. Tourism, Madam President, produces 45% of GDP, approximately $3.5 billion. It is critical, Madam President, that we appreciate not only the contribution of the tourism sector, but also the challenges that it faces. Climate change, for example, has an effect on our beautiful, majestic barrier reef. Sargassum is a significant challenge that will impact in the long term if we don't find a solution, our tourism industry. But at the same time, Madam President, tourism continues to be the single biggest contributor in terms of employment and in terms of foreign exchange earning. Approximately 35,000 Belizean men and women earn a living in the tourism industry. 2,600 tour guides, 550 tour operators, 1,200 hotel and tourist accommodations, and over 12,000 rooms, all show the increase in investment in the tourism sector. But it is a sector that is made up mostly of small operators, small investors who power the tourism industry every single day. Arrivals in 2025 show that we maintain a strong visitor performance. 552,000 in overnight arrivals and 970,000 in cruise passengers. Investment continues significantly. For example, Fort George, Golden Bay, the villas at Key Corker, and the Four Seasons on Key Chapel. The Ministry of Tourism, Madam President, continues to invest in strategic areas across the country. To name a few, the Punta Gorda Welcome Center, the Bullet Tree Falls Community Center, the North Front Street Fish Market, the Gales Point Manatee Marine Rescue and Educational Center, the Dankriga Multipurpose Park, the Fort George Lighthouse and Seawall Project, and there is going to be, as approved by Cabinet, significant infrastructure work in San Pedro and Key Corker. Madam President, standing back, the government projects that the real economy of Belize will grow. Agriculture will continue to grow from strength to strength, and through the work of the Ministry of Tourism and the Belize Tourism Board, we will have increase in arrivals, increase in overnight stays, increase in cruise passengers, and therefore we look to the future positively but cautiously. Madam President, we debate this budget, and I keep emphasizing it, in unprecedented times. The Prime Minister of Canada at Davos said, and I quote, "Today I talk about the rupture in the world order, the end of a pleasant fiction and the beginning of a harsh reality, where geopolitics, where the large main power geopolitics is submitted to no limits and to no constraints." End of quote. The President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, observed, and I quote, "Today I see many states, both big and small, pursuing transactional or multi-vectorial foreign policies. In essence, their aim is to diversify their relations with multiple actors rather than aligning with any one particular bloc. Now, this can be opportunistic, but it may also be justified and reasonable. This depends on political choices. A transactional or multi-vectorial foreign policy is dominated by interests that drive practical choices of states, and this is entirely legitimate. This kind of foreign policy is based on a realistic understanding of power. Power defines the limits of what is possible for each state. However, values should actually underpin everything we do." End of quote. Madam President, colleague senators, Belize has always practiced a foreign policy that is based on our fundamental values. First of all, the right to self-determination, promoting the protection of human rights across the world and wherever people are found. Support unreservedly for the multilateral system. The integrity of states. The right not to be interfered with in your internal affairs. The promotion of peace, the United Nations Charter, and above all, peaceful settlement of disputes. That is a foreign policy that we have always practiced, and that is a foreign policy that we will continue to practice. It is a foreign policy that we must practice, Madam President, in this ever-changing world. In a world where we see fractures in CARICOM, the decline of SICA, and indeed a Security Council that has been unable to respond to crises and wars in Ukraine, in Gaza, in Iran, and elsewhere. We have to find a way to maintain our values and to practice a foreign policy that is real, that recognizes the changes in the world, but that promotes and protects Belizeans and Belizean interests. Madam President, this budget seeks to finance our Belizean values. It seeks to find a balance between social spending and infrastructural development. It provides spending and provide a spending plan that advances Plan Belize 2.0 by putting our Belizean people at the center of our Belizean development strategy. I support the budget, Madam President. I commend the budget, Madam President, because it is designed to make Belize a better place for all Belizeans. It meets the serious challenges caused by the war in Iran, the continuing increase in the cost of living, the ramifications of climate change, and the general uncertainties of life. In answer to all of this, we propose a budget that is strong and resilient for Belize. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. If you'll allow me to begin right where Senator Courtney ended. He said that the budget is robust and the budget will stand up against, paraphrasing him, anything that is to come our way. It's like it defeats the whole, well, that's a lie, but I mean, it defeats the whole purpose. His first few sentences defeats the whole budget. So if indeed we were to believe a single word uttered by the Prime Minister and all those members of the House of Representatives on the government side last week, or earlier this week, he just defeated it all. What he said, Madam President, and I hope that Belizeans were listening, is that given the uneasy, given the uncertain environment that we live in globally, that all of this could go away. So when they promise the teachers the additional portion of their raise, when they promise, and at 4%, they had gotten 4.5% already. When they promise the government schools, which they are not clear about, free education, when they promise NHI, when they make all of these promises, Madam President, and you begin by saying that, well, you know, things kind of iffy in the world, and so it all might pretty soon be unattainable. So, no, gear up. That's what he said, basically. And then he ends by saying, no worry, the budget robust enough to take on all of this. So I am confused, quite frankly, about his position. I want the clarity. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to be clear. I want you to be clear to the Belizean people when you explain, because that's our role here. Madam President, I want to tell you about a Belizean from my constituency. From my constituency. I have a constituency still. I am a politician. I win 5 general elections, you know. Have you know?
No.
And you would know that I served the same constituency that I believe your father did. So you might know a thing or two about Qualit. But this constituent, Madam President, wakes up every morning at 5 o'clock. She lives in a rented house, Madam President. Rented Nakastanop house back at Jerusalem. If you know where Jerusalem, I know you know, Madam President, because you are passionate about the South Side, as I am. In fact, a former candidate in the same constituency. She works 6 days a week, Madam President, and sometimes she even works a 7th day. She's not lazy, she's not ungrateful, she's not unpatriotic, Madam President. She works a full shift as a healthcare aide. She catches the bus home in the evening, she stops at the market on the way, she counts her money twice before she puts the groceries on the counter, but she still comes up short. I got a favorite constituent with name Zenaida. Someone call her Zenaida, but they're not Zenaida. But I use the name Zenaida. Why you laugh, Chris? You know another Zenaida? And normally, every day, Zenaida is not a statistic. But every year, Madam President, every year on the day that the Prime Minister stands in the National Assembly and delivers his budget speech, Zenaida becomes a statistic. This year, she became a part of the 98% who are employed. She became part of the 1.1% inflation figure. She became evidence of building shining as a distinctive land, steadfast, resilient, and future-focused, a quotation from the Prime Minister's speech. But you know what, Madam President? Zenaida does not feel steadfast. In fact, Zenaida feels tired. And the question that I bring, Madam President, to this Senate today, the question that Zenaida sends with me every budget season for the last 23 years, comes around to this. When does the story being told in the chamber, and yes, I said 23 years, which governs both parties in administration, when does the story being told in these chambers, whether it is in the lower house or in the upper house, Madam President, start matching the story being lived in the streets? Madam President, I rise this morning as the lead senator of the opposition to respond to this budget presented under the theme Budgeting for Belizean Prosperity. But Madam President, my leader, the Honorable Tracy Tega-Panton, has spoken in the House about this topic already, and I speak here in this Senate for the Zenaidas of Belize, for the people who have sat through enough budget seasons to know that what glitters at the podium rarely shows up in their wallets. I do not come today, Madam President, simply to oppose. I come today to tell the truth about a budget cycle that has become, for too many Belizeans, an annual ritual of beautiful language followed by unchanged lives. Madam President, every budget has two versions. There is a version that is presented in this chamber, and when you hear the version here, Madam President, it is polished, it is confident, it is decorated with percentages and projections and phrases like historic low and seminal surge in prosperity. And then there is the version that is lived by the Belizean people out there, the version lived by Zenaida and her neighbors, the version lived by the cane farmers who we just passed a piece of legislation not in support of them, a version lived by the fishermen in Dangriga and by the small business owners, Senator Herrera, in San Pedro, who cannot afford to pay their staff because the cost of everything has outrun the price and they can't pass it on to the customer. Let me show this Honorable Senate, Madam President, concretely how these two versions diverge. Let's look at the government's version first. The government's version tells us that inflation fell to 1.1%. It tells us, Madam President, that the economy grew by 1.9%. It tells us, Madam President, that unemployment is at a historic low. It tells us that it is at 2.2%. It tells us, Madam President, that Belize is surpassing all regional performance, except for Guyana, right? Maybe Jamaica now. The public debt has been cut in half since 2020. Belize shines as a distinctive land. This is what the government's version says. But for the people on the street, Madam President, electricity bill went up in January. For the people on the street, Madam President, water rates went up. My own water rate gone up for about triple what it used to be. Something is going on at BWSL with these new rates. And I don't understand how you could say with a straight face to this nation that inflation is 1.1%. Fuel at the pump has risen so sharply, Madam President, that bus fares will shortly go up as well. I'm confident, not because I say so, because the Prime Minister tell the students in UB, and they ain't seen nothing yet. It will go up. And my good friend Senator Courtney just cautioned you, all the cherries and the sweet plums, the sweet today, could come crashing down because we don't have no control. And this budget is robust, he says, but he contradicts his own self. If he could crumble, then he can't robust. The $100 that my friend Zenaida sets aside each week, Madam President, to buy groceries now fills 3 plastic bags. And I go buy the Publix, I go buy the DK. I make a post about an experience I had at DK that day. So I know the telling you why I don't know. And me, born and grow and raised from the south side of Belize City. Nearly $300 that you used to set aside to buy your groceries for the month, 3 plastic bags. Not even last a week. So I don't understand how you could tell the Belizean people with a straight face that inflation is 1.1%. Your landlord as well, Madam President, the landlords, they tell you the rent has to go up. And the landlords are very impatient when they're asking the people like Zenaida for their rent. I want me rent, otherwise they have to put you out. Then it becomes a whole rumble because, you know, you can't just really put out people who are renting your premises. They have to go involve police. The amount of time you have to catch city bus to go to a police station or go to court or go wherever. But yet, your version of the budget, rosy, that not encompass, that not take into consideration anything that is happening here. And then the school sends home a letter asking for donations. If you donate toilet paper, you have to donate paper towel, you have to donate one ream of paper. I have a son who is going to preschool now. And I have 2 children in university, and if you know anything about education, preschool as expensive as university, you get a little break when high school come. Right, Senator Arana? You get a little break in a primary school. You get a little break in a high school, but preschool as expensive, right, Dr. K? Preschool is as expensive as university in some cases. And then you get it in a shorter than 2 years, our lick. This month, apart from being the month that we celebrate women, we also celebrated early childhood and child stimulation. And I would want you to see the list of things that these preschools ask you to buy just for child stimulation month. And not only the child, because the parent have to go along, the amount of money that those parents are paying for child care or for taking time off from their work is astronomical. One poor person can't take the lick there. But under the version of the budget presented by the Honorable John Briceño, none of that no come out. None of that come out. They ask you for toilet paper, and they ask you for a fan. They ask you for everything under the sun. You know that I've returned to the classroom, Madam President, I'll tell you, I really, really feel for my students. It's a licking. I've said to my administration, this is a licking, like as one thing done. Fundraising, raffle, trip. Tonight they go and dance, which could be I missed the dance because I know we are there till 11. If last year was any indicator. But the Prime Minister's budget is themed around Belizean prosperity, but the Belizean people on the streets do not feel the prosperity, Mr. Prime Minister, and all it does is make you out to be a liar.
Not getting to tell the truth.
I take that back. It is not very parliamentary like. The truth does not reside in his bosom, or the truth is fleeting to him. Then Zenaida's social security contributions are about to be recalibrated. I don't know that they mentioned that in the budget. And if you missed that recalibrated, a big word, but if for the people who they listen at home, that means that we are taking from you more money. You know, I never go down. I agree. I hear you, Senator. The word can go either way, but not the payments. These stories, Madam President, are true, and the distance between them is the real budget story of 2026. The numbers themselves confirm the conflict. The IMF and the World Bank record Belize's 2025 GDP growth at 1.5%, and I'm really sorry. I love when Senator Coy is here because he tells the truth sometimes on these kinds of things. He may give with it. He's coming, all right. I'm looking forward. Because the IMF and the World Bank say that GDP growth for 2025, Madam President, was 1.5%, but the Prime Minister claims it's 1.9%. The international institutions record GDP at 6.6 billion, Madam President, but the government claims it's 6.997 billion. A discrepancy, Madam President, of nearly $400 million. When a government cannot agree with the world's foremost financial institutions on the size of its own economy, and Belizeans have every right to ask the question, which version are you living in? And then when we look at the deficit, Madam Speaker, let us speak plainly. The government projects an overall budget shortfall of $110.3 million. That is different from last year by some $34.1 million. When amortization is included, Madam President, the total financing gap reaches a whopping $251 million. But the Prime Minister speaks about a primary surplus. And when he speaks about this primary surplus, you would think that it is a mark of fiscal health. You may declare me ballet just now, Senator Courtney, about his pronunciation. Well, you need to tell one from the lower house that the word is fiscal and not physical. I don't call no name, can I say unkind? The Prime Minister speaks about this primary surplus as if it is fiscal health, Madam President. But the primary surplus is calculated before debt payments. Before the mortgage, so to speak, is counted in any Belizean household. That accounting would be called self-deception if you say, this is where I got, but then you forgot to take out the mortgage. You tell me where you got before you take out the mortgage, and then when you take out the mortgage, you drop short. You won't make it. $1, Madam President, in every 7 that this government spends goes to service the public debt. And that debt, they say, stands at $4.676 billion. Not building roads, not stocking medicine cabinets, not hiring teachers, servicing debt. And the deficit means, Madam President, that we will borrow more this year. adding to the debt that my friend Zenaida has to shoulder along with her children and her grandchildren. That is the conflict, Madam President, not between the opposition and the government. The conflict is between what is being said and what is being felt between the spin and the street. But Madam President, Zenaida has lived through many budget cycles, and she has been here before. And she remembers when a different set of leaders stood in the chamber and promised a better life. She remembers the slogans. She has watched the parties rotate. She watched the colors change and the signs and the names change on the ministries, the teams change on the budget speeches, building the future, a better Belize, budgeting for Belizean prosperity, all of those slogans. Every election cycle, a new phase, a new phrase comes out. Every budget season, a new set of reasons why the prosperity has not yet arrived. One of them, I mean, better must come, better, the best is yet to come. But Zenaida is not bitter, you know. But she's no longer surprised. The Belizean people have become immune to this. So when the Prime Minister get up and talk about how much billions and talk about NHI and talk about free education, they see the circus come to tongue already. And the fact of the matter is the Belizean people do not feel your budget. The wary Belizean is not cynical by nature. She was made, notice I said, she was made cynical by repetition. Let me take the Senate down the journey of my constituent. Through the specific promises of this administration, Madam President, and what has become of them. You remember Plan Belize and Plan Belize 2.0? The current Prime Minister, when he was leader of the opposition, led public protests demanding that the then government, headed by the Right Honorable Dean Barrow, he asked the government to, in protest, to reduce fuel taxes by $2 per gallon. All the media houses have been playing the clips to reminding him, but he looked like he got amnesia. He organized marches, Madam President. He stood at rallies, he marched side by side with the teachers. He gone out there with cola. All of them, Karim Musa, all of them line up in protests. He told the Belizean people that high fuel prices were a policy choice, Madam President. He said that the government with political will could act and could do something about this. This don't have to go down like that. At that time, Madam President, premium fuel was approximately $10 per gallon. It is now approaching 14, or if them, I can't keep up now. And of course, there is the accusation that they're in charge of the new taxes from the old stock. And when the students at the University of Belize recently asked the Prime Minister about the rising fuel costs, you know what he said? He said, inflation is imported. You know we? And there is nothing that the government can do. The same man who led these rallies, who marched beside Kola, now tells the educated Belizeans, Dr. K, you're still at UB or no longer? Okay. He says, there is nothing that the government can do. The same man who organized these marches. The man who says nothing, now says nothing can be done. And Mr. Naida began to march with the man, you know. She may believe her. She carried children at a march, Madam President, because she believed that change was possible. Right now, Madam President, 41% of the pump price of regular gasoline and nearly 46% of premium gasoline flows directly into the government coffers through revenue replacement taxes, through import duties, through excise taxes, through environmental taxes, and through GST. Nearly half of every gallon that a Belizean buys, Madam President, every gallon that fills the bus, that our workers catch to work, that our students catch to school, every gallon that the water taxi uses, when our people come from San Pedro or Kikaka, every gallon, nearly half of that goes straight to the government's pocket. And I like to look regionally. You know what I found? What I found amazing? You remember when they just come in the office? And then things started to rebound after COVID? And then people made tell them, I certainly told them, that the rebounding of the economy, the improvements were as a result of bouncing back. And you think they give credit to the environment, the global environment? You think they give credit? No, they said that the policies of the government. They took full credit, Madam President, but no, when they can't fix the problems of the economy, they want to blame the global environment. Well, let's look at what the global environment is doing. Let's look at what our regional partners in CARICOM are doing right now as a result of these high prices in gasoline. Barbados, Jamaica, Antigua, and Barbuda have introduced measures to cap their government stake from the fuel prices because, I don't know, I listened to the Deputy Prime Minister, they say, well, no new taxes. Yeah. Brother, if the price of gasoline go up and our percentage that you take, then the take that you get as the government also goes up. You don't need a mathematician. You don't need an accountant. You don't need a science major, brain specialist to recognize that. So the only explanation that we can hear when you say there is nothing you can do about it is that you do not want to do anything about it. And the reason you don't want to do anything about it, welcome, brother. I hope you never made a sneeze up too much. You don't want to do anything about it because the same predictions for revenue that you spoke of would now see an increase in what would come in revenues if the price continues to go up and you keep the take of the government the same. So you can afford. Don't tell me you can't. Don't tell the Belizean people you can't. Don't tell Zenaida that you can't. And to add insult to injury, don't tell them, don't tell us that everything rosy. Nothing can be done, he says. So the opposition, Madam President, makes an immediate call for the reduction of no less than $2 per gallon in fuel taxes. Not next year, not after the committee review it. I don't want nonsense. You hear the Prime Minister, they say, well, yeah, we have to take it into consideration. Cabinet will do what it deems important to do, necessary to do. In the meantime, the people of this country, the people on the south side, the people in the south of this country, the people who live in poverty every day are going down and down and down further in poverty, despite what your fancy figures say and your calculation says about inflation, about unemployment, about all the other, what I call clearly figures that I remember one year they come with a new calculation to decide how people poor.
New formula.
The Statistical Institute, I believe, changed the formula and then beat their chest a weaker poverty down, and they did absolutely nothing to take down poverty other than they reconfigured, recalibrated how they calculate poverty. It is the same thing why unemployment has gone down. Because you said that the people that were not actively they look for a job, the people that were frustrated, the people that were tired, we buck everywhere and go from finding a job. Now say I know upon that. But you said them people that are unemployed. But those persons are adding to the social problems that we have every day when they can't feed their children, when they can't send their children to school, when they can't provide adequate homes for themselves and for their families. These things are a problem. But you prefer, the government prefers to sit here and sugarcoat it. Oh, unemployment is only this and unemployment is only that and inflation is only... Your reality is not Zenaida's reality. On the last, and I wait, Madam President, because they jump up like Jack in the box right now to defend the Prime Minister's budget. And I pity them. I pity them because they are not able to objectively. Some of them right there might be struggle, Madam President, given the Senate salary, no? But you know, bound to say, hey. So we demand as the opposition that you do something about it, at minimum $2. No, reduce the tax on fuel, no. Don't tell us that you can't do it. Don't tell us that you have to go to our committee. Don't tell us that you have to first discuss it. The people are struggling. And according to you, it got worse to get. No, wait till it get worse. And then on NHI and healthcare, Madam President, the National Health Insurance Program has been expanded, they say. This is true. I'm not going as far as some of the other one, you know. But it is true that NHI has been expanded. Zenaida, my constituent, yeah, she's registered. But she tell me that when you go to the NHI registered private clinic, the private provider is always collecting, the private provider collects 70 cents on every NHI dollar. I said that thing in the last Senate meeting and you tell me that the private providers, you shut it down, remember? You said the private providers, they are not the ones who are benefiting primarily. You went to great pains to say that it is the public institutions, the health facilities that belong, owned by the government. They are the ones who are really providing. Well, your figures show that 70 cents of every NHI dollar goes to private providers. And the public clinics that you boast about remain understaffed and remain underfunded, even though you have tried to include them in NHI. And then if you look at what happened at KHMH, the one where we poor people on the south side of Belize City have to rush to because they can't go to no other hospital, they can't afford it. If something happens to them, they have to go to KHMH. KHMH needs a new roof, but there's nothing in the budget. Nothing. Not a shilling. Not a dollar. Nothing in the budget for the roof at KHMH. Because according to you, the KHMH is not your priority. That's a statutory body. You know the millions you want to just exempt ASR, BSI, and Belcogen from? The tax dollars that were to come from that over the next 10 years could have helped KHMH and help to build some of the other projects that you talk about. Because the talk, hot one, you're going to take one piece of land in Belmopanka, big thing that happen, I know you're nothing more. In fact, the money we want to pay for the land was enough, I guess. Slow down the building of the hospital because the amount we pay for the land. I'm sure you'll help me along if that's not the case, Senator Koyi. Oh, but you're not part of anything, no?
Man, a consultant.
On land and equal access, Madam President, then people that's outside of Belize City apply for land for years. And you know when they tell them, Madam President, they say you need a recommendation letter from your representative, your area representative. And if the area representative, you don't register for vote in that area representative constituency, the letter not come. They don't know why if they give you a recommendation for where you live when you vote somewhere else. And worse than that, I think the leader of the opposition mentioned it in her presentation, they have constituencies where they tell you, if you want a piece of land, you have to transfer and come to my division. And only the same one, Plan Belize 2.0, Plan Belize 1.0. We want to say we will lower ministerial interventions into all of these things. And every bill we come here, the minister get more and more power on. Liar. Sorry, Madam President. You promised it in your own manifesto. And a promise not kept, Madam President, is not just a broken commitment. It is a withdrawal from the account of public trust. This is why the people are at the point where they don't believe nothing we want to say. When you come and sing and dance there and get in whatever, and that the one to think when you got support, you will get a rude awakening. No. Speaker Farber says so because I've lived it. I've been on the other side as well. And you will remember that when I said and I started in this debate, this is not about what the UDP may do or what the PUP may do, because like my constituents and I had to tell you, tired of the song and dance from both sides, we need to start working for the Belizean people and we need to make sure that what we bring in the budget, that big book with a lot of numbers, translate into a change in the life of our people on the streets. I make a tell you about another son. He in junior. In 22. He grew up on the same south side, in the same house. 22 years in a rented house. And then I fix the house. You can't go complain to the landlord. He no join no gang. He found a job at a hardware store. Right? The Belize City downtown. And he didn't try, Madam President, he really did try, but he is genuinely, earnestly trying. But 3 weeks ago, a friend whom I also did try, never joined no gang likewise. He was shot 2 blocks from where they both work, and he died. No warning, no argument, no wrong, just the wrong place at the wrong time. The wrong neighborhood. One of those neighborhoods that too many of our politicians fly over and we never live in there. Me live there. I have lived on George Street, Gill Street, King Street, Raccoon Street, Vernon Street, Allen Pitts Crescent, all on the south side, Tiger Street. They're 2 different spots. Rent, yes. Until God bless him, Remigio Montejo did not believe. Gave my mother that piece of land by the Bering Grove, and we moved there when I was 15. I live in all the holes in a Belize City until I decided to move to Lord's Bank. But anyway, yeah, my granny me live on Allen Pitts. But then I got time when I lived there, because we couldn't go nowhere else, but you want too much details, man. Huh? Who? Oh, good man, good man. He was with the wrong party, but he was a good man. So, junior friend get shot right by the workplace. There, the workplace 2 blocks away. But he still go to work every day. But I don't even have to talk about junior. I told you that I am back in the classroom. 2 weeks ago, one of my students was walking home on the south side. And he was attacked, knocked out, left to the side of the street unconscious. Real story. Not that Zenaida story is any less real, because you and I know that these things are very real. And when he come to in at the hospital 3 hours, they call him and him there. And the police were the ones who took him to the police station, and every evening that young man now fears to walk home. That is the reality. But none of that is addressed, or very little addressed in this budget that is so very disconnected from reality. You could try walk one different route, but you better be home before you dark too. And your parents not breathe a sigh of relief until they see you come through the gate. Madam President, this budget, all 1.2 billion of it, does not contain a coherent, funded, comprehensive national crime prevention and community safety strategy. Are you hearing me? You don't think, given all what we people go through, given the amount of murders, given the amount of stories, Senator Wade, that you report on Plus TV daily, of who gets shot because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or mistaken identity, or you're in your house to sleep and bullet to fly. Not even in your house you are safe. You would think that given all those concerns that we have about safety in this country, and we to spend 1.92 billion with a B, you would think, Madam President, that this crowd would allocate some serious money to having a coherent, funded, comprehensive national crime prevention and community safety strategy. Zilch, nada. Prime Minister not talk about that, none at all in the budget, because he is aloof. He has departed from the reality. He don't have no connection with these people on the street anymore. My student who has to beg for a ride every day, you know to worry about that. Nothing. Then they pass all kind of thing you hear, they come every minute, but one DNA and one camera system and blah, 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 only to find it. Nobody they operate the camera there. Nothing to go on. Not a priority for this administration at all. And they say Rambotown, they come back. We find bodies. Out of the $1.92 billion, you know how much they put for national security, public security? $218 million. Yet this is one of the biggest problems that we have. The police, the BDF, the Coast Guard, all together, all of them things are $218 million. We would not question the need for security funding. But money alone also is not the answer to all of these problems. There must be a strategy to reduce crime, and the government is silent on it. I listen as the minister who is responsible. I'm disappointed, you get up and talk a whole lot of nonsense. Except tell us how you're going to fix the crime problem, the one from Belmopania. Well, you know, I'll get to that. Madam President, it is a fact that Belize's homicide rate remains among the largest per capita in the Caribbean. I think only Jamaica they beat we. But then Baleano got nothing to say about that. Families are burying their children. This government, in fact, presents statistics about historic low unemployment, and at the very moment in our most vulnerable communities are afraid to walk to the shop. You go down to Belize City, go to the Turk store, then you can't go buy after 6. Afraid. This morning I get up and I try to buy my spray starch. The shop didn't open yet, so look like they close late and they open late. Our homicide rate remains high, but we're not got no plan. Where is the plan, Madam President? The budget has no funded community violence interruption programs. There is no investment in the credible messenger models that we have worked in communities from Kingston to Baltimore, programs that place former gang members, counselors, community leaders in breach between a young person and a destructive path. No funding, no funded national gang intervention strategy, or maybe there's one, but it's just not non-existent. Because they may have a lot to say. I remember when Musa was the minister, I had a lot of criticism when he was the shadow opposition person and he criticized the UDP administration about all the strategies that the UDP did, only to turn the minister afterwards and employ the very same strategies in a week. I know if it exists now, because they're not for no interest of to find out how we could sell, how we could buy smart, and make one money, and how we could buy the hydro dam. But I don't got time for all of that today. No serious investment again on mental health infrastructure in this country. Crazy people, as we call them, which is wrong terminology, those who are mentally challenged. Then they walk around, they assault other people, and then what your fix for that is to have the police arrest them and lock them up in a cell. And then if you lock them up with somebody else, that person get killed. These are real stories, they're not they make them up. But you all don't feel that this is a priority. Oh no, jump up like Jack in the Box in a minute to defend the budget. And when the opposition tells you that we are not going to support this budget, and say, but they don't support this and they support. A lot of things missing, brother. How much money are they actually spending on curbing youth violence? The Youth Anti-Violence Multi-Sectoral Program, 4.5 million in a budget of 1.92 billion.
Senator Faber, I remind you, you do have about 5 minutes.
No, ma'am. I have, according to my watch, 7 minutes, but all right. No investment in community lighting. No investment in after-school programs. The opposition calls on this government, Madam President, to bring a full, costed national crime prevention strategy. Madam President, let me now speak about something that the Prime Minister did not address even further in his budget, something that mainstream commentary has barely whispered about. Something that touches directly on health of our people, particularly the people in our most rural, most vulnerable and undeserved communities. Let me speak about the Cuban doctors. Man, I say nothing. For many years, under governments of both parties, Cuban medical professions have served in Belize, and I have to give the leader of government business and leave it a credit card. He says something about it, but I sometimes wonder if for him foreign policy, that is same foreign policy of his leaders in the party. No part of this. They asked the Prime Minister point blank, develop some, the balls are now on terminology for the Senate now. Sorry, madam.
Yes, please
Oh, you say, Senator?
Please be mindful of your language, Senator Faber.
My apologies, madam. Cuban medical professionals have served Belize. They have served in places where no Belizean doctor has applied. They serve in rural villages in Toledo and in Cayo and in Orange Walk, where the nearest hospital can be an hour's drive, especially in the rainy season. They serve at the Carl Houston Memorial Hospital in specialties, where we have not yet produced enough Belizean graduates to fill the rosters. They do it quietly, Madam President. They do it professionally. And the communities that receive them, the Belizean families have seen, examined, treated, and in some cases have had their lives saved by these Cuban medical professions. Those families know exactly what they are worth. Madam President, we are living in a period of intense geopolitical pressure. And I have to say again, I'm glad that Senator Courtney said something on it, because from what I am told, the lower house was silent on these matters. Certainly it was not mentioned by the Prime Minister, who should have said something about these matters. And if the time not permit me, I'd talk about our position on the US and Iran. I'm talking about our position on the US on Venezuela. I'm talking about our position on the US on Cuba. The United States seems to be dictating, and you put it in a fancy way, but I want the Belizean people to understand. And what is it that we will stand up for? And if you can't stand up for it, if you really believe that we can't stand on our own against these powers, then at least tell the truth. Don't go to the string way along. This needs to be addressed, Madam Speaker. And the question the Senate must ask, the question that every Belizean must ask was, whoever was treated by a Cuban doctor especially, is Belize preparing to send our Cuban doctors home? And if so, who will fill the gap? He talks about a robust, the leader of government business spoke about a robust plan in this budget. Well, do you have a plan if they send the Cuban doctors home? The Prime Minister, again, did not address these matters, and there needs to be said something. May I, Madam President, ask your indulgence for a few minutes more?
The request for your leave for a few minutes more. Can you wrap up in 5 minutes, please?
Can I get 10, Madam?
No, 5. I'll give you 5 minutes.
It's very important for the Belizean people, Madam.
Yes. And thereafter, I would have to go to the Senate to ask for leave, so...
Okay. The broader question of foreign policy is also something that has been left silent. This budget says almost nothing meaningful about the ICJ hearing on the Belize-Guatemala territorial dispute. I didn't hear it from the Prime Minister. Don't know if the Foreign Minister touched on it, but I didn't hear. Which may not be the most consequential legal proceeding in Belize's history as an independent nation. I think it is. They don't seem to think so. $2.5 million when we dig up in the figures is buried in the foreign affairs estimates, but there was no mention of this in the budget speech. No update to the Belizean people on the status of the case. No update to us. Maybe you can help us along, Senator Koye, as to what is the legal cost for this and what is the strategy. I understand you cannot talk about the strategy. And this is not a political issue. This is both the UDP and the PUP have traditionally or over time supported that we go to the court. That's not what it is. And then there is the case of the proposed prisoner swap. How embarrassing for the Prime Minister. He's been known to go on the record to say that Belizeans don't have any talent. Indicate that Belizeans are very smart, but he talk about a prisoner swap where Minister of Foreign Affairs clearly had to tell him, that no go so, they no got that. But this man lead our country. All I want to jump up right now like Jack in the box and say, the best thing, this budget, rah, 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 yeah. So the Foreign Minister had to clarify quickly that they not saw that go. So poor boat now. And we still don't know the whole thief, and you're correct. Madam President, when you strip away the theme, the rhetoric, the regional comparisons, and the carefully curated statistics that this budget reveals. So, now I forget 5 minutes, you see? I'm kidding, madam. The budget reveals something important. It reveals that this budget is not about Belizean prosperity. It reveals what the priorities of the government actually are and who they serve. And they're not neither. Of the $57 million allocated for National Health Insurance Program, Madam Speaker, 70% goes to the private care providers. Who are those providers? clinics and facilities operated by, in many cases, people with direct connections to the political establishment. When I said that the last time, Senator Courtney said, no, the chairman of the NHI steering committee is simultaneously the principal of a private care provider receiving NHI contracts. Say it ain't so. It's not an allegation, it is facts. And this is probably why we have not in 5 years received an audited financial statement for the public to review from NHI. And so we make the call today to provide the Belizean people with an audited financial statement for NHI before you come here and you ask us to budget more money for NHI. The BTL acquisition tells us the same story. The Prime Minister family, connected companies stand to benefit. The Social Security Board pooled retirement savings of working Belizeans. Every working Belizean person in this country is being positioned as the financial vehicle for the benefit of a few, the Prime Minister, his family, and Waterloo. And the people who have raised concerns are numerous. The Chamber, the trade union, the civil society, everybody with no government. Senator Inya pretty much said it.
Senator Baba, your time is up. I must ask for you to take your seat, and so we can proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Madam President.
As a note to all senators, I remind you that the time that you're allocated for the budget debate is 45 minutes. I do extend it. I do take into consideration disruptions in your presentations, and so I try to be flexible and allow for those disruptions which may come from other senators. But as a reminder, it is 45 minutes. I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to offer my analysis and contribution to the 2026-27 budget debate, and I ask your indulgence, if I may refer to my notes to ensure accuracy, because we're dealing with a lot of numbers. My presentation, Madam President, will really be looking at the past budget, the past financial year, as well as the budget that is in front of us. Madam President, before I go there, I must again state for the record that we're again in a new, or getting ready to go into a new financial year. And again, we're woefully behind on the audits and the audits of the government. I think the last financial statements that were submitted was 2016, 2017. And so we're 9-10 years behind on audits, Madam President. And as you know, the National Assembly approves spendings on a year-to-year basis, and it is the work of the Auditor General to make sure that those monies were spent and were spent in conformity with the regulations. And so I want to state that for the record before I get into my presentation. But Madam President, as you know, a budget is more than just a spreadsheet with numbers. It's really a declaration of intent. It is a legal authorization to spend the people's money based on an estimate of what the government can collect. While it generally reviews past performance, it's really forward-looking. In the government's case, it seeks to pass a law that authorizes it to spend certain sums over the next year. Madam President, I saw this year or in this new budget, I'm seeing a move away from the conservative budgeting that we've seen in previous budgeting cycle to a more aggressive approach, even though the operating environment is signaling caution and for us to be careful. You will note that total revenues underperformed by 5% or $87 million in the previous fiscal year. $1.74 billion was budgeted, and the projected outturn, or what we actually expect to collect, was $1.65 billion. Now, Madam President, the government is projecting total revenues of $1.79 billion for 2026. This represents an increase over the past year's actual of $139 million, or this is an increase of around 8.4%. Madam President, this is an extremely critical issue in my view. This is what I believe makes this budget in many respects unrealistic. The government fell short in meeting its revenue target last year by $87 million, as I said. But this year is saying that it will collect $139 million more. How is that even realistic? This was unrealistic even before the Iran-Israeli and U.S. war, Madam President. It is much more unrealistic now. The entire global economy will take a major downturn if this unnecessary war does not come to an end soon. Belize will not be spared in this scenario. But even if government becomes opportunistic, Madam President, and it capitalizes on the high fuel acquisition prices of fuel, and it gets what I'd call a windfall tax on this fuel, it will still be very tough overall because inflation will eat whatever type of gains you make there. But I want to do a little analysis, Madam President, of what it means for us in terms of higher fuel acquisition costs. When oil was around $60 a barrel before the conflict, government collects overall an average of around 45% taxes on fuel. And so I'm not even looking at the add-ons, I'm just looking at the acquisition prices. At 45%, Madam President, government at $60 a barrel, government is collecting around $27 a barrel. Now, where we are right now with oil around $100 per barrel, government's take now is around 45% or $45 per barrel. This, if you want to look at what the take per gallon is around $6 per gallon. And this would be like a 66% increase, Madam President, on the price of fuel or on what government is taking. So the government is getting 66% more on fuel. I'm hoping that that adjustment will be made, Madam President, and I believe that it would be unconscionable for government to capitalize on this unfortunate situation that we're in. But I haven't seen that yet, and perhaps I haven't seen it yet. Without capitalizing on the fuel tax, where, Madam President, and I'll get back to the previous point I was making, where will this $139 million come from when we didn't even come close to it last year? Quite frankly, I don't see this happening when the global economic environment has become much more unfavorable than last year. While the revenues are not part of the appropriations bill, the appropriations are based on how much revenues we can collect. And so I believe the revenues are extremely critical component when we're looking at what we'll have to spend, Madam President. While we are on revenues, you will note that there was an improvement in collections for land tax from the projected $6.5 million, Madam President, to $8.2 million last year. So there was an improvement in terms of collection of around close to $2 million. This was certainly welcome news. However, Madam President, my understanding is that the tax potential is around $65 million. So around $56.8 million or 87% in property taxes go uncollected. For 2026, a mere $9 million is projected to be collected. I've said it already, Madam President, and I think I've said it in many presentations I've made, is what we have here is really a speculator's paradise. Through connections, those well connected are given prime land. They sit on it for a while, pay no taxes, and when they can flip it, and then they're able to flip it for huge sums. This is the system that exists. I believe, Madam President, that this is a low-hanging fruit, and so we should be able to make more efforts in terms of collecting more from it. I know that, and I've spoken to Senator Koi in the past, and I know that there was a bill that was being proposed to try to correct the situation, but I don't believe that there was political support for it. But we must ask ourselves, why has this opportunity not been taken up by the government? And this is something that's staring us in our face every year. Madam President, total expenditures outturned for 2025 was $1.68 billion, when the budgeted for that same year was $1.78. This was an underspending of around $95 million, and so I think that is what really saved us somewhat from ending the year with a much larger deficit than we did. However, Madam President, you will note that the budget for 2026 is $1.9 billion, or $215 million more than that was spent in the previous year. And this is why I mentioned, Madam President, that for this cycle, I'm seeing a move away from that conservative approach to budgeting to a much more aggressive one. And like I had mentioned, the environment does not really support this approach. You'll note, Madam President, that I believe that the BPOs have plateaued and probably did that last year. We're not seeing much in terms of growth in the tourism sector, according to the Prime Minister's presentation. And so this, I believe that achieving these revenue targets and achieving the budget as it is presented, Madam President, is highly suspect and very unlikely to happen. So, Madam President, if we spend the $1.9 billion without realizing the projected revenue, then the deficit would widen significantly, and that's why I try to tie the revenues to the expenditures, and why I'm so concerned about going too aggressive in terms of the projections and the revenues, because it can really widen the deficit. And why is the deficit important, Madam President? Because that is what gives rise to the need for foreign financing, public sector debt. So, Madam President, if that debt widens based on what I've said, then the financing gap will also rise above the $251 million projected in the new budget. I will develop this point a little bit when I speak about debt, Madam President. While we're on expenditures, I note the Prime Minister's statement on personnel emoluments and pensions, and I think this is a really critical issue. He said that staff costs accounts for 11% of GDP, or 58% of recurrent spending. And if measured against recurrent revenue, it represents 45% of all revenues collected. He lamented that it was the highest in the region. Madam President, I think that we all agree that this is sustainable, but let us look a little closer to see if government is really being responsible and honest in this regard. Last year, the government budgeted for a workforce of 9,219 staff or employees. But it closed the year with 10,335 employees, or an increase of 1,116 new staff. And this is over what was budgeted. Madam President, if there was ever a case of padding the payroll, this is it. What are the implications? Well, my understanding that each staff costs an average of around $24,000 per year. This would mean that we spent around $26 million more than expected in staff costs, if we look at the additional staff that was taken on during the year. Now, Madam President, if you look a little further, and you look at what was overspent on personnel emoluments and pensions, it was around $24 million. And so you'll see the calculation and that figure almost matching perfectly. Now the way he presented it almost sounded as if those staff costs are going up by itself, but it's not. If you really look at the numbers and you look at what the cost per employee is, and you look at the increase of new staff taken on over in the previous year, over what was budgeted, you'll see why the staff costs went up, or personnel costs went up the way it did. So, Madam President, if you look at it, the public sector staff is ballooning at an alarming, unsustainable, and I would say irresponsible rate. But if you think that the madness will stop there, this new year it's projected to be 11,079 persons, which is an increase of 744 new staff members. And I believe, Madam President, this is likely the net effect, because people are also going out of the system. So if we look at what those additional people will cost, Madam President, it's around $17.8 million more. And so we're not, what we're seeing, Madam President, and someone once said that when you find yourself in a hole and you want to get out, the first thing you do is to stop digging. That's the first step you need to take. But I'm not seeing that in this situation. And so what I'm seeing, Madam President, is we're continuing what we've been doing, digging the hole deeper. Madam President, the infrastructure development does not happen under recurrent expenditures. It really happens under capital allocations. So when overspending happens in the recurrent, or when you have that type of imbalance in the recurrent, what it does is it really crowds out what you have to spend in capital. And capital is really what you use for your developmental projects. Recurrent expenditures account for 72% of total revenues. This leaves really 28% for capital expenditures. Of course, we know that all capital expenditures does not come from what is left, because you also have debt that you take on to carry out some of those projects under Capital 3. But I note the Prime Minister's presentation that he said that 60% of all secondary students Madam President, will be attending school free of charges. Now, if what is meant by free education means that those attending school won't be paying any fees, I will be first to say that all investments in education is good, Madam President, but there's also a caution to it. I think that if we really want to develop people, if we really want to develop the human capital, education is paramount. As we look back at the education budget, Madam President, it is expanding and continues to expand significantly. The free education program is a big part of this increase. The issue I will raise, Madam President, is that education is not free and has never been free. What is happening at the secondary level is that we are moving away from a user pay system to one to which everyone will share in the cost of public education. Further, the challenge will be, I believe, to maintain and improve on the standards of education even as we transfer the burden from parents to taxpayers. And this is what I'm afraid of in this type of scenario, Madam President, that we will be so consumed with meeting the additional expenditures that we will probably lose sight of the need or even lose the ability to continue improving on education so that those who we're educating in the system will meet world standards and will have the quality of education and education output, Madam President, that will meet the developmental potential in the future. But again, this is a really critical issue because education has such huge implications in terms of our future development potential. Madam President, the Prime Minister said in his budget speech as well that 18 million is allocated to land acquisition and land surveys. He did not elaborate on what type of land acquisition he was referring to, and I really could not identify it under the draft estimates of expenditures. $18 million is a significant sum when you consider that the whole Ministry of Agriculture is only receiving $19 million. And then tourism. I think the leader of government business mentioned just a little while ago that tourism accounts for 45% of GDP. And yet we're only spending $16 million on it in this budget. You know, if we look at agriculture at $19 million, tourism at $16 million, yet just for land acquisition we've allocated $18 million, Madam President, then you see that there has to be an issue of priorities. I think in the speech, Madam President, the Prime Minister also mentioned that agriculture was one of the main drivers of the growth last year. And then, of course, we know that tourism is one of our important anchors in the economy. How, then you have to ask yourself, Madam President, how then is land acquisition more important than either agriculture or tourism? I mean, for years we've been seeing agriculture, the total allocation for agriculture around 14, 15, 16 this year, $19 million. But it has to be better than that. I think the leader of a government business, again, spoke about the potential of cattle, of beef farming in Belize. And then you look at the challenges farmers are facing in that area. I mean, we've seen rabies outbreak. Someone just called me, a farmer just called me yesterday, stating that he lost around 11 heads over the past week on one farm. My brother up in Isabella Bank lost about 9 in 1 week as well. And so the losses are there, and the challenges in agriculture are significant. You look at the weather patterns. It's either raining too much or it's too dry. And so there are tremendous challenges in there. And so in my mind, it's really difficult for me to reconcile in my mind how agriculture can be a priority, but we're only allocating $18 million to it, or $19 million, I should say. Madam President, what I believe and is that land acquisitions have been a big part of the hustle over the past years. Again, by the well-connected, land is inappropriately given to a favored few at a pittance. Then it is reacquired by government at market rates. We all know this scheme. It has been happening for so long, resulting in a windfall for the players involved. This results in a double whammy for the people of Belize. They are left on the hook for these ridiculous reacquisition costs, while they continue to lose their land to these schemes. And so these, Madam President, in my view, are corrupt schemes, and I'm hoping that at some point they can be addressed, but for some reason, no one seems to be too bothered about it. Madam President, on debt, the debt is around $4.67 billion. This is around 66% of GDP, but I want to use a different measure. And I know that at 66% of GDP, I think that it's well accepted that that is sustainable. But if we look at it in terms of our national budget, debt accounts for 245% of our national budget. 245% of our national budget, I should say. I know that the normal comparison, Madam President, as I mentioned, is to GDP, but really when you compare it to the national budget, it really puts it in perspective in terms of the magnitude of our challenge. It is a challenge, Madam President, because each year we need to borrow for budgetary support to pay for capital expenditures, but also to close the gap, the financing gap, which again is part of what the debt gives rise to. So let me go a little deeper into it. This coming year, we will borrow $251 million in budgetary support. If we borrow $250 million each year for the next 10 years, Madam President, we would have borrowed $2.5 billion in 10 years. And this would be an additional debt. This year we are paying $140 million down on our debt. So these are principal payments. And so in 10 years, if we use the same 10 years to calculate, we would have paid down $1.4 billion of debt over the next 10 years. This would give a net increase in debt of around $1.1 billion. And so if you look at it, Madam President, the trajectory is not going down, it's really going up. And so I believe we have to continue, and this is really a very conservative estimate, because generally I think that it goes a little higher than that, than what is projected and what is budgeted. So, Madam President, I mentioned this to say that we have to continue to be prudent in terms of our approach, in terms of how we acquire new debt, how we manage it, how we spend in these budgets, and what we decide to spend on. In the next 10 years, Madam President, while we're on debt, we will be paying $1.9 billion in interest payments if we use what was budgeted this year in interest payments. So if you add what we're paying back in terms of principal and debt over the next 10 years, Madam President, we'll be paying around $3.3 billion. Again, significant amounts. Those certainly take away from what you can do internally when you have to service these debts. And I mention this, Madam President, simply because we want to make sure, or we want to try as much as possible, for Belize not to fall in that debt trap. And by debt trap, Madam President, we refer to debt trap as having to borrow to pay back debt. I would like to, if you'll allow me, Madam President, to just highlight a few of the ministries in terms of what was budgeted and what was spent. And I'll try to do this as quickly as possible. Last year, Madam President, we budgeted $11 million. $12 million were spent. And this year we're budgeting $17 million. So I see a huge increase actually for the judiciary. And I believe that, you know, a lot is going on in that area. I mean, we've seen several initiatives in that area. I'm just highlighting it. The Ministry of Public Service, Madam President, they budgeted last year $37 million. They spent 34, which is so they spent less than what was budgeted, but this year they're being given $42 million. The Ministry of Finance budgeted $570 in the previous year, Madam President. This year they spent $500 million, and this year, again, it's being budgeted at $575 million. This is really a ministry that continues to see increases in terms of its budget, but I also know that a lot of the expenditures come from the Ministry of Finance to pay. Ministry of Health budgeted last year $181 million, spent $180, and this year $199 million is budgeted. And I note, Madam President, that there was also a reallocation or a reclassification last year. So in the recurrent expenditures of around, I think it was $185 million, I believe, or $85 million. The Ministry of Agriculture, and I've mentioned this previously, Madam President, they budgeted $18 million last year. This year, they spent $18 million, and this year they'll be given $19 million. I've always felt that agriculture should have more to work with because of its importance to the economy. Tourism budgeted 13, spent 14 million, and this year they're budgeting, the budget is $16 million, Madam President. Now the one that I was not able to completely understand, Madam President, is Ministry of Home Affairs. And this is, I believe, this is where the police comes under. So what was budgeted was $115 million, and then we spent $128 million. But I noticed that the budget for this year is $122 million. And so in my mind, I'm thinking that there are normally police recruits and their additions to the police department. This would be on page 16. But I'm not seeing that. So perhaps that, you know, the police department will stay where it is. But when you listen to what the Senator Faber mentioned, and you're looking at the threats we have right now, you're looking at the cartels up north, the threat of the cartels throughout the country, I believe. When you look at the challenges we have in the inner cities, it's difficult for me to understand why there wouldn't have been an increase in home affairs. And perhaps there could be perhaps there's a plausible explanation for it, but I could not. It really did not jump out at me when I was reviewing the numbers. Ministry of Economic Transformation and Investment budgeted $34 million, or spent $23 million, and then now it's being budgeted at $30 million again, Madam President. And then Ministry of National Defense. And this is one ministry, every year they under budget. And I really believe that someone is not taking their responsibilities seriously there, because every year, you see 1,838 personnel never moves for the past, hasn't moved for the past 5 years. And then they're always under budgeted $5–10 million. And the last one I'll touch on, Madam President, is Ministry of Immigration, Governance and Labor. Budgeted $26 million, spent $21 million, and is budgeting $31 million for the new year. And so if you look at those numbers, Madam President, you'll see that for many of the categories, you'll see significant increase in terms of the spending for this year. And like I had mentioned at the start, Madam President, is that I think we have to bring more of a conservative approach, and that is the big reason why I felt that many of the things in the budget were unrealistic. So in closing, Madam President, when we step back and examine the full picture, revenues that are overly optimistic, expenditures that are aggressively expanding, a wage bill that is clearly out of control, and a debt trajectory that continues to rise, we're left with a very sobering conclusion that the budget is not all anchored in prudence. It's in some ways anchored in wishful thinking. And of course, you know, Madam President, is that wishful thinking is really not a fiscal strategy, and so I'm hoping that we will go back to looking at those numbers again. Because if not, then we'll be right back in this chamber addressing the oversights that we have. A responsible budget, Madam President, must be built on realism, discipline, and accountability. It must confront hard truths, not avoid them. It must prioritize sustainability over short-term political gains. What we have before us instead is a financial plan that assumes everything will go right in an environment where all signals suggest the opposite. Madam President, if revenues fall short again, and all indications suggest that they might, then the government will be forced into more borrowing, deeper deficits, and greater pressure on the Belizean people. And it is always the citizens who ultimately pays the price through higher costs, fewer opportunities, and reduced economic security. So, as we continue down this path, Madam President, as we move to expand the economy, let's do it in a prudent, wise fashion, and let's hope for the best, but really expect the unexpected. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Rosella Arana. Before you proceed, Senator Arana, let me just state for clarity that there is a digital clock on the wall. And so while you may put your timer on, I go by the clock that is on the wall so we can all see, so you can keep noting the clock, and that will indicate to you your time remaining. Senator Arana, you may proceed.
Good afternoon once again, Madam President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Belize. I once more wish each woman in Belize, from coast to the Keys, in all districts, a happy Women's Month. I must make mention that you are the architects of our future, the stewards of our cultures. I honor your resilience and perseverance by overcoming adversities and building homes, businesses, and even communities. So let us all continue to uplift one another. Keep shining, keep rising. And to the Y Will, I know that there were 60 women in this program, and their journey towards leadership, transformational leadership. And they had their virtual meetings, likewise their face-to-face workshops, and which resulted in the debate, the parliamentary debate last week. And so to all these 60 women, the organizers, Senator Galvez, clerk, everybody, whether you participated in the sessions or whether you gave support, mentorship, I say congratulations and thank you for your efforts. Madam President, I make my contributions on the draft estimates and expenditures, revenues for fiscal year 2026-2027 on the theme, budgeting for Belizean prosperity. And though these are uncertain times, I must say that this government is steadfast in attaining its goals. This government aims at achieving its national objectives to establish stability, development, and equitable distribution of resources to improve the quality of life for all Belizeans. This budget, Madam President, focuses on strengthening national security, supporting economic growth, and increasing capital investments. It aims in investing in our infrastructure, education, and strengthening the social projects that may be. It also highlights important interests in the expansion of the national health insurance, fiscal management, the transparency in the development of our country. This government continues to aim at restoring the country's finances to be stable, to be strong, especially knowing that there was in 2020 as they received debt distress. Now, Madam President, I must commend my former colleague at the Orinja Town Council and now Minister of Health and Wellness for doing a splendid job in his ministry and through his vision and the massive support and leadership from our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño. This ministry aims at developing the National Digital Health Strategy 2026-2030 with the establishment of the National Digital Health Steering Committee, which will allow for our health system to become more data-driven with the digitization of electronic health records. Likewise, this ministry plans to develop legal and policy frameworks for the full implementation of the clinical data exchange platform. Additionally, the National Health Insurance will now be expanded to the Kayo district, as most of my colleagues have been stating. The NHI has a benefit package that will be improved with essential primary health care and primary prevention model, further capacity building for the health workforce through scholarships, opportunities, and training programs are put forth, whether they're in general medicine, nursing, psychiatric nursing practitioners, and medical specialists. These scholarships are there at all levels that people who are health workers or health professionals can get their scholarships. There will be a development of the National Strategic Plan for the Prevention and Control for NCDs and Mental Health 2026-2027. So when I listened earlier to the Senator Faber, there is something in mention in this budget as it goes on to health, mental health in particular. In education, I must first start by starting with this quote, as the former First Lady of the United States once said, "The secret to life is education." Education helps to foster national development. It helps to reduce poverty and helps in building a strong, skilled, and resilient workforce. And so, with the Belize Education Upliftment Project, it helps to keep young people out of the streets or off the streets. And so with the free education program that they have instilled, as what the Senator Faber said, he will feel a little relief when his children get to high school. And so this free education, looking at young people getting their uniforms, getting their feeding for lunch, transportation is being provided, and the education, tuition is paid. And so, Madam President, I think about, again, the students, the young people of remote, rural communities all over this country. This free education goes a long way to them and for them. Because not all these students or young people have the opportunity to go to school. Not everyone has parents that can afford to send them to school. And so with this free education program, especially when it comes to rural, remote secondary schools, it goes a very, very long way. Teachers, the restoration of the frozen increments, they are now benefiting. Increase increments, they are now benefiting. And I must shift a little here, Madam President, to the foreign minister. In this budget, there is mention on page 132 of this draft. Where's the book? Yes, help me please. In this book, page 132, does make mention, thank you very much, of the aims at resolving the Belize-Guatemala territorial referendum at the ICJ. All that needed to be done was to look in the book on page 132.
Not the PM speech.
Not the PM speech.
The budget, Senator, the budget.
And added to that, the book also makes mention on the same page that there are attempts to resolve the claim by Honduras for sovereignty over the Sapo de la Keys. So it's not like it's not in the book, it's there. We just have to read it. Now, as I shift over to the Ministry of Economic Transformation, the Ministry of Economic Transformation, which was then the Ministry of Economic Development, builds its focus on 5 key pillars. The government remains accountable and committed to its mandate to serve the people of Belize. These pillars are resilient economic transformation, social protection, sustainable rural development, modernization of public institutions, and climate resistance. With that said, feasibility studies for 2 new hospitals, which is going to be in Punta Gorda town and Orange Walk town, will now be underway. Under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the Ministry of Economic Transformation, there will be 2 major healthcare infrastructure from CABE, which is the Central American Development for Economic Integration. This study sets the framework for 2 modern, resilient, and well-equipped health facilities. Also, it proposes developments aimed at enhancing service delivery, patient care, and operational efficiency. This study will also guide decisions related to facility design, medical equipment needs, and long-term functionality to support improved health outcomes in these 2 districts. Under Economic transformation, again, with the investment from the Green Climate Fund, the building the adaptive capacity of sugarcane farmers in the northern Belize project will deliver climate-resilient seedlings, improving drainage and irrigating system while creating capacity building for farmers, ensuring that the industry is not only recovering, but also future-proofed of disease, virus, and fungi. Santander, on the other hand, is constructing a sugar refinery in Belize. They will generate local manufacturing jobs, adding value to local sugar, increasing the value of exports, and enhancing food security in CARICOM, which has to impact all its refined sugar. And again, this is going to benefit our country, Belize. Additionally, a $40 million Belize dollars project for rural and urban electrification program with IDB will take place, whereby all communities with no electricity, including those in the Toledo district, will be electrified. The objective of this program is to contribute to improving conditions and economic opportunities for remote rural populations in Belize through access to electricity services and to enable the promotion and the use of electricity in rural areas. This is going to enhance businesses, schools, households, and even farming, to name a few. As we look at Monkey River in southern Belize, they face a severe long-term coastal erosion crisis where the sea literally dissolves homes. The football field erasing, and the cemetery over the past 26 years is going slowly. This erosion is caused by a combination of so many factors relating to climate change, reduced sediment supply from upstream, deforestation, and waterway changes. Today, with the help from the government of Belize, through the Ministry of Rural Transformation and Climate Finance Unit, a seawall has been built to restore the land in that area. Now, monies has been allocated to repair the Monkey River village front dock. And as I shift from the Ministry of Economic Transformation, I now go into the Ministry of Sustainable Development. Under solid waste management, the ministry is investing and expanding in solid waste separation and organic waste management. Waste management can be a recovery tool for reuse and sustainability. With the home composting project, pilot project, households in Orange Walk, Dangriga, and Benqueviejo town have joined the program. 2 more composting plants in San Ignacio town and San Pedro town are now on the way with feasibility studies. The home composting pilot project is an environmental initiative notably implemented in Belize by Recycle Organics to convert organic waste into nutrient-rich compost, which helps to reduce methane. And composting can be used in agriculture when we're talking about organic products. Looking at methane emissions, it is not good for climate. This composting helps to combat climate change. Another initiative from the forestry is the Green Belize initiative with the aim of planting 1 million trees over 10 years. And people might say, this is impossible. But if you look at our population and we plant this year, it is achievable. The aim of this project is to restore the ecosystems, combat climate change, and enhance biodiversity. This also helps to support sustainable land management, protect watersheds, support community-led conservation projects, and reforestation. Every one of us can plant a tree, whether you're a student, whether you're 2 years old, the elderly, the workforce, the entire nation of this country can plant 1 tree. It doesn't matter the type of tree as long as it's planted. Some people would look at trees that will last a lifetime. Go for it. At the end of the day, these trees help in also combating climate change. And as someone once said at a conference, as it relates to climate change, the waves may be very hard and strong and powerful, but if we pull together as a people, we can help to combat climate change. So let us work together. Plant that tree, whether it is a mahogany tree, whether it is a cedar tree, or even a mango tree. We can do it. At the end of the day, again, climate change is everybody's business, so we need to do our part. And so, the Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill has been created, 2025. It is a legal framework introduced to establish a national carbon market to regulate greenhouse gases emission and enhance climate resilience in line with the Paris Agreement. Through the efforts of the National Climate Change Office, there has been planning to strengthen capacities funded by the GEF for capacity building initiatives for transparency project, and the office also strengthened national system for tracking climate change investment. And as I move on to human development, Madam Speaker, Madam President, is a fundamental part of a nation's capacity, where it enhances freedom and well-being. It empowers individuals to live fulfilling lives and drive societal progress and social stability. And when I was digging into my research and doing a little bit of it, research, I found this quote under Roots for Actions, a United Nations Development Program, which states, "Human development is about giving people more freedom to live lives they value. This means developing people's abilities and giving them a chance to use them." And after listening to the minister in charge of human development, family support, and gender affairs, I was touched because her ministry is doing a lot, advocating and empowering people to appreciate the value of being given a second chance in life. Whether it is in strengthening child protection systems for our Belizean children, or advancing the family bill, or even strengthening the rehabilitation system, it is worth working for. She and her team are impacting lives and giving it value. This ministry has implemented the Women's Empowerment Project. They have advanced the Gender-Based Violence Action Plan. With the help of the Justice of the Peace Association and the Attorney General's Office, they will be introducing the Domestic Violence Bill. They are strengthening elderly care and expanding Boost program to individuals and households in this country. The ministry's work is not limited to what I have just mentioned. There are so many other things that they have been doing. However, in 2026-2027, they will continue to finalize and adopt the operationalize the social protection policy and strategy, which includes the Boost program. Public assistance and care services advances the gender-based violence legislative reform, strengthen the child and family protection frameworks, finalize, prepare, and roll out the new parenting policy and curriculum. Furthermore, the ministry will increase caregiving compensation, expand the elderly home visiting program, operationalize the Disabilities Act, establish a commission for disabilities, continue to fully implement the Gender Strategy Plan 2025-2028, and the multi-sectorial protocols for gender-based violence. This ministry will launch the Youths Making a Difference mentorship program. And like all other ministries, this ministry is working hard to make people's lives better. Madam President, as I reflect back on the team, budgeting for Belizean prosperity, we can see the essence of its priorities, our values, our vision for the future. It determines whether we invest in our people, strengthen our economy, and create opportunities for all, or whether we fall short of meeting the needs of those we serve. This government is investing in the lives of its people. This government is strengthening the economy one step at a time. This government is creating opportunities for all its people and this government is meeting the needs of this nation. This government, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and his team of ministers and area representatives, are moving Belize forward into prosperity, one step at a time. They are committed to be accountable, transparent, responsible in their decision making. They are most definitely excellent stewards of the people's trust in the functioning of their government. I, after considering the short terms, the long term, and even the medium term effects of this budget, and how it promotes sustainable growth, equity, and national development, Madam Speaker, I must say that I fully support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Pastaway.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My speech is laced with Madam President, so I trust that you will forgive me just in case I make errors. With your indulgence, Mr. President, can I please read from my notes? Well, I rise to speak on what is only my second speech on the nation's budget. Less than a year ago, I was cutting my teeth on draft estimates of revenue and expenditure 2025-26. And just like that, here we are again. This year, I tried my best to prioritize listening to as many budget presentations as I possibly could. That of the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, Deputy Prime Minister, key ministers expounding on the achievements of their ministries, as well as those of the opposition representatives as they gave their honest opinions on the state of the economy, rising cost of living, efficiencies in the system, etc. It struck me that we are growing and maturing as a nation. There was less bantering, more facts. Yet, of course, there were some heated moments from both sides. But we got to see and heard some opposition members, even the leader of the opposition, commending the current administration for certain achievements and decisions. Assistance to her constituency, some bipartisan support for certain initiatives, certain aspects of the NHI, aspects of the community vote, and even across the aisle, certain ministers were praised for their work, their assistance. There were even some cheers from the government side as the opposition acknowledged some of these things. I know this might irk the traditionally polarized party hacks who prefer a speech full of opposing views, but I see it as a positive development in a maturing democracy in Belize. Hopeful that when the tide turns, because it eventually turns, you know, that the same will continue. That the same will continue. Not to say that there wasn't intense debate, you know, on certain budget items, for example, low-income housing, a project, by the way, that I've said before that I'm proud to associate myself with. I also heard some ministers of government bemoan rising costs of living of ordinary Belizeans. Rather than just tote the traditional victor chant that all is well and that the state vessel called Belize is smooth sailing and sparkling waters, instead some acknowledged mistakes along the way, commenting that many Belizeans, despite the progress made, are still struggling and that more can still be done. The Deputy Prime Minister's speech, for example, shared some of the difficulties that still exist within this country, and they do. How to improve the lives of Belizeans. I heard the Deputy Prime Minister publicly chide rabid political land department workers for rejecting or denying opposition land application forms, saying this must stop now. I heard the Minister of Tourism speak directly to the Belizean population about the many illegal garbage dumping sites, chiding us to do better and to keep our country clean. Another unusual yet positive move in our democracy. As we debate the budget, the government side should also be able to point out difficulties as we move ahead, just as the opposition has been able to say certain areas that they believe is going well. I believe this is progress. This is also development. I too have my highlights of the last year, and I welcome further development that is going to take place or has begun to take place. Number one, the issue of infrastructure development. It is close to my heart. I've traveled to many parts of the world, and every time my plane lands back in Belize, I feel that sense of we're being left behind developmentally. And so the previous administration under the UDP, there was a lot of infrastructure development in some of the municipalities and highways. And so I welcome more infrastructure development. The George Price Highway that is going to be, there's an ambitious highway upgrade, new bridges, etc. that are slated. I welcome the parts of the budget that will help our country to look more modern. Let's catch up with Chatomal. They have a train now. Melchor looks far different than when I was a child growing up. I come from the south of the country. I'm proud of my southern roots, and some parts of the south look the same way when I was a child, even though I am now 56 years old. Celebrated my birthday this past weekend. I want to see development across the length and breadth of this nation. 22nd, you're 21st? And belated happy birthday. But I am happy to see that infrastructure. Now, of course, we will have to, as a nation, discuss how we are going to move through all of the traffic jams that are going to take place. It will be a major test of our resilience and of our patience. Infrastructure. The second is education. $13 million earmarked for educational grants. free tuition for all government schools. I applaud that there is this move. But remember, I am also the senator representing the churches. Sometimes I feel as if we are trying to penalize parents who send their children to religious institutions. When, if you go to a government school now, a high school, they are going to get free education. But if you are the kind of parent like I am that would prefer my child to get education at a religious school, then I have to carry the burden. Even if I am religious, and I pay taxes too. I have business as well. We work as well. So there's no such thing as secular tax and Christian tax or religious tax. There's just tax. So I look forward to free education rolling out into religious schools as well. Now I must pause here and recall that a few months ago, teachers from religious institutions did get that additional, I think it was 40%, to cover religious schools, did get something. So that now 100% of teachers' salaries are being paid, which I stood up and I thanked the government at that point in time. But we're moving forward. Now, after the government gave that 100% to the teachers, I understand that they're trying to bring church schools now under the smart stream system, after there was a commitment that that fund would continue to come to these religious institutions and then they would pay the teachers. So I would like that to be addressed, because there was a commitment that was made. I've just said, parents should not feel that they are penalized because they prefer a religious institution or religious instruction for their children. So I look forward that as we continue to move forward as a nation, that students who go to religious secondary schools will also be able to benefit from this great move of free education. Number 3, health. Again, I think these are very good things that are taking place within our country. My district, the Kayo district, will now get NHI. We are now on NHI. The budget says $57 million, and it represents a $7 million increase over the previous year. And I didn't hear that the first time from the Prime Minister's speech. I got a telephone call from my wife, who, of course, runs Plus TV, and she said, we're going to send in our names to be on that list. And so I was very excited when I found out that NHI would come to the Kayo district. Again, out of the south, so I look forward to the full national rollout. Everything is a process, but it's time for the entire nation to enjoy this NHI. And of course, government, hospitals, etc., around the world, sometimes they get a hard rap. They are slower. I'm going to speak about a student. I'm not going to call any names. Belizean student over in Mexico got sick, went to the government hospital, was there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, did not get to see the doctor until 8 o'clock that night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have relatives and friends in the UK under the government system where when it's time for them to see a specialist, it's a 7-month, 6-month schedule to go. So there are some areas that we are doing better than other countries, but by including NHI with some of these private clinics, Belizeans are able to see specialists in very, very short period of time. I won't get into the Cuban the Cuban crisis. I have my own opinion and philosophy on those types of stuff, so I will move on. But we do live in a time when I don't think that as the government we should try play bad man or push out with chess. We really need the proper diplomacy in this day and age to make sure that Belizeans have, in this changing realities and the global realities, that we make wise decisions as a small nation and as we move forward. Number 4, again, a highlight that I see is housing. $8 million allocated for low-income housing. This is close to my heart because I was asked to sit on the committee that selects people. And I shared it last year. I'm going to share it again. I don't mind putting my face out there so that if you say somebody they rent their small income house, let's know about it. But there was a situation at one time where somebody was selling drugs from their home and they had to be removed from that situation. So we're not saying that it is a perfect program, but it is a program that all Belizeans should be proud of, and I am 100% sure that PUPs and UDPs and NOPs have benefited from this housing program. And I was asked to be there to ensure, as a part of the team, that there is fairness in distribution. I can't say 100%, but we are trying our best. One of the things I want to say to the government is that you need another housing project beside the poor, this low-income housing project. You need another project because you are the ones who promised the people 10,000 houses. And then when I ask, how do you count the 10,000 house? You will say, oh, it includes DFC and it includes the banks and it includes all of these things for the 10,000 houses. Okay, that may be so, but if the project that the government is directly responsible for is the poor, is the low-income housing, then everybody is trying to get in. Even if they don't qualify as low-income earners, they will try to qualify. When they fill out that application form, they will tell you how bad they are doing. They may not be necessarily doing that bad, but you can't fault the Belizean if they want to pay $100 a month too, and that's the only program you have. So the pressures are high. And one thing I find out, if that Belizeans really want to get in, they will try to qualify themselves. It's, I poor, things really bad. And it can also shadow some of the real people, some of the people who really need it. So I'm asking the government, and I've said this before to the other members of the committee. So where's the project that maybe they pay $300 a month or $500 a month? Why am I standing here like this, talking like this? Well, previously, when there was a housing project under the then Right Honorable Said Musa, I was able to get a house. I paid for it, but it was a public-private partnership. I proudly live in an area that is called the Habit Housing Area. I am a beneficiary of a program. I love the program. I go home. Every time I go home to a well-built home, ferroconcrete, beautiful, plus TV is in one such building. It was a government project, but we paid. So yes, congratulations to the government for these 100 a month. As I say, I'm a part of it because I want to see the housing stock improve. And I think there's a problem as it relates to San Pedro Kikaka. because they pay some of the highest rent. I think they pay by week. And some of the houses are from plywood because the people are struggling. And yes, you can travel to any part of this country and you will see those ferroconcrete structures. And if you go to those places, you will not find them. You will not find them. So I love the small income housing program, but we have to find how to reach San Pedro and Kikaka. We have to find how to reach them. And government, we need a second project so that everybody knows they say, I pour, and I only can afford 100. So it will take the pressure off that program. Let's have that other program. And also, as it relates to maybe the credit unions, I believe some of them have their own programs and so on. Let's advertise it if the government is helping with seed financing so that those banks and credit unions can give loans with better credits. Let's do it. We're counting on you. This is an excellent program. I support it fully. I would like to see one where people don't have to say, "I poor." They can say, "I can afford it. I can afford it." It's affordable, but they end up with a house. So that house I got, that I paid for, but the government made available through its policy, changed my life, changed my economic situation, allowed me to start a business, and has changed my entire economic trajectory. I'm not here to talk PUP or UDP. I just here to tell you these programs move people out of poverty. I can add more to that. That some of these single ferroconcrete structures that some of these people have now gotten, you go in there, you look like states. You look like Instagram. It has, I see some of the photographs inside and I can't believe it is Belize. They just needed a hand up. It look like Instagram, it look like picture from Instagram. I'll send you some. As I said, some of these things they're close to my heart. So I'm a pastor. I care about people's living condition. And I'm not worried about their color. Color is great. Colors change, you know. And you do good, you get the vote. You don't do good, you know and get it. And so there is another thing that I want to speak positively about as well. National Bus Company. That's a risk. What a big risk. Why do I call it a big risk? And I think a necessary risk. Because if the government is out of what is supposed to be called public transport system, it's supposed to be a public transport system to keep prices low, to keep people moving, but then all of the routes are given out with many, many different licenses to the private sector, and then everybody to do their own thing. How will you get cash to infuse into the public transport system so that they can have better buses? That's been the problem. And so I congratulate Dr. Zabane and his team. I think it takes a lot of boldness to say, let's do something radically different. So now government is back in the bus industry and will be able to attract the money to upgrade the buses. I'm not saying that there aren't problems to iron out, etc. But I like to see bold moves. One of the things I can't talk about is the port. Why? You have, how the island name, that's why I tell you I can't talk about it. You have State Bank, and then you have the Belize Port project, and then on the, is it the Siboon River, the mouth of the Siboon River, that's the magical. You know, I tell you, for me, it's not a political issue. For me, I just want somebody win. I just want I just want the place look better. I want something beautiful. We need something beautiful in, out, or around Belize City. So I'm not into the who and win and who and lose. I want it to be fair. I want it to benefit the Belizean people. I'm not going to tell you which one I believe in or not believe in. But we've been going around in circles for years. And I understand, yes, it has to be done in an environmentally sound way. But for me, I'm not saying which of the three I want. I'm just saying, can the right one please step forward and let's have a beautiful face for the country of Belize, so that the next time I land in, we could have one next place that we can be proud of. So how many years will the port thing drag out? As I'm saying, I'm not putting my vote in any of the three. But I want something that Belizeans can be proud of, that can change the face of Belize City. But I want it to be fair, and I want the right one to be done that benefits everybody. So I don't have a favorite. I just want a good one win. So we're going around in circles and circles and circles, and then Chetomal, it have train. Before you know it, Chetomal will beat you and have the port. If we just keep going around in circles. I want to see my nation developed. All right, now, that's based on the speeches and the things that I like that are taking place. Budget. This 2026-27 budget, it chronicles the government's desire to continue the work started in its Plan Belize manifesto. More roads, bridges, houses for the poor, educational programs, opportunities, health care, more first-time landowners, and so on. The budget presentation, the season, boy, it turned out to be in the middle of shifting international landscape and realities, eh? So you're planning the budget and Venezuela happened, and Cuba, then we're trying to talk about this zone of peace, and then you have the shifting tariff regimes. You have what the Prime Minister called in his speech strains on the rules-based order and more pronounced great power rivalry, end of quote. That's how he termed it. And then, of course, we have the conflict with Russia and Ukraine. That's now in its fourth year. One thing I believe that was not foreseen was this war in Iran, because it started, I think, after the budget had already must have made that at the printing press. Iran, and the direct effect it would immediately have on fuel prices. Those have remained fairly stable and a dependable source of income for the government. I'm talking about fuel prices in the past. As the Prime Minister admitted that up to 50% of recurrent expenditures are met by monies collected by government from its take on fuel sales. In my speech last year, I spent significant time discussing the effect of fuel prices on inflation. And now here we are. One of the main ways that we get hard cold cash is under attack because there's a war somewhere else. I think the Prime Minister has stated that they have absorbed about $1 on each gallon, which will total to about $80 million over the year that they are not taking. That's a comment that's coming from the government side. But I know that we depend upon fuel taxes. And the prices are going up all over, including Belize. So I am concerned about this budget. I am concerned about whether or not the numbers on the page mean what will express what we get to see, both from the revenue side and the expenditure side. I am concerned because of circumstances beyond our control. And I have said already that we depend too heavily upon this fuel tax. In last year's figures, government touted a GDP growth of 8.2 for 2024. And I want to ask the public to follow my numbers here, because these are the numbers that you, the government, gave us. You told us that GDP growth in 2024 was 8.2. That is a massive growth rate. A historic 3% unemployment rate. And then you also said that a debt to GDP ratio that was down from 132% to 61. Those were numbers that you gave us as the government. You stated that Belize is surpassing regional performance. Your words, government. But in this year's budget speech, the 8.2 that you touted last year disappeared, and you used 3.2 for the same year. That's less than half. So you sold us 8.2, but you delivered half of that, less than half of it. For the same year, Prime Minister in this year's speech said this. He said, last year our economy grew by 1.9%. This year the projection is 2.3%. The latest employment report by Statistical Institute of Belize shows a historic low of 2%. Your numbers. Government is also claiming in the Prime Minister's budget speech that in 2025, Belizean households experience a meaningful ease of price pressure. I'm going to repeat that. That's what the Prime Minister said. This is what he said. I will repeat it. In 2025, Belizean households experienced a meaningful easing of price pressures. He said inflation fell. I'm quoting his speech. I have it in writing. He said inflation fell to 1.1%, down sharply from 3.3% in 2024, and the near record high of 6.3% in 2022. So the Prime Minister is telling us that inflation is going down. Down from 6.3, down to 3.3, and now to 1.1. Inflation is going down in Belize, according to the speech, according to your numbers. Well, when the Deputy Prime Minister stood up to give his presentation, he said that the inflation we are experiencing is imported. So which is it, up or down? One is saying it's going down, the other one is saying it's up, but it's not us, it's imported. He said we don't cause higher prices, that's inflicted. We have not raised taxes. I'll continue. The CEO of BTL, in explaining why he wanted to acquire Smart, said it's because of the high inflation. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't have it both ways. Where when you want to do something bad, like acquire Smart, then inflation is high, and this is how you are going to juggle things to make it work. And then when you come for the speech, you're tracking low inflation. Huh? No? No? He said, we don't cause higher prices. That's inflated. We have not raised taxes. So inflation You know, tacos. So otherwise we're going to have an academic mathematical discussion on rate versus ratio versus percentage. Make we talk tacos then. Because I remember 4 tacos for $1. Then it became 3 tacos for $1. Well, sorry for bringing up tacos, but that explain. Okay. Anyway, Mr. President.
Members, please let
We're not
us allow
talking about ingredients.
Please let us allow the senator to continue in his presentation.
I still want to use tacos, but we remember when it was 4 for $1. And then it was 3 for $1. Now, some are selling 2 for $1, and if you get the 3, you have to put in the extra shilling. So we could talk mathematical, and we could talk analytical, and we could versus ratio to percent to this to that. But at the end of the day, you know what the people want to hear about inflation, and you know how they want it to affect them. They want it down, and they want their money to stretch more. They want to be able to buy what they used to could buy, or at least close to it, at the end of the day. So whether they're 2 tacos. And I know that you know that the dollar van costs $2. So there's, it's still called dollar van, but the $2. Yeah, that. So to me, it matters whether by the street or how the people feel. See? Now, SIB announced that from January to October, inflation was at 1.2%, and that it went up by 0.9% in October. So that's 1.2 plus 0.9. No? All right, no problem. But they said that the reason why inflation went up was food, water, housing, electricity, and gasoline. San Pedro and Burgess Key experiencing the highest inflation rates at a whopping 3.2. I'm sorry for San Pedro people. I'm sorry for people who go out to San Pedro to go to work. They work for 6 months and they make very good pay, and when they're finished, they're not got no money. They come back on the mainland and they try to survive until our next tourist season come again. So that which they make is gone even while they are out there. I mentioned the fact that in Cancun, there is a tourism zone. There's a Cancun that is the tourism zone, and then there is a Cancun proper that is the municipality. So you can live in the municipality, experience the prices of the municipality, go work in the tourist zone, not experience the prices in the tourist zone, but when you finish work, you go back to the municipality with regular prices. San Pedro doesn't have that. Titicaca doesn't have that. They experience the same prices in many different areas that the tourists face. We have to deal with that situation if tourism money is going to be meaningful to the ordinary person. So they separate the tourist zone where the prices are different. And then you can go to a supermarket in the very same Cancun and experience some of the same prices you experience in Chetumal. So, leading Caribbean economist Dr. Victor Bulwa Thomas, Professor Emeritus, he conducted a lecture at the University of Belize's Policy Research Institute, where he launched a new policy research paper titled The Belizean Economy in the 21st Century, When and Why Belize Fell Behind and What to Do About It. So this is not me now and my not understanding inflation. This is Professor Emeritus. In his research paper, Victor Bulwa Thomas argued that Belize's economy has been stagnant for just about 20 years and has been getting poorer in comparison to its regional partners. We can see that for those of us who visit the neighboring countries and the Caribbean. This is what he said. Belize has effectively been falling in relative terms. Its position, both within the Caribbean and within Central America, has deteriorated quite seriously. So, only Jamaica and Haiti have a lower GDP per head using a 3-year average and constant prices. He argued that we are still in recovery mode heading back to 2007 levels. Not me now, Professor Emeritus. So we have a lot of numbers and we have a lot of spin. Bulwer, Dr. Bulwer Thomas, his words, that even our growth spurts are simply trying to bring us back to 2007 levels, and then Jamaica is finding oil, Guyana found oil, and I don't want to say, repeat again from previous as it relates to our natural resources. It's either natural resources, new services, or it's going to be gasoline. Belizeans don't like to hear it, but that's what I think it is. Mr. President, on one hand, we are claiming that the economy is growing and that there is positive GDP growth, yet the numbers that I have before me from the estimates show a different story. I always try to take a close look at revenue, because that, to me, tells us the most important story about the amount of our earned money that we have to spend, earned money. That represents the genuinely generated monies directly from our economy, because it does not include grants or loans. So if the economy really grow, then the tax base grow, so the tax you collect, the revenue should really grow. Should. So, what do we see in this budget?
Member, I just want to remind you of 5 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I should be able to make it if I would beg your indulgence for 5 more additional after that 5. Some other people were helping me with my speech, so, but anyway, we're yeah, not AI, not AI. It's IA. IA. We see that it was, so what do we see in this budget? We see that it was projected for 2025-2026 last year that we would have collected 1.5 billion in tax revenue. But the projection column now shows 1.4 billion. In other words, it is a whopping $57 million less than what was estimated. But even worse is that it is less than what was collected the previous year, 2024-25, when it was 1.51 billion which was collected. That's a shrinkage. Our biggest revenue earners are pay-as-you-earn income tax, pay-as-you-earn income tax, the business tax, and GST. If we take a look at the line item for pay-as-you-earn in the estimates, it was projected that we would have collected 149 million. But what was actually collected? The adjusted column shows that it is now 130 million. That's $19 million less than what was predicted. Again, this 130 million is even less than what was actually collected for the 2024-25 year, which was $146 million. That too is a shrinkage of 16 million. Let's take a look at business tax, which, as I said, is one of the highest income generating tools for government as well. It was estimated that last year we would have collected 291 million in business tax, but what was actually adjusted to, it was adjusted down to 269 million. And then that's a smaller turn again. It's smaller than the business tax that was collected the previous year, which was 297.6. In other words, this year we should have been closer to 300 million, but it shrunk again. So that's a third indicator that we see shrinkage. So how can it be that we're claiming that we have moved unemployment from 3% down to 2%, but the pay as you earn has decreased instead of increased. Instead of going up, it went down. We have claimed that there are more businesses, and I look forward to that 900 new registered businesses to eventually take up their place. More businesses doing more business, yet the business tax is significantly less. So we're claiming an increase in economic activity while the revenue is showing that the economy is shrinking, but you are collecting less than you anticipated for the year, and you're collecting even less than the previous year. GST was up only by 0.3%. GST. So we have a budget before us that anticipates a growth in revenue to $1.79 billion, which is an increase of $139 million compared to the past year, which according to the budget speech is 8.5% growth. And as I mentioned before, that is in the face of the current Iranian war, which is now manipulating world prices, petroleum prices, fertilizer prices, stock markets, and will determine the performance of the economy into the future. And they are already saying Cuba is next. Those are the war pundits. So I think that we are heading into problems when I look at this budget. I will wrap up. I need to make it clear that I want my country to do well. It means I want this government to do well. I intend to play my part at all levels, including in this honorable chamber. It is said that when the tide rises, all ships rise. PUP ships rise, UDP ships rise, non-aligned ships rise, religious and non-religious ships will float, male and female gender ships will float. Regardless of what culture you identify, your ship will float when the tide rises. I will do my part. I do my part when I seek to rise on any bill that enters this honorable Senate. When I ask difficult questions in committee, or we invite professionals to come in to seek clarity, to understand vague bills, I'm doing my part. When I believe that the language needs to be clarified or strengthened, or that a bill sent back to the lower house or to the ministry from which it came, it had to go, where I believe I'm doing my part. I'm not being contrary. I do my part. A passed bill is not the people's portion, nor a politician's right. Not just to pass a bill. We want good bills, well put together with a proper consultation at all levels. That's the people's portion. Not every bill is a good bill, but we are here to make every bill better. I'll do my part when I fight against the ills of society, which includes drugs and alcohol addiction. Whether I preach from the pulpit or on the street, I do it when I join together with my fellow independent senators to speak and act against any decision or suggestion or policy that makes us morally or economically in the wrong direction, contrary to the clear and vocal wishes of the people of Belize. I'm doing my part. So we don't want just some ships to rise. We want all ships to rise. In conclusion, this weekend or next weekend is Easter. And I am grateful to the many municipalities that are joining together with the churches, Corozal, Orange Walk, this village, the town council, city council. Belize City will have a renewal. Mayor Bernard, Mayor Wagner of Belize City and his councillors, they will have a revival with Sinach. In the south, we're teaming up with Dr. Zabani to host Christ Safari in Dangriga. We love our country. A couple of weeks ago, at Renueva, I witnessed the UDP Mayor Trapp and PUP Aaron Mai worshiping together. Yesterday, I saw a viral photograph of the leader of the opposition, Tracy Panton, and Belize City Mayor Wagner at the BNTU annual conference, worshiping and working together. I think that our country can be better when we work together. And so I thank you for this opportunity to share. Have a blessed Easter. God bless you. God bless Belize. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now take the opportunity to make our interventions on the 2026-2027 budget. But before that, and since it is Women's Month, And I see that Senator Galvez has joined me, as well as Senator Pitts in wearing bright colors. I just want to say Happy Women's Month to Madam President, to Madam Clerk, Senator Galvez, all the fellow women here today, and congratulate them on the incredible effort with involving our young women in debates and engaging in parliamentary sessions or mock parliamentary sessions. The reality with women's empowerment is that the latest statistics show that for our country, for example, we have really already surpassed the gap when it comes to tertiary education for women. We have been narrowing the gap when it comes to equal pay. We have been narrowing the gap when it comes to longevity and health issues. But where we really are falling behind, way behind, and in fact Belize is actually has the largest gap in the region of the countries that are measured in terms of the gap, is political empowerment of women. And yes, we do have women senators, but we also need elected women officials, and decision making, when we have that balance, I think it's always for the better, having balanced decision making. So I just want to point that out, and thanks to the women for the solidarity in narrowing that gap, especially the women parliamentarians. As the NGO sector, we share and echo many of the remarks already made on the 2026-2027 budget. There were many of these that celebrate things that the new budget will bring to us. I think everybody is in agreement that health and education are key to our country, and we see where the government is making strides there. But we also have many of the same concerns and questions that several of the fellow senators have brought up. Therefore, I will not repeat these, but rather I think we want to intervene today in a different way, in a way that hopefully helps us to reflect on the current budget and to envision a way forward with future budgeting for our country. I know that I really enjoyed Senator Herrera's presentation, breaking down the numbers and the figures. And we have all seen the draft budget figures. But where we want to call on reflection on these figures is something that Senator Herrera mentioned, and something that we really want to emphasize as the NGO sector, and it is that the last audited financials for our country are from 2016-2017. Those are a decade old. And even these audited financials included a disclaimer. A disclaimer of opinion in an audit is usually issued when the auditor cannot obtain sufficient or appropriate evidence to form an opinion on the financial statements, rendering them unable to express one. This sort of last resort report occurs due to material and pervasive scope limitations, such as severe record gaps or a lack of auditor independence. This is a big deal. We really need to do better as a country. If we want to present budgets, we really need to be able to report back to the people on how those funds are spent. And although the audited reports are a decade old, they really continue to indicate that there is loss of public funds due to waste, leakages, in some instances, possible corruption, and that some of this may be as high as $1 million a day. And if you are astonished by this figure, isn't it that we should be doing everything possible to determine what that figure actually is? Because what if it is higher? The hearings of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, Mr. President, in this very same space where we are today, also continue to reveal that the constitutionally appointed office of the Auditor General is being outrightly rejected. It was very recent in the news that the Auditor General has testified that her representatives were denied entry to not one, but 2 different publicly funded offices. This is a big deal. And here is the real big deal. For us, the big picture perspective is that as a people, as our culture, we have a very interesting relationship with money, managing money, accounting for money, and dare we say, getting to the point one day of making sure that we're getting value for money. I think there's been a lot of debate in the public space about value for money, with several proposals that we have seen. Furthermore, as the geopolitical landscape evolves in very dramatic ways, and I believe that the fellow senators called on this situation, we need to work hard to make sure that we are really in the best position to mitigate wherever and however we can these global shocks that we're experiencing. More than ever, we are learning that as a country, our independence, both philosophically and physically, must be defended. None of the rights that we enjoy are guaranteed, and especially for a small country like ours. And in a small country like ours, I think it cannot be lost on any of us that the pot of money that we have to work with is smaller than most. I do hear you, Senator Wade, on the Chatamal example next door. But we do have to recognize that also with our population, the pot is going to be smaller. Nevertheless, this small pot, it's all we have, it is the people's money. And we have to ensure, including through tax, pension, and other reforms, which I know the government has been undertaking some of that, and that we encourage the government to continue working on. Through these reforms, we have to ensure that we're efficient and effective with our available resources. We need to hold ourselves accountable to being engaged in public financial management. And when I say being held accountable, it also means us in the public space. Our relationship cannot begin with paying taxes and then end with an expectation that corruption is beyond our control. We also have to commit, Mr. President, to making sure that we are thorough. We have heard previous interventions pointing to the fact that money, tens, hundreds, millions of dollars are being left behind in uncollected taxes without any debate or justification made to the public in the way that we debated the earlier bill, as should be. When we are having these tax exemptions and all of that, it should come to the public. It should be in the public eye, as was done today. We heard Senator Herrera mention some of the figures associated with the potential uncollected taxes. And for our NGO community, the issue of taxes is actually very interesting. Historically, for example, the government has always been an ally on waiving taxes for the public good. That is for the, something that is for the benefit, as Senator Pitts earlier said, for the benefit of the many, not the few. What's an example in our sector? The protection of our watersheds, right? All of us need to be able to enjoy clean and abundant water, something that in Belize we do have in abundance, and that possibly we take for granted when our neighbors, for example, Guatemala, we see that droughts and the lack of water is causing the migration of people in these spaces. But today, even some of those gains are not to be taken for granted. And furthermore, I think contrary to what some may believe, our NGO sector is actually held in, to very high compliance standards when it comes to paying taxes and presenting audited financials compared to those who are not meeting their tax obligations. I know that sometimes there's a narrative out there about everything that NGOs get, but the reality is that it is our sector that is holding some of these very same neglected spaces in the budget. I wanted to share that, Senator Arana spoke about a lot of initiatives, for example, related to the Ministry of Sustainable Development, the Ministry of Human Development, that are very close to our heart in the NGO sector, because those are the spaces that we work on a daily basis, trying to meet gaps where, where government cannot do some of that work, from working with the elderly to working with youth, with gender-based violence issues, the environment. And while it's nice to hear of those initiatives, when you look at the budget figures, especially the recurrent budget figures for those key ministries, the budget doesn't really bear the importance of these issues to our society. Most of those ministries associated with some of those initiatives are maybe getting, $11 to $16 million in recurrent budget compared to some of the other ministries. And our country has really been increasing access to resources like land, creating enabling environments for business, but I think the place where we need to do better is innovating on the transparency and accountability measures. We need those performance benchmarks mentioned by Senator Pitts earlier, including through the use of digital platforms to facilitate the payment and collection of taxes. Land, for example, is something that we all speak about, and I'll take a moment to say that until our country has a clear vision of a land use policy and plan and where we are going, we will continue in this business of doing things ad hoc and not being able to come to a common vision, for example, of what is important to protect, because that protects services that people get from Mother Nature, for example, water, for example, clean air, for example, the ability for our soils to regenerate, because it is only natural spaces that hold the biodiversity that allows for that regeneration of soil. Once you cut off the trees, that soil is dead. It needs chemical inputs. And so we really, when we see in the budget, when we see what is in the budget, we see that some of these areas that would really lead our country to have this vision, some type of social contract where we don't have to fight with each other about what should be protected or not protected, what should be for developing urban spaces versus use. I personally would want to see that there is clearly budgeted funds to ensure that we have some of these policies and plans that really advance the vision for us to be united in how we use our limited space. And I mention land because land is finite. We only have these 8,867 square miles, right? We cannot make any more land. Learning how we are governed means learning how our tax dollars are and can work for us. It cannot be a foregone conclusion that taxes on fuel, and I believe this issue was mentioned earlier, a key driver of all our economic activity, is one of the largest revenue inflows to the general revenue stream. Is this really our best option? The impact to the productive sector, to the middle class, is more likely to raise prices and reduce purchasing power. This limited view to our revenue means we are failing to explore how we can innovate and pivot to include all the perspectives that we need to include. As we just saw last week, the voices of young women reverberate with the call, really the demand to be at the decision-making tables. But before we can even envision a gender lens perspective in the budget that would allow for public funds to be distributed equitably, addressing the specific needs of all genders, we need to figure out how we can get half of the population to be able to weigh in on how the budget is managed. If we're talking about women, we're half of the population. We wholeheartedly endorse prioritizing education and health. But what about education and health should we prioritize? Only this week in the news, Mr. President, we are hearing that rules are now being enforced on access to medication like contraception. Where is the national conversation on this? Have we factored in what the national cost of unwanted pregnancies would be, of backdoor abortions? There is some data out there that suggests that for every US dollar spent on family planning services in low and middle income countries, this translates to approximately $3 US saved on maternal, newborn, and abortion care. And I think this is a perfect example of value for money. And therefore, in this vein, when can we get to the budget on issues Senator Faber mentioned, mental health support and the need for counselors nationally? What about special needs education or financial literacy? Are we paying attention to the ministries that deal with the human condition, with human well-being, with the social conditions that we are experiencing? And I just want to highlight those because, yes, the budget should be about infrastructure. As you know, as we said, there are some interesting projects that are there. Yes, it should be about the defense budget. But we have to look that when we invest in people and their well-being and their mental health, that actually will translate to increased productivity, the increased productivity of our citizens. And all of these areas that are mentioned, they do need additional access, but access that is also equal and equitable. Areas that are often left for other sectors, like the not-for-profit sector, to try to contend with and advance in. By engaging directly, Mr. President, citizens can increase accountability, transparency, and equity in public spending while rebuilding trust in the government. So when you hear us speaking out to try to bring these accountability measures in place, to say it would be, you know, the best thing if the government could actually get our financials truly audited and, you know, catch up with our audits, we should not be experiencing these issues that the general auditor is facing in not being able to access records. When the people demand for that, when we demand for that, it really is to strengthen our institutions. That's what we should be doing as Belizeans. Everyone talks a big game about wanting these concepts, but to deliver on accountability commitments, we also must embrace our responsibility as citizens. We must see ourselves in these numbers. And that brings me to another concept that we wish that there would be a very progressive government that would embrace it, and that is participatory budgeting. This is crucial because it transforms the budget from a mere technical document into a tool for democratic empowerment, ensuring public funds are spent on community priorities. For participation to be effective, it must be meaningful, not box-ticking. This requires that citizen decisions are binding, that they carry significant weight, that are inclusive of underrepresented groups, and supported by access to clear and timely information. We urge our government to consider adopting participatory and open budgeting principles and processes. You might say this sounds, you know, very aspirational. It sounds like, you know, something that maybe there is no hope for, but other countries have been doing open budgets. There are projects looking at open budgets. Not too long ago, I had gone to a meeting in the Caribbean where other Caribbean nations are moving in this direction. And that's the direction we need to move, you know, to have sufficient time to be inclusive in these processes, because after all, we are the ones that are paying those taxes, and this is the public purse. These days that we've had of meetings and debates must never be performative. The young people who have taken their place in these chambers have clearly demonstrated and defined what debating the issue, not attacking the party or personality, can look like or can feel like to the rest of us. I think we're so proud of those young women recently that took up that space. The Senate continues to be the voice of sober reflection, And as the responsible leaders that we are in our respective realms, we need to reconcile to our conscience and to our fellow citizens that our tax dollars are working, and working in the ways that we need them to improve the quality of life, as everybody has said, Senator Faber, of Zenaida, and of all the citizens of Belize, to turn weaknesses into opportunities, to measure and monitor so that we can be accountable. You know, it's such a buzzword, accountability, but there are so many processes that we can actually put in place to ensure that accountability. And why do we need to do this? Because every single number in the draft budget estimates actually represents a fellow citizen, a fellow man, woman, child, urban, rural, rich, poor. Those numbers in that budget represent all of us as Belizeans. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Galvez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also would like to ask your indulgence to just wish all the women in this chamber a happy Women's Month and women across Belize. And I also want to once again congratulate all the participants of the Young Women in Leadership program. What we witnessed last week, Friday, was not just historic. It was inspiring to feel the energy, and we all sat up there in the gallery, and we heard about female farmers, women in STEAM, women in our rural communities, and that's why for us this program was so important, because it involves women in sharing their perspectives, sharing their voices, their lived experiences, and that is something that needs to be heard. And again, I join with Senator Pitts in talking about this program was not about excluding men, but about giving women the opportunity to stand up in spaces that were once inaccessible to them. And so I just want to once again thank everyone who was involved in this program. Thank you, Madam Clerk, all the staff at the National Assembly, and all our partners who made it a success. Now, Mr. President, to get into my contribution for this debate, I'd like to ask for your permission to refer to my notes. Mr. President, I stand today in strong support of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2026-2027. And we know that budgets are often spoken about in numbers, percentages, and fiscal targets. But we also know that behind every number, behind every allocation, is a Belizean life. And that is why this over 400-page book filled with tables and numbers tells a profound story. It speaks of our values, our priorities, and the kind of investments this government is making to meet the needs of people today, while also positioning itself to face the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. It reflects growth-oriented and future-focused allocations that are geared towards securing Belize's future. It's about ensuring that where there is growth, it translates into opportunity, and where there are opportunities, it will equate to shared prosperity. Mr. President, this is the kind of prosperity that allows businesses to invest, families to plan, and governments to pursue meaningful development in building our nation. And when we examine the priorities laid out in this budget, it becomes clear that the government continues to place the well-being of Belizeans at the center of national priority. From healthcare to education, infrastructure to housing, human development to empowerment, this budget is about investing in resiliency, investing in opportunity, and most importantly, investing in people. These are the pillars, Mr. President, upon which a strong, prosperous Belize is not only made but sustained, and on which I'd like to be the focus of my presentation today. Perhaps no investment is more important to a country's future than the one we make in health. Because we know that when citizens are healthy, they are happy, they are more productive, they're better able to work, learn, care for their families, and contribute meaningfully to national development. And much like the Y Will program, this year's budget allocation is not only making history, but also setting the stage for Belize's prosperity. With $181.2 million allocated to the Ministry of Health and Wellness and $57 million for the NHI program under the Ministry of Finance, taken together, these $238 million represent one of the largest investments ever in Belize's healthcare, demonstrating a clear commitment by this government to strengthen the foundations of our health systems while expanding access to essential health services. This includes the expansion of the national health insurance across the entire country of Belize, marking an important milestone in giving Belizeans everywhere access to primary health care services. And Mr. President, what started under a PUP government 25 years ago as a pilot project on the south side of Belize City has now become a national reality, with this year's expansion to include the Cayo district. That means more than 80,000 additional Belizeans will have access to primary health care service, bringing the total number of beneficiaries to over 325,000 Belizeans nationwide. And Mr. President, this is not just an expansion of a program. This is a transformation of our healthcare system. Through NHI clinics, Belizeans receive medical consultations, medications, essential diagnostic services, including blood tests and imaging services. And Mr. President, the impact of this program is particularly evident in the management of non-communicable diseases, because Belizeans are now receiving earlier treatment for conditions such as diabetes and hypertension, conditions which left untreated can lead to devastating health consequences and significant financial strain on families. Through the NHI program, thousands of Belizeans have also received specialized eye care, including diabetic eye examinations, cataract surgeries, and treatments to prevent vision loss. These are real Belizeans whose quality of life has been improved because the state chose to invest in their health. Still, Mr. President, what is possibly most significant about this expansion is how it has been made possible. For years under the UDP, the revenues from Bolida operated in a way that benefited a selected few. But today, under this government, the revenues from the Believe Government Lotteries Limited is being redirected to support healthcare access for the entire country. And just like that, what once benefited a few now benefits thousands of Belizeans. And like Senator Faber, I also speak to people on the ground. And Mr. President, I've had the privilege of speaking to several persons who have accessed care through NHI. And through these conversations, I recognize a common theme in many of their responses. Because for many of them, every doctor visit meant difficult choices, often between fulfilling their prescriptions or buying groceries, between affording a blood test or rent. But today, because of the national coverage of health insurance, Belizeans can walk into a clinic and receive care at little to no cost. Think about what that means for a single mother who can afford to take her sick child to a doctor. Think about what it means for a diabetic patient who doesn't have to ration their insulin supply because it's too costly. Think about what it means for someone who got diagnosed earlier because they didn't have to postpone care due to financial constraints. For them, this is life-changing and exactly what this budget is designed for, to change Belizean lives. And that is why the ministry is also investing $7.87 million in strengthening primary health care. This means increased support for community clinics, which serves as vital access points to care. Comprehensive maternal and child health services designed to ensure the well-being of women and children. Proactive vaccination programs aimed at safeguarding public health. Early disease detection to identify health issues before they escalate. and preventive health services that promote wellness and help reduce the incidence of illnesses within the community. Through these efforts, the government is committed to investing in primary care now, paving the way for greater savings and reduced burdens on individuals, families, and our health system in the future. Still, Mr. President, the government also understands that access to care requires infrastructure, personnel, and systems capable of delivering services effectively. That is why this budget also allocates an impressive $66.1 million specifically for hospital services, ensuring that our medical facilities are well equipped to provide the highest quality of care. An additional $41.2 million is dedicated to the procurement of essential medicines and advancements in health technology, which are crucial for modernizing the treatment options and improving patient outcomes. Furthermore, a $1.47 million will be directed towards community-based health programs, promoting health initiatives that reach individuals where they live and work. And to ensure that our health system operates efficiently and effectively, $64.5 million is earmarked for strategic management and administration. Additionally, the ministry is dedicated to bolstering our health workforce and increasing its technical capacity by recruiting more community health workers and pharmacists and providing over 100 scholarships for nurses and medical personnel, thereby enhancing our ability to serve the community and address our health needs comprehensively. Mr. President, the vision for healthcare in Belize is clear. By focusing on preventive health services and primary care, while upgrading infrastructure and service delivery, Belize is not only improving outcomes for patients, but also reducing long-term pressure on hospitals and public finances. And Mr. President, that is the kind of leadership that secures a nation's future, not by merely funding healthcare, but by building a healthier nation. Now, as I shift over to education, Mr. President, we know that education is the foundation upon which every other sector depends. And through this budget, we see one of the most significant investments in modern Belizean history. This fiscal year, the government has taken a step that many once believed was impossible. Because when the Education Upliftment Program began in 2022 on the south side of Belize City, it served fewer than 1,000 students. At the time, some said the concept of free education was unrealistic. Some said it could never be feasible. Some even called it a reckless promise. But Mr. President, in less than 4 years, this program has expanded nationwide. And under this fiscal year, $15 million is allocated to cover more than 14,000 students across 27 secondary schools, marking a 1,000% increase in the number of beneficiaries since the program first launched. And I know I heard Senator Faber says he's not clear about free education, but I don't know what is not clear about every student attending a government secondary school, accounting for over 60% of our secondary school population benefiting from free education. And Mr. President, I really want us to think about the significance of that. Think about what it means for a family struggling to make ends meet. Think about what it means for a child who might otherwise have been forced to leave school early because they simply could not afford it. It means opportunity. It means possibility. It means hope. And for many Belizean families and students, the cost of secondary education was once a financial constraint. But today, that barrier is being removed for over 8,500 families, giving Belizean youths across this country every reason to stay in school. And I recall watching a video that captured the real impact of this program at Julian Cho Technical High School. And Mr. President, I got emotional watching it and even thinking about it now. Because to hear 3 young women speak about how this support has allowed them to focus on their studies rather than worry about the financial burden on their families, is a powerful reminder of why this investment matters. And while we know that a high school diploma is often a stepping stone to future aspirations, for young women in particular, completing at least 12 years of education is not only essential for their own lives, but for the well-being of their future families. This is because according to the Global Partnership for Education, women with a secondary education are 4 times less likely to lack control over household resources, experience domestic abuse, or be married at a young age compared to those with only a primary education. Another study found that each additional year of schooling a girl receives also reduces the likelihood of infant mortality by 5 to 10%. And as reported by the World Bank, even a 1% increase in women with secondary education can boost economic growth by 0.3%. Therefore, when we invest in students having access to secondary education, we are not simply funding schools. We are making a generational investment, one that strengthens families, empowers women, and drives national development far beyond what we can measure today. And still, Mr. President, the investments and impact do not stop there. Because under this fiscal year, the government is also allocating over $16 million to support students with either partial or full tuition from pre-primary to tertiary levels. And I know I heard Senator Faber talking about he feels for his UB students, but he did not listen to what the Minister of Education said when he mentioned 4 out of 5 students at the University of Belize receives financial assistance. It's on the recording. This also includes over 1,300 primary school students, more than 5,000 secondary school students, 3 out of every 5 students attending local universities, and over 1,000 students pursuing studies at foreign institutions. And once again, Mr. President, this is more than funding. It is a clear and deliberate investment in human potential, ensuring that financial limitations do not stand in the way of ambition, achievements, and the future of Belize. Likewise, through the Connect Ed program, internet access will continue to expand to reach over 280 schools across Belize, benefiting tens of thousands of students and teachers, estimated to be an annual investment around $2 million. And Mr. President, in line with technology, the ministry has also done tremendous work in preparing Belizean students for an ever-changing technological world. This includes targeted investments in TVET and STEAM education, the expansion of coding programs, and the integration of AI-powered tools through the 501 Academy to strengthen innovation, digital literacy, and critical thinking in our classrooms. And we also heard the Minister of Education highlight that for this fiscal year, all students attending the ITSA STEAM Academy will do so free of cost, an extraordinary step towards ensuring access to high-quality, future-focused education. And Mr. President, I had the privilege of visiting the ITSA STEAM Academy and participate in some of its initiatives. And I can say without hesitation that I only wish such an institution existed when I was a student. Because to see young minds engage in science, arts, engineering, and real-world problems is exactly what Belize needs. You might have came up with the idea, but this government instituted it. But that's why I'm especially encouraged to know that with this year's budget, the ministry is also advancing plans to construct STEAM pavilions within each district to provide innovative experiential learning opportunities directly to students across Belize. Still, Mr. President, we know that a child's future is built in the classroom, but the ministry is also ensuring that hunger is not the lesson they take home. Because through the Healthy Start feeding program, a school meal becomes more than food. Because to a child, it is a lifeline to learning, a foundation for development, and a promise to be nourished both mind and body. And for this fiscal year, this program will see an increase in investment of $2 million, bringing the total allocation to $10 million. This will enable the expansion of the program, providing around 20,000 children across numerous primary and secondary schools with a nutritious meal. Complementing its investments in school meals and tuition, the Ministry of Education has also taken decisive steps to ensure that access to transportation is not a barrier for over 14,000 students and teachers nationwide. Within this fiscal year, the school transportation program will expand from 280 to 295 bus runs, supported by an investment exceeding $1 million per month. This reflects a government that is firmly committed to investing the necessary resources to make education work for every Belizean learner. Yet amidst all of this, Mr. President, we must not lose sight of the critical funding being allocated to uplift and empower our teachers, the very backbone of our education system. They are the ones who stand at the front of our classrooms each day, shaping minds, nurturing potential, and ensuring that every child receives the quality education they deserve. In the last fiscal year, approximately $217.7 million was allocated towards teacher salaries and service benefits. This includes a $14 million increase to support enhanced salaries and benefits for teachers and support staff across the country, an investment that received unanimous support in this honorable House. And so, Mr. President, as I reflected in what I outlined today, when a nation invests in feeding its children, empowers its students, and supports its teachers, it is not merely spending. It is a nation preparing itself for greatness. And now, as I shift over to infrastructure, when it comes to the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development, and Housing, this government is not only creating opportunity, it is engineering it, project by project, across this nation. The ministry continues to stand as a central driver of national transformation, not only advancing economic growth, but strengthening resilience, improving connectivity, and elevating the quality of life for Belizeans in every district. This includes the upgrading and modernizing of our two major highways, along with allocations to replace aging bridges like the Belcan Bridge with modern, reinforced concrete structures designed for safety, durability, and future demand, while also advancing the long-anticipated swing bridge replacement with international partnership support. Still, the ministry is not focused solely on major highways, but is also investing in village roads, agriculture, access routes, and community infrastructures. From San Esteban to Guinea Grass, from Bullet Tree to Spanish Lookout, ensuring that development reaches beyond urban centers and into the productive heart of this country. These investments, Mr. President, do more than improve transportation. They reduce the cost of doing business. They connect farmers to markets and communities to essential services. They expand access to education, healthcare, and employment opportunities. And importantly, they generate jobs, creating real income for Belizean families through construction and infrastructure development. Because infrastructure is not just about concrete and steel. It is about mobility. It is about access. It is about opportunity. And it is also about resilience. And we see this even in the transformation of national institutions, from the full retrofitting of the National Assembly to the construction of modern multi-purpose schools designed to international standards. At the same time, this government continues to invest in low-income housing, ensuring that development is not only seen in highways, but felt in homes. Through initiatives like the Highland Estate Project and the Starter Homes Initiative, the government is delivering homes to low-income Belizean families, turning the dream of home ownership into a tangible reality. And so yes, Mr. President, from highways to homes, from bridges to schools, from urban centers to rural communities, this is a government that understands that development must be inclusive, resilient, and national in scope. This is a government that is not waiting for the future. It is building it. And this is a government that is quite literally building Belize forward. Now to my final ministry, the Ministry of Human Development, Family Support, and Gender Affairs. They continue to stand as a social support of our nation, helping those who need it most, ensuring that no Belizean is left behind. This ministry understands that what happens to the least of us affects all of us. That is why its mandate is far-reaching and deeply consequential. Supporting survivors of violence, protecting our children, assisting families in crisis, caring for the elderly, advancing inclusion for persons with disability, and championing gender equity across Belize. And Mr. President, under this fiscal year, we see a significant increase in the BOOST program, rising from 3 million to 5 million, directly strengthening support for children, pregnant women, the elderly, persons with disabilities, and victims of violence. This expansion builds on programs that already supports thousands of Belizeans across hundreds of households, expanding its reach in meaningful and measurable ways. Over the past year, the ministry has also strengthened child protection systems while also responding to hundreds of domestic violence reports, providing critical intervention, support, and pathways to safety for survivors. As well, through its social assistance program, direct financial aid has also reached over 1,600 Belizeans, ensuring that families facing hardship are not left to navigate crisis alone. At the same time, this government is recognizing the realities of an aging population. Today, hundreds of elderly citizens are receiving residential and community-based care, supported by new initiatives including home care pilot programs and expanded caregiving training. And Senator Faber, I wish you had listened to the contribution by Minister Thea Garcia Ramirez, because you said you saw no support for mental health or after-school programs. But under the Ministry of Human Development, they are providing mental health services and through their counseling unit, and they've seen 274 clients, as well as the Hub Resource Center serving 751 youths, including 85 to 90 young people accessing after-school support daily. That's 85 to 90 young people daily, Mr. President. Member, I was quiet when you were giving your contribution. Please do the same. I would appreciate that.
Members, please, may I please remind you of standing out of 40. Please respect the member when she's making her presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. The ministry is also reshaping how we approach justice and youth development. Through the Community Rehabilitation Department, hundreds of juvenile cases have been managed, with many young persons diverted away from the formal court system and into rehabilitation and support programs. Because this government understands that sustainable public safety is not built on punishment alone, Mr. President, but on prevention, intervention, and second chances. And that is why this budget goes further. It includes targeted funding for youth anti-violence initiatives, community transformation programs, and expanded trauma-informed services, all designed to address the root cause of crime, family breakdown, and social instability. It also advances critical legislative reform, including strengthening protections under families and domestic violence laws, as well as continued progress towards anti-discrimination and gender equity frameworks. Equally important, this budget reflects a transformational shift in investment, with a significant rise in capital spending to expand and modernize service delivery. Mr. President, this means more social workers, better data systems, stronger frontline services, and more accessible support for communities across the country. And Mr. President, we must also recognize the ministry's role in enabling economic participation. Through initiatives, for example, the Community Daycare Center and support for working families, they are removing barriers, particularly for women, so that more Belizeans can participate fully in the economy while knowing their families are supported and protected. This, Mr. President, is not just social spending. This is nation building at its best. Because the true measure of development is seen in the safety of our children, the resilience of our families, the dignity of our elderly, and the opportunities afforded to the most vulnerable among us. Still, Mr. President, of course, no budget debate would be complete without hearing the voices of criticism. Some will say the government is spending too much. Some have said the vision is too ambitious. We even heard the term unrealistic. But Mr. President, we have heard those arguments before. They said universal health care could not be expanded, yet today NHI serves hundreds of thousands of Belizeans. They said free education was impossible, yet today thousands of children attend school without paying fees. They said Belize could not recover economically after the pandemic, yet today revenues are growing and investments are expanding. Therefore, we cannot solely look at the budget for how much is being spent, but instead reflect on what it's enabling us to afford. So I invite anyone who still cannot yet see the transformative nature of this year's budget to speak to a student from one of the 27 secondary schools benefiting from free education. I invite you to speak to a grandfather who can visit an NHI clinic and get his blood pressure and diabetes managed for free. I invite you to speak to a family who has a solid cement house to call their forever home. I invite you to speak to a woman who was fleeing abuse and found refuge in the supportive services offered under the Ministry of Human Development. This is a budget, Mr. President, that puts our money where our priorities are. Because when we step back and look at this budget as a whole, they tell the story of a government that is investing not only in roads and buildings, but in its people. It speaks of a nation that is providing financial relief for families while removing barriers that kept children away from school. That is why this budget is not merely about meeting the needs of today. It is about building the Belize that our children deserve tomorrow. A Belize where families have access to health care, where young people gain meaningful education, where communities are connected through strong infrastructure, and where citizens have the opportunity to build stable, prosperous lives. A nation that is resilient, thriving, and full of opportunity. Because when we invest in these areas, Mr. President, we do more than pass a budget. We build a nation. And for those reasons, I stand strong in support of this budget, because it's not simply about managing the next fiscal year. It's about securing it. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Denison.
Obliged, Mr. President. Mr. President, with your permission, I'll refer to my notes. Before I begin, permit me, Mr. President, in this Women's Month to start my presentation with an acknowledgement of the strength of the NTUCB, its women, particularly its women in leadership. those women who are at the helm of their individual unions. Sister Julie Passos, who is the president of UBFSU, Sister Leonora Flowers, president of CWU, the recently re-elected Neja Kallis, president of BNTU, and the recent mother who has brought a new union member to us, Rosani Novello, president of BEWU, and the stalwart of unionism and one of the giants of the NTUCB, president of the APSSM, Sister Sharon Fraser. Joining them at the helm of leadership in NTUCB is none other than our president, Sister Ella Waite. Without the contribution of these women, the union movement would probably be about 25 or 30 years behind. Mr. President, we're here to debate and discuss what's it called? Budgeting for Belizean prosperity. Inherent in that, Mr. President, is a sad acknowledgement that for you to prosper, you have to start from somewhere. As a representative for worker and a proud boy from Southside, I say it unreservedly that it takes a special kind of understanding to be poor, to sit in this honorable house and be able to debate the budget speech, budgeting for Belizean prosperity. So when I share my thoughts and views, please appreciate that I don't expect many people in here to be able to relate. And that's okay, because many a times, Mr. President, I'm speaking to the poorest of the poor. I am here because I acknowledge that there are people who can't even pronounce some of the words in this budget book, or can't even read the figures in the budget book. So, to all the poor people who don't understand how this is affecting them, here we go. Mr. President, I want to start by sharing my own story. There's a lot in this budget that we should appreciate. A path from poverty to prosperity that I took is one of education. And so I make no apologies for the path that I took and where I am now. In fact, quite the opposite. I commend it to everyone. I can't stop myself, Mr. President, from telling any and everyone to go to school, to seek higher education, to change their lives through education. So there's something that's not in the budget speech that I need to raise here. The power of financial literacy and money management as a means of wealth creation. You see, Mr. President, I'm currently in a struggle with the BCWG where it was a little difficult for me to explain to some of the people the importance of fighting for their interest payments and the power of interest over time. But they understand it now, so they're going to fight. While I go through that, Mr. President, I'm going to touch a bit on health care. And I'm going to wrap up this presentation with what I'm here for the most, how it impacts on labor. You see, outside of education, health care should be given one of the highest priorities in any country's development. Because if you invest in education, healthcare, and your labor force, you are investing in your people. So, I heard my friend say she spoke to some people who accesses NHI, but she has my number. She didn't call me. You could call me, Brittany. I could give you my experience. I got on NHI like Tuesday. No, that must be last week. Integral Health Care, I want to big up Dr. Crespo. Hey, Doc. I hope they put this so you could see it. Dr. Carlos Crespo is a Cuban national who is now in Belize, helping to offer health care to the poverty-stricken areas of the south side of Belize City. I don't know if you're married or what. I mean, I find out Belize and I'm married. I want to tell all Cuban whether I catch him. Find out Belize and I hurry get married. We are running straight through the system and giving up papers. Let's go. We have fixed that in a lot of ways to deal with foreign policy. Don't worry about that. Can't stop love. My brother Senator Courtney can't say that, right? Because he ain't getting in trouble with that. I can get with it. No, because I want to get to it, because I understand exactly how you affect KHMH. Carlos Crespo, big up yourself. Dr. Candelaria Vitalis, that she treated me last week when I gone. Hardworking Cubans contributing to the development of this country. I appreciate them. And I appreciate that they are operating in the NHI system. I now fight up who to make a lot of money, man. Right? I'm just grateful that... listen, make I address that point. Thank you for that. They asked me, Mr. President, so I have to address it. You see, when I leave Southside youth see my face and then numbers all that do that inspire Southside youth. So that, bring it. Bring it. Because I want to get a youth understand that you could make real money out here. You could disrupt the system. Legally. That's how I see that. Man, that just dodge. And I want to sue. But that's a later story. So, KHMH in the Cuban Brigade currently has on staff 1 neurologist, 1 ENT, 1 medical internist, 8 nurses, and 1 X-ray technician. Then they go back, I don't know who will fill the gap. On contract, we have 2 nurses and 5 specialists, 1 X-ray technician, the specialist there, 2 internists, 1 neurosurgeon, and 1 neonatologist. I don't want to deal with the small baby. Then we got a big deal about how we take care of with preemies, the KHMH. The only place in Belize that can deal with children who are born prematurely. So I hope we could figure out how we will fill that gap. Mr. President, I could talk about labor and leave it. Because right now, a lot of the problems the NTUCB they have, they're squarely upon the feet of the Labor Department. This budget is 1.903 billion, the largest in Belize's history. 5.7 million is what is allocated to the Ministry of Labor, to the Labor Department. That represents, if you take about 168,000 Belizean workers, about $34 per worker. So, when you have ununionized workers like those in the BPO sector going up against people like Elias Kawat, Transparent BPO, and they need to run to the shelter of the Labor Department, and the staffing there is so woefully inadequate that you can't get the type of help you need, or you simply can't check and balance the big powers. For me, that is why it is crucial that we invest in more resources at the Labor Department. I need to juxtapose that, Mr. President, against the big boys in the budget. Can't quarrel, the Ministry of Finance has 30.2% of the budget. No fight with that. I just state the facts. Foreign Affairs, Education, Culture and Technology, 19.2%. Right there, I need to stick a leap in. Because when you broke that down, it looks like a lot of money, but yeah. And right now, Foreign Affairs, we need to not just triple up, quadruple up, that. We need to start sending our best and our brightest out of this country to represent us, because diplomacy is all we have. You don't want to go back? Remember? I don't want to go back. Just foreign affairs, nothing else. Special assignment. Foreign affairs alone, under your leadership, with the proper budgeting and staff allocation, will transform this country in ways we wouldn't even be able to understand. And I say that respectfully. I say it with the least amount of sarcasm I can muster. I know that hard for me. But Senator, I'm serious, you know. I'm serious. In the times that we're about to face, the headwinds that we're going into, they need Senator Courtney. I say it straight. We should have passed the motion now. Senator, I'm serious, you know. That ain't the budget, man. No. Maximum respect to Mr. Fonseca. He has the greatest of my respect. Like, let's be clear. Kudos to him. Just like my friend here, I want him to go back at the Ministry of Finance. But on a serious note, what we're facing in the geopolitics that's going to come in the years ahead needs a structured, well laid out, properly thought out, short, medium, and long-term foreign policy backed by the resources it needs in the strategic countries that we need them in order for us to move this country forward. Me not sit up on this mic. Home Affairs 6.4%. Ministry of National Defense and Border Security get 4.7%. Health and Wellness 10.5%. Infrastructure Development and Housing 9.2%. The ministry which houses the one dearest to me, Labor Department, the Ministry of Immigration, Governance and Labor, has 1.7% of the budget, with Labor Department's $5.716 million representing 0.30% of this budget. You see, I understand that we spend too much in the personal emoluments as a country, right? I know people leave it frayed when you talk about the AI. The AI is already here. Transcripts of this meeting are prepared by AI. It's proofread by our staff. When you're in court and the transcripts are running, it is an artificial intelligence that is going through it. It's here. It's nothing to be afraid of. We must welcome it. We must use it. Not as a substitute for thinking, but as a tool to develop as a country. You use Google Maps, Senator Guerra? Congratulations, sir, you are in the AI age. Senator Galvez, you use Siri? Which Google Assistant? You use Google Assist? You got personal assistant? Okay. So you Google? Yeah. Would you use the AI, man? So no come here concern no use the AI for no speech. When it proofread in a Microsoft Word, would you use the AI? That's not something for we're scared of, man. It really isn't. Now, Labor Department, their stated mandate is to administer the labor legislation, mediate disputes, enforce employment standards, and align Belize's labor framework with the ILO and the SDG commitments. Right? But the amount of people who got problem mediating their disputes says to me that we really need some support for that office. I want to juxtapose something in their budget which has $715,000 under the heading Boards and Committee Meetings. That is second only to the personal emoluments, which is 1.7 million. But that 715,000, I want to juxtapose that against the $60,293 that is for staff training. With the staff that they have, that represents about $1,138 per staff member. I don't know what kind of capacity building you can do with that, but I want to recommend that we work on developing that singular area. Because a staff of 53 people in the Labor Department gives you a ratio of about 1 labor officer for every 3,170 workers. I want to suggest that we add about 15 new labor officers so that we could take that ratio to about 1 to about 2,000, with priority being given to the rural districts and the construction sector. We have in the budget estimates $800,000 for a comprehensive review of the Labor Act. I think that's about 3 years overdue. And last year, they had that 800,000, they didn't use it. Good. So you can't say the top fool. So, when we look at the size of our economy in comparison to the others in the region, like Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, Belize is last in the region when it comes to labor investment relative to GDP last. I don't like that you're not the Minister of Finance, no, Senator, because I like lean over and ask you their questions like when I ask you next. When will I get the $6, man? Write that one down for me, please. The $6 for me isn't as important as a discussion on a livable wage. Because the way inflation is going, $5 barely kept those who moved to $5 floating. And by the time we reach the $6, it might not be enough. I know my friend sitting in front of me can tell me exactly what the strategy is going to be to ensure that there are not $7 we really need, or that we have a task force that's going to assess it every so often to ensure that the minimum wage keeps adjusting relative to the realities of the poorest and most at-risk members of our society. This Labor Act revision, I know the fault Labor Department, I know some hard-working public officers are there. Like I said that straight, like Labor Department got some hard-working people. I don't know Labor Commissioner personally, but I know quite a few of her staff members. And so when I clamor for support for them, it's not an indictment on whether or not not a statement on whether or not they're working. It's just whether or not it's enough to keep up with the realities of the labor force in Belize. So I want to make sure that they're given the staff they need so that when we do the Labor Act comprehensive revision, we can look at the deliverables and try to get that revision tabled in this House sometime this year. When we have in the budget $50,000 for the minimum wage review, I don't even know where I'm doing $50,000. By the time you start the consultations, the second month that's done. So I genuinely think that needs to be uplifted significantly so that a proper review can be done. No make we talk about the implementation of the OSH. Because there are some sector-specific areas that would really need attention when we are implementing the OSH. Construction sector, agricultural sector, manufacturing sector. $316,000 they have for that. I could double that up, man. I go through a lot of analyzing the areas specifically and make recommendations for increasing of the budget areas, but the point of it is this. 0.30% of the national budget for the Labor Department, which is supposed to protect workers, just isn't enough. Operating the Labor Department without a strategic plan is a formula for failure. So let's sit down with the Labor Department to find out what is really going on there and what they need to strengthen it, so that we could have a framework with measurable outcomes and deliverables that we can hold the department to task. Reporting on the issues that they're having, especially in cases where little workers feel they can't fight. Senator Herrera, feel they can't fight BPO. Can't. That's how they feel. That when the BPO fire there, no recourse. And people like Kowa telling that to their face. Go to labor if you want. So I minorate them bally there. I know my friend in front here will agree with me that the informal sector needs to be brought in for some taxation. What you say, Senator? Go ahead. We need some revenues, man. Make we bring them in and make them pay them social and make them collect them, make them pay into the fund. With the left money out there, we got like 50,000 people or so who are in the informal sector with no sort of knowledge on what they're earning, how much money is out there, what taxes, right? Yes, they come in. But how do you do that? That has to be led by the Labor Department going out there, doing fairs, educating people, explaining the benefits, letting them know. I don't know that all the Ministry of Finance, or maybe it does, Minister, if it is. Maybe that is being done in Ministry of Finance. If it is, please tell us. Because Social Security needs more contributions, and there are workers out there who can contribute. So let's find them, bring them in, get them into the system where you say they could get tax incentives, Minister? Yeah, amnesty, see? You see, this is a budget for Belizean prosperity. All Belizeans. They never say special categories. We don't govern for a special few, we govern in the best interest of all Belizeans, including the poorest of the poor, including the workers who are right here every month. You know, believe me, go to any government department, like right round payday, everybody want to know when payday. And not make them they expect it today and they never come today because they don't know how they can catch the bus home tonight. That's a real thing that happen, you know. And then the next day they collect them and pay. Sigh of relief. 3 days later they broke. I know the ass, no, I tell you no. Broke. Thankfully, their bills paid. They don't pay the rent.
How much bag of groceries they could buy? 3 bags of groceries. But you live to fight till the next payday. Public officers out there, they live like that, you know. No, worse than that, then you wonder why the corruption exists. Right? Then you wonder why you could get something done in a government department where a clerk is making $1,400 a month, or, oh, I have to say this example. I have to say this example. I don't call no department, but I have to call this example. She can forgive me, but there's a marshal whose court I operate in who tell me her salary every time I go in. They're less than $700 every 2 weeks. The only people integrity got files now they disappear, you know. The marshals at the High Court need to be placed on the salary scale that is appropriate for the work that they are doing, because you are putting the justice system in jeopardy. No, we can't anticipate the pension bill because I had to wait for that one. Okay. $175,000 though. I don't support that one, no, Minister. Senator, sorry. I can't in good conscience. While the marshals didn't make less than $700 every 2 weeks. They know the exact amount, like I can't remember it now. I think I write it down in this book. Hold on. So, some of those leakages are, I think, a direct result of the people being underpaid. Are overworked. How much minutes I got, President? 6 minutes. You don't have to remind me at 5 now, right? All right. No, I don't need extra. The 2026 draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for Belize missed a key opportunity to improve labor. The government projects the revenues to be $1.793 billion. Belize has allocated 0.30% of its total expenditure to the Labor Department. The workers of Belize deserve better than $34 per year in institutional protection. They deserve an updated Labor Act. They deserve a funded OSH framework, a living wage, labor officers who can actually touch their lives. The workers in the orange walk cane fields, the workers in the Belize City construction sites, those in the Hopkins resorts, and those at home doing domestic work, they deserve better. Let's do better for them. This Senate is a chamber of accountability, of reflection, and of national interest. I am not here merely to critique. I am always willing to help to construct, to offer to the government my ideas, my thoughts. So that we can build a credible, affordable, and transformative alternative path by investing double what we have now in workers this year and beginning the structural reforms that will make Belize a country where decent work is not a campaign but a budget line delivery. As senators, it is our job, our duty, our collective responsibility, not just to criticize, but to help wherever we can, in whatever way we can, in building Belize and assisting in however we can the budget for Belizean prosperity. I thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. To try switch up. Madam President, if you would permit me before I get into my presentation to join my colleagues in congratulating our women who we all know during the month of March we have been celebrating, and I think the proper term is Women's History Month. And I believe it was the 8th of March we celebrated International Women's Day. So I too want to congratulate, I want to big up, I want to give full recognition to the contributions of our women who, I think someone mentioned it earlier, are really the backbone of this country. And as a result of the contribution of our women, we are where we are today. And so, even as we end the month of March, I want us to continue to celebrate the contributions of our women in this society, and not only in Belize, but in the wider region, in Central America and Caribbean, and in the entire Americas, and of course the world. So once again, let me say congratulations, and we celebrate with you. Madam President, I rise today, of course, to lend my full, unwavering support, unapologetic, I don't care what you call me, to this General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2026-2027. under the theme, budgeting for Belizean prosperity. But Madam President, before I get into the meat of my presentation, please allow me to respond to some of the comments that my colleague Senator Farber made in his presentation, because of course it is related to the budget based on what he shared. Madam President, I'm sorry, the Senator not in here right now because I really want to ask him some questions based on where he present. No man, I can't wait because then I want to get in on my thing. But I know he hear me. All right. But before I ask any question, Madam President, the way Senator Farber spoke, if I never know better, I would have believed that if the UDP, if they were in government, that there would be no inflation, the way he talk, that there would be no high cost of living that we're all experiencing, not only in Belize, but around the world, that preschool would have been free, the way Senator Farber was expressing himself, that gas would have been maybe $5 or $3 or $2 if the UDP be in. That's how Senator Farber sound like. All would have been well and good if they over that side been over here. That way, or that's how he sung, Madam President. And then he make reference to one Zenaida. And I don't know who is Miss Zenaida, but according to him, it is a member of the Collet Division. And according to him, this good lady has confided in him and has basically came to him and said, man, this is the way to go through now. No, you say that in a constituents from Collet. Yes. Well, but I want to ask Madam President, the Senator, if he was here, and I know he'll hear me, why, when he in the position from 2008 to 2013, to 13 years, he never look out for Zenaida? Why? I was getting to that. Thank you, Senator. How come Zenaida is, according to him, the rent or house? When he was in the position, he not only one powerful Southside area rep, he not a powerful minister of government, he not be even a deputy prime minister. And you want to tell me that he can't give poor Zenaida one house? You have to be ashamed of yourself. How much house UDP bill in a 13 years? You can easily help the young lady. Now he will come here and try to feel sorry for Zenaida. How come Zenaida all of a sudden have access to him? How come? All of a sudden he remembers Zenaida. The only Zenaida I know, then you may concern about back then, Senator Courtney. The one next one where they end up, they kick out of the party. So maybe the sake of the name, the man never want nothing to do with this Zenaida. Now all of a sudden, he is looking out for Miss Zenaida when he could have helped that lady and her children years ago. In a song now, like Zenaida is employed. Now, because I say a part of the 98%, right? So how come it just to give her a job now, and when you were in a position to give her a job, she seemingly, because I'm not sure, was unemployed? These are some of the questions I really want to ask Senator Faber. Not try to come bring no Zenaida to me right now when you got all the opportunities to assist that young lady. And now because you are where you are, you want to seem or you want to fake pity. It won't work. It won't work. So those are some of the questions that I wanted to ask him if he were here, Madam President. Madam President, as far as the budget is concerned, when you have members of the opposition in the lower house lauding the budget and praising ministers and thanking certain ministers of government, Madam President, you know then that you have a good budget. When you have key members of the UDP, after listening to their leader in the House, write on Facebook something to the fact that, look, that this make I listen to? Use the word. No, I don't want, you know. That the key supporters, they say, it not even makes sense. Why we listen to this? They basically stated and throw up their hand, Senator Faber, that you know what? We want it over this side in opposition for a long while after they listen to their leader thanking and lauding the government. So, Madam President, that signals to me that this budget is indeed budgeting for Belizean prosperity. I'm going too late, man. Show me there. No, I got thing. But, Madam President, this budget, which was presented by Prime Minister John Briceño on Tuesday, March the 10th, reflects a government committed to responsible economic management, social investment, and long-term national development. This budget, Madam President, also represents a continuation of the government's broader policy agenda, one that prioritizes economic stability, inclusive growth, and tangible improvements in the lives of Belizean families. Madam President, let us begin with the facts. The total recurrent revenue projected in this budget is at 1.7 billion, up from 1.65 billion in last year's budget. And the total expenditure is around 1.9 billion thereabout, reflecting really targeted and expansionary investments. Our GDP is projected to grow to some $7.42 billion, Madam President, reinforcing continued economic recovery expansion. And that's the other thing too that Senator Faber mentioned in his remarks, again. he mentioned and was criticizing the fast economic growth shortly after the People's United Party came to government and stated that, I'm telling you that I just want a natural rebound from the COVID pandemic, and it would have happened anyway. And now we want to take full credit. The man said we take full credit for it. And I say to you, of course, we will take full credit. Of course, we have taken full credit for it. Because you know why, Madam President? The rebounding of an economy is not automatic. It not just happen right so. It takes prudent management to get it to where it is at. And make I tell you why we want to take full credit. We take it then, and we will continue to take it now. Because, if you don't recall, Madam President, if you don't recall, you see? If you don't recall, your last Prime Minister, upon demitting office, just before he left, Senator Courtney, right? If there was automatic rebound, why then did he say the words, and the man not even only talking in English, he talking in French. Après moi le déluge. Right? Why then? Why if this man just naturally bounce back, this man say, boy, me sorry for who and connect. Me sorry. Because who no want to click because that down we going. So why you want to sit there standing and say, man, this thing me just want to bung for rebound back. No! Cannot. Did not. Because it was because of the prudent management of John Briceño and this People's United Party government. And that is a fact.
Senators, I ask that you be mindful of standing order. 40B, kindly be silent while the senator is speaking. You may proceed, Senator Castillo.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I stated, these are not accidental gains. These are not automatic rebound. These are the results of discipline, governance, sound fiscal management, and deliberate sectoral investment from sector to sector to sector. A key highlight of the budget is the continued growth in government revenues. The projected total revenues and grants for the fiscal year 2026-27 are estimated at approximately $1.79 billion, reflecting steady growth over previous years. This growth is driven largely by improved tax revenue collection, economic expansion, and stronger compliance mechanisms. Increased revenues provided the government with fiscal space necessary to invest in critical sectors without compromising financial stability. Importantly, Madam President, this budget demonstrates the government's commitment to balanced and responsible fiscal policy. While revenues are growing, the administration continues to exercise discipline in public spending. We are not like the UDP when they waste the Petrocarib bonanza on wheat. on what we all know. We don't spend 500 million.
Senators, kindly keep the budget debate focused. Senators, kindly keep
However,
the budget
Madam President,
debate
thank you.
Focused.
The significance of this budget goes far beyond financial figures, Madam President. It represents a political commitment to inclusive prosperity. The government recognizes that economic growth must translate into real opportunities for ordinary Belizeans. Therefore, Madam President, the budget places strong emphasis on social programs, infrastructure development, and I think my colleagues earlier spoke about some of those developments and projects, education, healthcare, and national security. Equally important, Madam President, is the continued investment in education and human capital development. The government understands that Belize's greatest asset is its people. Investments in schools, scholarships, teacher training, educational facilities are designed to ensure that young Belizeans are equipped with the skills necessary to compete in an increasingly globalized economy. And again, listen to Senator Farber, try to take credit. In particular, what Senator Galvez brought up with the, what is school name? It's STEAM Academy. All of a sudden, stuff in here idea. All of a sudden. So was it your idea if we got the IT vet schools? That's your idea too? I don't know left it there for waste for 13 years. That's your idea? Was that your idea? You don't left it for make it rotten and gone down to the dogs?
Senators, kindly be reminded again of Standing Order 40B to maintain silence if there is a need for interruptions to elucidate or question a matter. There is Standing Order 35.
Thank you, Madam President. Another important dimension, Madam President, of this budget is the focus on economic transformation. Belize's economy is diversifying, with growth occurring in agriculture, digital services, and emerging industries. Government policy seeks to support this diversification through targeted investments, regulatory reforms, and incentives for private sector growth by fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. This administration aims to create new opportunities for Belizeans across all regions of this country. Madam President, from a political perspective, this budget also reflects a broader philosophy of governance. It represents a shift towards the buzzwords: transparency, accountability, and responsible leadership. Madam President, this PUP administration, under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, has emphasized prudent financial management, debt restructuring, and fiscal reforms that have restored international confidence in Belize's economy. The IFIs, they believe in a way. They trust we. They want to work along with us. And that not just go automatic, Senator Faber. That not just rebound. Takes prudence and discipline. These reforms have positioned the country for long-term stability and have strengthened Belize's reputation among international partners and financial institutions. Now, Madam President, I want to focus the core of my presentation on my ministry, the ministry that I am a part of. No, just to get into it. I am focusing now on my ministry, which is the Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Diaspora Relations. Huh? Yes. This ministry, Madam President, also has in its portfolio the Border Management Agency, of which I am privileged to be a part of. Madam President, in terms of tourism, let us say it plainly. Tourism is the backbone of Belize's economy. Right, Senator Zetina? Madam President, tourism contributes, and it was said earlier, over 45% of GDP when direct and indirect impacts are considered. Thus, as a result of this, it drives employment across many sectors, not only within the tourism sector. Foreign exchange inflows abound. Consumption and tax revenues are on the rise. And investment in infrastructure services are becoming more and more a reality. Madam President, budgets are about priorities. And when it comes to the Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Diaspora Relations, this government has made bold, unapologetic choices in this year's budget so that we can invest in growth sectors, empower our youth, elevate sports as a national development tool, engage the diaspora as economic partners, and modernize our borders for efficiency and security. This, Madam President, is what budgeting for Belizean prosperity looks like when it is in action. Madam President, at the center of this growth strategy is a ministry which of course is led by Honorable Anthony Marla, a ministry that has become one of the most dynamic drivers of national development. Madam President, the overall allocation for the ministry went from 9.93 million to 11.25 million, and I think we are now going up to $14 million for this year. This increase is not symbolic, it's not accidental, it is strategic. Because the more we invest in tourism and in youth and in sports, we will see meaningful returns in the not so distant future, Madam President. Madam President, as I said earlier, tourism is one of the main drivers of the economy. Tourism is not being left to chance. It is being actively engineered for sustained growth. And I think in the debate in the lower house, one of the opposition members was questioning and stating some mistruths, that something to the effect that tourism they happen by chance and there is no plan and there is no strategy. And Minister Mala had to correct him and lay the facts in front of him, because we cannot be misleading the nation, Madam President. The BTB continues to play a central role, supported through government subventions, retained revenues from tourism-related activities, and transfers. This demonstrates a two-fiscal relationship, which is government invests in tourism, tourism generates revenue, and the revenue then strengthens government capacity. In terms of major projects, Madam President, that will transform the tourism landscape, this budget aligns with transformative regional and national projects. The Tren Maya project in Mexico represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Belize to increase regional connectivity, expand tourism flows into northern Belize, and improve cross-border tourism circuits. This government is positioning Belize to capture spillover benefits, particularly in the Corozal and Orinduak districts, leading to cultural and eco-tourism expansion. Another major project, Madam President, is the development of the Port of Belize Cruise Facility. In the words of Minister Marla, he stated in his presentation that Belize is 25 years behind when it comes to the cruise sector, and it is about time, it's long overdue, that we catch up with the region and that we build and establish this cruise facility that is much needed so that this sector can advance. This facility will be prominently located on the south side of Belize City, will modernize the cruise industry, infrastructure, increase passenger capacity, enhance visitor experience, and expand economic opportunities for small business. And so, Madam President, let me turn to the Department of Youth Services. Madam President, prosperity without youth inclusion is unsustainable. We must invest in human capital. We must invest in a human capital. Prosperity without youth inclusion is unsustainable. Okay. This budget, therefore, will address and strengthen the following: youth training and employment initiatives, entrepreneurship and innovative programs, and national youth engagement platforms. They are directly out of this book, you know. Why, anyway. Madam President, when we drill down into the estimates, we see that the government has not only increased the overall ministry allocation, but has substantially increased funding for youth support services by over $1.2 million, representing a more than 60% increase. Again, this is not rhetoric. This is real investment in our young people. This increased allocation within the ministry will be geared towards skills development aligned with economic demand, youth empowerment across all districts, and expanded access to employment and empowerment opportunities. In other words, Madam President, this government is building capacity, not creating dependency. Now, Madam President, let me turn to the National Sports Council. The National Sports Council continues to benefit from increased government support. This year's budget will focus mainly on facility upgrades, athlete development programs, and expansion of national and community leagues. I am tempted to get into this one, leave it, because when I was reviewing my notes from last year's budget presentation, I almost would want to sound like a scratch record when it comes to the National Sports Council, because it really, really irked me, Madam President, what these guys did to that statutory body when they were in power. And I really don't want to repeat it, but it is a shame, and we are still trying to recover from the mess they created. They created when they were in power. But I will not bore you with the details, so back we move on. Madam President, the government is not treating sports as an afterthought. The allocation to the National Sports Council has increased by 25%, from 2 million to 2.5 million. This is a clear signal that we're investing in our young people, in national pride, and in development of sport as a vehicle for opportunity and discipline. But the development does not end there, Madam President. The NSC will continue its focus on rehabilitation of sporting facilities nationwide. It's happening right now. The expansion of youth sports program and the enhanced participation in regional and international competitions. All in all, Madam President, sports is being repositioned as a tool for discipline, a pathway for youth development, and a contributor to national identity and economic activity. Let me now turn Madam President, to diaspora relations. Madam President, for the first time, diaspora engagement is being treated as a core economic strategy and a frontier for new development. From my examination of this year's budget, it is important to clarify that while there is no standalone line item in the estimates, this does not mean that government has neglected this critical portfolio. Quite the contrary, Madam President. Diaspora relations is deliberately integrated within the broader Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Diaspora Relations, allowing for a more coordinated, strategic and cross-cutting approach to national development. Our diaspora is not a silo, Madam President. It is deeply connected to tourism investment, youth development, and national branding. By embedding diaspora initiatives within the ministry, within the ministry's wider budget framework, the government ensures that one, policy coherence between diaspora engagement and tourism is promoted. Two, efficient use of resources, avoiding duplication of administrative structure are realized. And three, greater flexibility to fund diaspora-related initiatives across multiple program areas improved. In the new fiscal year, Madam President, we will see enhancement in new initiatives in this area, such as diaspora investment platforms, enhanced consular services where it is crucially needed, and programs to reconnect Belizeans abroad. In other words, Madam President, this is about transforming diaspora from merely remitters to investors. Remitters to investors. Yeah. Lastly, Madam President, let me focus on the Border Management Agency. Madam President, the BMA continues to play a critical role in safeguarding Belize's borders while facilitating the legitimate movement of people and goods. As a central coordinating body, the agency brings together key functions of immigration, customs, quarantine, and border security under a unified framework. ensuring greater efficiency, accountability, and national security. Its mandate extends beyond enforcement to include trade facilitation, risk management, and interagency collaboration, all of which are essential to maintaining Belize's economic stability and international obligations. In an era of increasing transnational threats and global mobility, the BMA stands as a modern institution designed to balance security with service delivery at all our ports of entry. I said transnational threats. So what that mean? What does that mean? We're not saying with our interagency, we're not operating our eye, man. We just clearly, they listen to my remarks. They listen to my remarks, so they wait for something, for just try jump and face. Anyway. In this coming fiscal year, Madam President, the agency will prioritize two major initiatives aimed at strengthening its operational effectiveness. First, the continued rollout and integration of a digital border management system, which will enhance real-time data sharing access across agencies. We will improve passenger processing and strengthen risk profiling capabilities. Secondly, the BMA will advance its expanding capacity. The BMA will advance its infrastructure modernization program at key border points, focusing on upgrading facilities, expanding capacity, and improving the overall experience for travelers and traders alike. Together, these initiatives reflect the government's commitment to building a smarter, more secure, and more efficient border management system that supports national development while protecting Belize's sovereignty. In conclusion, Madam President, the 2026-2027 national budget is more than a financial document. It is a roadmap for Belize's continued transformation. It reflects a government that has moved the country from crisis to stability and now toward sustained prosperity. Through responsible fiscal management, strategic investment, and a commitment to social progress, the government is building a stronger and more resilient Belize. The message of this budget, Madam President, is clear. Belize is moving forward. The policies outlined within this budget is aimed to strengthen the economy, empower citizens, and create opportunities for future generations. By continuing on this path of responsible governance and inclusive development, Madam President, Belize is positioning itself for a future defined not by uncertainty, but by prosperity and national progress. And so, for these reasons, Madam President, I once again register my strong, unapologetic support to this General Revenue Appropriations Bill. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Zetina.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, you ready for the big shot? Fix the jacket. Of course. Tell her when your tie is bad.
All right. Madam President, excuse me for not asking for indulgence for me to refer to my notes. Unlike Senator Galvez, I was listening at the beginning when you had granted us leave that There was no need for us to request, to make that request, right? So, just to get started, man. But, Madam President, I want to take a moment to reflect. Today marks 1 year since I was asked to take this position. And since then, I have taken this job extremely serious. I will admit, at times, probably I was underestimated. But since then, because it's going to be almost 1 year since I came to do my first budget presentation, first speech on the budget presentation, I'm getting nervous again as I make this reflection. But I remember clearly on the first budget presentation, I was extremely nervous, especially the warm welcome I got from Senator Castillo and Senator Courtney. I'm being ironic, by the way, sarcastic. You know, it's the way how things are carried out, and I know the attempt is to try to get this myself to lose my train of thoughts. But I have gained the experience, and I'm pretty sure there's still more to learn. And as I continue doing this, I will try to do my very best for the Belizean people. I also want to acknowledge the month that we're on, which is Women Month. I know I said this at the beginning, but again, women are the backbone of this country, of our household, and we would not be here if it wasn't for them. And the UDP is very much proud of that too, you know, because we have great women leading this party. My colleague here, Senator Pitts, my party leader, leader of the opposition, the Honorable Tracy Teager Panton, who will be the next Prime Minister. Mark my word. But, you see, when it comes time to acknowledging women, all right. Belize prosperity, Senator Galvez. That is what she said, right? I ask, how disconnected can you be? How disconnected can your government be from the Belizean people? Jokes, finish, you know. It is very alarming that we sit on this side of the aisle listening to I'm sure you know how much we're borrowing to meet our fiscal budget for 2026-2027. 251 million plus. And I wish it stopped there. In this 1 year, almost 1 year, I've learned that in every Senate or every other Senate meeting, there is another loan motion on the table. I ask senators, let's take this job serious. Study your materials, man. Educate yourself. The truth isn't in the vocabulary of the ministers. It's either that you're allergic to the truth, or you simply don't want to do your job. And I'm starting to have my doubts with you guys. Because when the Ministry of Education was brought up, all the goods that happened, you quickly distance, separating, even though they currently exist today, and you brag about it today. Initiated by my colleague, Honorable Patrick Faber, then Minister of Education. But then it wasn't good. But now, same thing. Today, oh, it's good. Come on, man. And fact check. There is no money allocated for mental health program. What's the ministry you mentioned? The Ministry of Human Development. I checked that. You know where it comes in? Under the Ministry of Youth Service. And I will tell you exactly how much is being allocated. It's too bad Senator Castillo left, because I wanted to give him his roses. I have to be careful though. I don't want to end up in the news. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And I will quote exactly. Because he said, I am unsure. He confirmed something to me. That he doesn't know what he's talking about. But yet he pushed a narrative, false narrative. The government tells us that this budget is balanced and prudent. But then when we hear the leader of government business, Eamon Courtney, he says we must be cautious. At least, in a sense, he gave us the truth. But the facts are that the numbers do not lie. Last year's deficit was $41 million. This year's deficit, $110 million. That's not balanced. That deficit, that has almost tripled. And while the revenue increased modestly, let's break it for the Belizean people. The fact is that the government is spending more money than it is earning. And the gap keeps getting bigger. Simply looking at last year's deficit and this year's deficit. Madam President, last year, the first thing I tackled was the Youth Development Service, or the Youth Development Program. And I ended that year's speech on this. I said that if we don't invest in our youths now, we'll end up investing in our youth detention centers. I reference Kobe Foundation, which is the central prison, saying that if we don't pay for their growth today, we end up paying for their pain later. And I thought that that would have struck the Minister of Youth. Because then, shortly after that, I saw him on national television being interviewed and talking on this. This is about the future of this country. When I examine the youth allocation in this budget, the reality is still alarming. Out of a total of $4.25 million, a staggering $2.7 million is being consumed by personal cost alone. And in the capital total expenditure, before they even get to the actual youth services programs, they already spent a staggering amount of that money. So, what does that represent? Let me find the exact numbers. So, total recurring expenditure 2026-2027, $4,251,872. Where is that going? Personal emoluments, travel and substance, operating costs, maintenance costs, public utilities, rent and leases. I think you see the pattern. In Cap 2 expenditure, where this is I would believe this is the reason why this program exists. $452,700. Out of what? I seriously thought that maybe after highlighting last year, that this year, youth would have been taken serious in this country. How much are they spending for at-risk youth program? Nothing again. For adolescents development program or initiatives, zero, nada. For sports excellency and youth advancements, nothing. And we have Senator Castillo there bragging about Sports Council. This is not lies, you can check the numbers. It's either poor planning or misaligned priorities. Because we're being told fancy speeches, in other words, trying to deceive us that they're taking youth serious in this country. Where are the opportunities? Where is the investment that reflects what we're being told in national television? What's this budget they're referring to? Budgeting for Belizean prosperity. Seems to me that you're funding for what? For structures, not substance, not in the youths. If we stand in this honorable Senate and declare, because I've heard it from the other aisle in the government side, that the future of this country is the youth, yet this budget, year after year, seems to be same of nothing. If the Minister of Youth simply doesn't know what he's doing, I'd ask him, please seek for guidance. There's no shame in that. So that the proper investment can go into the program on what it was originally created for. In fact, if you go to that ministry on the program, it has its stated mission. It is failing its mission. And I know, last year when I touched it, we heard Senator Courtney says that, oh, they give scholarships through the different other ministries. It should come, I believe, either through the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Youth Service. If so, it should be reflected in this budget. Transparency. Let me take a moment as well, Madam President, to speak on something that hits every Belizean family, but in a way that we all can understand. This is about health. For me, when I look at this is not about numbers. How much are Belizeans getting in health care when they need it? Now, before the government starts with their NHI, which I acknowledge people are getting access, I acknowledge that we're being told that it is expanding, we're told it is helping people, we're told it is progress. That's not where I'm going. NHI, I want to tell the people that NHI is it is basically money from the Belizean people, funded by them. I did a search, and from what I found on Google, it is funded from the national budget, which is taxpayers' money under the Ministry of Finance. A report from the official press, government of Belize press, stated that it also stated that it is funded by the proceedings of the Bolido, the same lottery money the Belizean play when they buy Bolido, and it includes small payments from people when they go to the doctor. So, Belizeans are paying into that system. But here's the real issue that comes in. The money, that money, is not primarily going into our public hospitals. That is the issue. I don't want to see any POP propaganda saying Senator Gabriel Zetina is against NHI. What I'm saying is that that money is not primarily going into our public hospitals. Instead, the government takes that money and pays private providers. Private clinics, private doctors, private pharmacies. Now, I want us to pause and think about this. If all of us are putting money into a system, wouldn't you want it to go into the public hospitals and public clinics, which in turn owned by the Belizean people? I think all of us should be striving for that. Because it is no secret that the public hospitals are struggling. In San Pedro, Madam President, I want to bring it here. That is where I come from. In September 2023, the Minister of Health visited the San Pedro Polyclinic. He went through the emergency room, he went through the pharmacy, he even went through the staff kitchen. And you know what came out of that visit? One TV, one 4-burner stove, and one small butane tank. In a hospital. Now, if the staff needed it, good. But you're the Minister of Health. Now, I want to give a very short story. I'll make it in a minute. Now, shortly after that visit, I had an accident in San Pedro. I basically, I don't know how the golf cart ended up running over my foot, broke it to go through the emergency room. And since the San Pedro Polyclinic was close by, I ended up there. And I ended up in the emergency room. From the doctors there, Cuban doctor, they treated me well. They did what they were supposed to do. But I saw the state that the hospital was. In fact, the next day I had to go to private. And then for the medications, they only did to numb the pain. But the antibiotics I had to then go buy at the private pharmacy. That is what I'm saying. That if the minister saw the conditions of the facility, if he walked through it himself, if he saw what was missing, then why are we still in the same position? And again, I will highlight that San Pedro, they're currently building a hospital. But what we need right now, or what the issue is right now, the current polyclinic has limited resources, limited staff, which adds to their pressure every single day. And I have my doubts too, you know. I'm to believe that this government will manage a full-fledged hospital, 42 beds, big hospital, when the current small polyclinic is deteriorating, lacks the necessary resources? Next thing, setting the facts straight. This hospital is not being built purely from government funds. It is being funded by a grant, correct? By the people and the government of Taiwan. In the news article, stated that they granted us 33 million Belize to build that hospital. I want to also know how much is the government of Belize contributing to the construction of that hospital too. Because if it is being fully funded by Taiwan grant to Belize, a particular minister should not be taking credit for that. Give credit where it's due. I will stress again, because in San Pedro it's a real issue. The issue is not that we need for new hospital. In fact, I think there is a need, sorry. There is a need, but the trust, are we to trust that this government will manage it properly? Another thing I want to slightly touch on is the Cuban Medical Brigade. We have approximately 140 medical personnel. And currently, they help to keep parts of our healthcare system functioning, and we're very much grateful for that. But now, we're hearing that there's uncertainties, and there may be a deadline with that. Now, there has been no clear explanation from the government of Belize to the Belizean people addressing it. So, is it true that they are given a deadline to leave this country? Because the fact of the matter is that we do need the Cuban medical doctors. But on the other hand, the reality is, and something that struck me, I learned that Belize doesn't pay the Cuban doctors directly, but it pays the government of Cuba, and from that small portion, that money is then paid by the government of Cuba to those doctors. To me, that's a red flag. I'm not trying to turn that into a political issue, but if we're paying thousands for a doctor's service, but they're only getting a small portion because a huge chunk of that is going to their government, then we need to have a full picture on this. I would suggest, and this is something Senator Denison had alluded to, he said, marry a Belizean. But I think this is where the government of Belize should step in to find a way how we can keep them here permanently while we work on the Belizean to become doctors. Doing that, I think we would be doing the right thing in terms of international human rights standards. We want to be able to enjoy those services, but not at the pain or suffering. Not saying that is happening, but if it is, to me, just the mere fact that they're not getting paid directly strikes a nerve to me. And we should be looking into that. Also, why does this budget matters? Because a budget is not just about spending. It should be about what you choose to build. I recommend, again, the government of Belize to engage with the opposition, because the truth is that the opposition represents 1/3 of the voters in the last general election. And in a moment like this, you know, when we're not adhering international human rights, that to me, must be addressed and addressed urgently. Secondly, if Belize is going to continue to engage with the medical personnel, then, like I said, we must do it properly. Let's find a way how we can give them nationality. If this can be done, then we would be adhering to the labor laws, aligned with the international labor standards, international human rights, and respect the dignities of those professionals. And also, I would want them to be in control of their personal documents. Not saying, again, but this is where the government should step in and address the issue, if it is one. Address the Belizean people. Blue economy and marine conservation. I want to address this as well, because the minister has gone far too long, I believe, without real scrutiny. This ministry is responsible for the backbone of this country. They're responsible for our reef, our fisheries, our marine ecosystem, and ultimately our tourism product. And under this budget, the ministry is receiving $5,730,000. I ask for $5.72 million. What exactly are we protecting? And more importantly, what are we allowing to be destroyed? Because while we're still debating in this Honorable Senate, Madam President, currently there is still dredging happening in San Pedro, destruction of mangrove, and in an extension, destroying our tourism product. Places like San Pedro, Key Carker. This is not rumors. This is not political rhetoric. Don't believe me? Go to San Pedro, take a boat on the bay, you'll see for yourself. I'm not talking about one. There's many. And I'm not against development either, but I think we must be able to be transparent to the people. We must disclose what they are allowed or not allowed to do, what has been granted to them under the Department of DOE. That is why this government pays these ministers, this particular minister and his ministry. Holchan Marine Reserve falls under the minister as well. One of the most valuable marine assets in this country. Generates revenue, supports the tourism products, creates jobs like fishermen, tour guides. But I ask, where is the financial report of the Holchan Marine Reserve? We paid him. We pay the minister who appoints the director of Holchan. And when he was in opposition, he was a champion about transparency and accountability, promising that he would do different. But today, there has been no financial report and much less any audit. In fact, Holchan Marine Reserve got a loan and they purchased 2 skimmers. They got the loan from Social Security Board, over $3 million. What did we get in return? 2 skimmers. I looked online. There's different price range. Probably the highest about $200,000 per a skimmer that tackles sargassum. Where did the rest of the money went? Because I doubt there's any of that today. And this was part of what I wanted to speak on the adjournment in the previous 2 Senate meetings. This is very important. We cannot afford to lose the tourism product. We must strike a balance with development and protecting the tourism product. San Pedro, for instance, again. Out of the total tourists that comes into this country, about 60% go to San Pedro and Key Carker. We can't afford to lose the largest living barrier reef. All I am asking, all the Belizean people are asking, is proper accountability. The Minister of Tourism, I wish that when he had spoken in his contribution, that he would have addressed it, the bond that he floated. How many millions? Oh, no, I'm quiet. No financial report has been provided to the Belizean people on that bond that he floated. Again, what the Belizean people are asking is not unfair. It is simply asking for transparency, something you guys champion when in opposition. Release the financial report. The reality that every single Belizean person is living today, that is my next contribution. Madam President, I will tie in something that we went, I believe it's quite similar when we're talking about a world crisis. During COVID, Madam President, Belize faced one of the most serious economic challenges in history. Borders closed, airport shut down, the tourism collapsed almost overnight. Foreign reserves dropped. And yet, import continued. Because we do import a lot, eh? At that time, the country was told something honestly. And I think you guys used it as propaganda, saying that the Prime Minister said we're borrowing about $1 million to run the day-to-day operations of this country. Right? Do you know how much your government's borrowing to run the day-to-day operations of this country today? Almost $700,000. That does not include the supplements that come in, the overspending. That does not include every other loan motion that's brought after this. What the Prime Minister did at that time, Right Honorable Dean Barrow, and I will use this phrase, haircut. He said the government has to take a haircut. And the haircut didn't start with the poor man and woman, you know. It started with the ministers. It started with the contract officers. My memory serves me correct. Diplomats were brought back home. Point I'm trying to make is the government took that crisis serious and sought ways how it could do some spending cuts. In simple terms, Madam President, today we're probably in another world crisis. You know who's having to take haircuts?
Senator Zadina, you need to start wrapping up.
How many minutes I have?
You have 2 more minutes, but you did spend a few minutes recognizing women for the month of March. So let us move to 5 more minutes and then we wrap up. Actually, you have 1 more minute, but we will extend it to 5.
Thank you, Madam President. So, today, the belt tightening is coming from the Belizean people. It's not coming from the top. Right now, there's a possibility that oil prices might increase if the war continues or expand. The truth of the matter is that there is world instability. Oil, cost, instability. And when that happens, the first reaction from this government is to increase the cost of gallon at the fuel pump. Reaction. No plans. Yet, not to forget that electricity has gone up, water has gone up. When the fuel cost goes up, the food goes up, everything else goes up with it. Straining on the Belizean people. Budgeting for Belizean prosperity, though. From the top, you guys aren't taking any cuts. Any haircuts? Nothing about relief for the people. For instance, minimum wage, what, $5? Even if someone works at a call center, $10? You know how much is rent in San Pedro? Small room. No, man. $600 a month. The average salary out there, starting maybe $1,200. Average $1,500. Not factoring food, transportation. How many hours the Belizean people have to work just to survive? Paycheck to paycheck. It's not funny, you know. Belizean people are not asking for luxury. I will propose this before my time runs out. I'm not asking for us to call diplomats back home. Maybe an option, maybe not. Maybe they serve us better out there. But if we can cap the tax on fuel, that would help. If the government saying, for instance, diesel costs $14.55, and out of that, percentage-wise, calculated, say it's 31%. Because the government needs $4.55 per gallon taxed. Cap it at that. If fuel price increase, the tax doesn't, the percentage decreases. So that it is not, the burden's not passed on to the Belizean people. That would be a start.
You have a minute, Senator. You need to close.
Yes, Madam President. I'm going to skip the rest. We have a responsibility, and I think the senators on that side, along with the government of Belize, have a responsibility to the Belizean people. They should not ignore the cries of the Belizean people. Let's be conscious, man. Put the politics aside. Address the issue. Tell the Prime Minister to call a press conference, present his plan to the Belizean people, because there is world uncertainty. An economist should be on that press conference. It's not fair to the Belizean people. They're not asking for luxury. A start would be to put a cap on tax. Taxing the fuel at the gas pump. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
A pleasant good evening, Madam President, members of the Senate, Madam Clerk. It's been a long day. To the Belizean people, good evening. Madam President, as I begin my contribution on this year's budget, a phrase comes to mind, and that's cognitive dissonance. Madam President, I listened carefully. I listened carefully to the contributions made so far by members of the opposition, and I wonder, it crossed my mind, I wonder if they spoke to their leader of the opposition. I wonder if they spoke to the honorable member of Kaya West. Because on one hand, you have, Madam President, elected members of this National Assembly who, without reservation, as Senator Zatina said, gave us our roses, recognized that this government has been working. And so we heard about Ms. Zenaida, but what Senator Farber did not say, did not tell us about, were the people from the Alberts who are receiving life-saving oncology services, dialysis treatment, and emergency procedures provided by our Ministry of Health. What Senator Farber did not tell the Belizean people, Madam President, is that in Kaya West, in the village of Sokots, the people are being assisted by this PUP government with roads, culverts, drains. And so I think, and that's a long shot, Senator Farber, that in this House, we restrain ourselves and we talk about facts, and we're mature in our debate, and we recognize when there is good. It can't be that all this book provides no good points, no good for the Belizean people. With that said, I'd like to now go into my remarks. Madam President, I rise in support of this budget with a clear understanding of the moment we are in. These are uncertain times. Across the world, small countries like ours are facing turbulence we did not create. Geopolitical tensions, tighter financial conditions, trade uncertainty, and generally across the world, a growing sense of anxiety among ordinary people about what tomorrow may bring. And so the real question before us this evening, Senators, is not whether these are in fact uncertain times. We all know that they are. The question that is before us this evening is how a responsible government responds. This budget, Madam President, answers this in three ways. It protects stability, it supports ordinary people with opportunity and relief, and thirdly, it continues to build Belize for the next generation. Because, as the Honorable Member for Kaya West said, none other than your party member, Senator Farber, putting together a budget for an entire country, and I'm quoting, is not easy. That requires careful planning and responsibility. And I underscore this, Senator Farber. Are you listening? And that effort is recognized. First,
point of order, Madam
President.
First,
Point of order.
yes, Madam. Standing Order 33-1. We've had discussions on Standing Order 40B, which says that we should not interrupt the member, but I think we can avoid that if 33-1 is followed. That says that a senator desiring to speak shall rise in his place, and if called upon shall address his observations to the president of the chairman. And I'm afraid if my friend, the member, the senator, continues to call my name, I'm going to feel obliged to answer him and breach 40B, is it? So can you guide the member, Madam President? Thank you.
First, this is a budget about...
1 minute, Senator Hector Guerra. Yes, I do take the point of order from Senator Patrick Farber and ask that you address the President.
This is a budget about stability, because before a government can promise progress, it must protect stability. Without stability, wages are insecure. Without stability, investment dries up. Without stability, the many social programs that I will go into become mere slogans. And without stability, the poor always suffer first. That is why the first story that emerges from this budget is not extravagance. It is in fact stability. For the 2026-2027 financial year, this budget estimates total revenues and grants at just over $1.7 billion. Recurrent expenditure is estimated at just over $1.2 billion. The government projects a primary surplus of just over 1% of GDP. And so even with substantial debt service obligations, Madam President, this administration has not abandoned financial discipline. That matters in times like these, Belizean people. It means that the government is not financing today's ambitions. It is not financing today's ambitions by surrendering tomorrow's security. And in fact, it means that even while the global environment remains fragile, this government, this PUP government, is keeping a firm and steady footing. In fact, the wider economic picture in our country supports this point. Growth, as small as it may be, remains positive. Unemployment continues to fall. Our foreign reserves at $1.1 billion remain robust. Our Belizean dollar, I say, is as strong as ever. And these are not abstract indicators. They are the foundations that allow this government to continue investing in the people without losing control of our national finances. And so, the first message to our Belizean people is this. It's simple. In uncertainty, stability is not, I say, cold economics. Stability is social protection. Stability is national confidence. Stability really is the platform from which everything else becomes possible. Second, this is a budget that is providing relief for ordinary people. Because people do not live in any fiscal ratios or numbers. People live inside homes. They send their children to school. They must attend clinics and wait. People are anxious about their paychecks, Madam President. And so let's talk about relief. Let's start with our workers. Perhaps one of the most significant achievements in this budget will be that our public officers, security personnel, and our beloved teachers will receive another 4% increase in salaries. That is on top of the 4.5% that was received last year. That is not a small measure. In a period when households are feeling the pressure more than ever, it means that this government recognizes that and is standing in solidarity with our workers, with our ordinary Belizeans. That is what it means to be a government that is compassionate and that looks out for people. Madam President, I now want to take a look at health. The budget continues major support for the National Health Insurance Program, central medical stores, which means that we're looking after ensuring that we have enough medications to provide to our Belizean people, and in fact, contrary to what the other side has said, the Carl Husner Memorial Hospital, along with substantial investment in primary care and health infrastructure. And I'd like to go into this and explore it, Madam President. Let's start with scholarships. Various scholarships are being provided to medical practitioners. Over 17 scholarships in general medicine, 8 scholarships for medical specialists, 66 scholarships for bachelors in nursing. But it doesn't end there. These scholarships are being provided primarily to public officers. And I'll go further. These public officers are being given study leave with pay so that they can in fact be capacitated and gain the knowledge that they need so that our Belizean people can in fact get good quality medical care inside our country. Then, Of course, the highlight of health is the NHI, the National Health Insurance Program. Madam President, this year, at the close of the last financial period, there were over 220,000 beneficiaries of the National Health Insurance Program. This year we'll see it rolled out in the Kayo district and will introduce another 90,000 beneficiaries. Of this, I say significant stride in our health sector, Madam President. And so across the country we'll have over 300,000 beneficiaries. In fact, Madam President, you know, for those over 60 years, they get free services under NHI. For those under 5 years old, they are taken care of free of cost. The beneficiaries over 60 years old amount to over 33,000 people, ordinary Belizeans who are benefiting. For those under 5 years old, it amounts to over 7,000 Belizeans. This year, NHI allowed over 18,000 Belizeans to get x-rays. Over 4,000 Belizeans were able to get mammograms done in the country at an affordable rate. NHI hires over 145 doctors and 102 nurses. This is what it means when we look after our people. And as the good area representative of Kaya West said, while we'd want him to be PUP, we must recognize. I am pleased, and I'm quoting from the area rep, I am pleased to see the implementation of the NHI, something many Belizeans have been waiting for. And then there's the infrastructural work that continues to be rolled out. The San Pedro Hospital, which will likely be completed at the end of this year. Polyclinics across this country. In the north, there's the pediatric wing being completed at the Northern Regional Hospital. In Belmopan, we've seen that we will soon have a comprehensive tertiary institution that can take care of our people in country. That is what it means to care for our people, Madam President. Then there is education. The budget supports educational grants, free internet access for our Belizean students, and free school feeding programs for students across the country. A wider push to ensure that our students are given opportunities to learn. That is the right balance. A government must not only help its people to survive in the present, it must ensure that our future generation can in fact compete. In this regard, Madam President, we have, for the first time in the history of our country, the fact that all students attending government secondary schools will be given tuition free of cost. What is not clear about that, Senator Farber, I don't know. That will benefit over 23 secondary schools, Senator Farber. Over 11,663 students. They're also given uniforms, you know. And significantly in this day of artificial intelligence, which needs internet access, the internet connectivity program, free internet connectivity program, is benefiting over 283 schools. Over 78,000 students benefit from this program. Over 4,500 teachers are able to better lesson plan and to teach our students because of this program. Speaking about artificial intelligence, we're at the cutting edge in education. We have, in fact, the 501 historian and 501 teacher assistant, which I've had the privilege of interfacing with, Madam President, and it in fact assists teachers with lesson planning. So a teacher can go on the platform, ask the AI any question, and it will readily answer the question and assist with lesson planning material, as well as key historical facts about our country. I'm not sure, you know. I wonder. Then there's the feeding program. Over 20,000 students benefit from this feeding program in both primary and secondary schools. Then, the last crown jewel in education, transportation. Over 15 new bus runs will be provided this year. You know what that means? It means that no matter how remote you live, this government will reach out and will ensure that you are educated, because every student, every youth in our country deserves an education. Education is in fact the stepping stone and will allow our country to transform, and so it's important, Madam President, that we look after our students. Then there is the affordable housing program, and I'm still on relief. The affordable housing program has touched over hundreds of Belizeans' lives. Madam President, these houses are provided at concessionary rates. Belizeans are expected to pay just about $12,500 for these homes. And it's financed over a period of 10 years. Belizeans pay just over $100 a month. Where else? Where else? I dare Senator Farber, tell me where else in the world a similar program exists. Then, Madam President,
point of order. The brother was doing well. Can I remind him of Standing Order 33-1? No. He's talking to me directly. Tell me where, Senator Farber. You never said, Madam President, can Senator Farber tell me?
Senator Guerra, you may proceed. There's a difference between addressing the person. There's a difference between addressing or referring to a person. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. And then, it doesn't end with the home, you know, because in many instances, the homes come along with the land. This government is ensuring that our Belizean people all have access to land ownership. That is what it means to change lives. Now, let me be balanced, Madam President. None of this means every pressure disappears overnight. Neither does it mean that the cost of living concern disappears. But what it does mean is that we have a government who is working diligently to address these issues. A government who cares about our students and about educating our population, ensuring that our population has a house over its head. This is social justice. This is what it means when we say you can rest assured that this government cares. Third, this is a budget about building, building Belize for the long term, because a good budget must not only pay the bills, it must continue to build Belize. And that is the third story that emerges from this budget. It's a budget for the future. Because if a budget only patches holes and pays bills, it is not enough. A national budget must also prepare our country for competitiveness, for resilience and growth. On this point, the estimates are especially significant. Over $606 million is allocated for infrastructural works. That is a major statement of intent. It means that the administration is not only trying to hold our country steady today, it is also building for the future. The infrastructural allocations and works are real and visible. In fact, if one drives our highways, you'll see the major upgrades being done to the highways across our country, especially on the George Price and Philip Wolson highways. You'll see that there are major bridge replacement works in the pipeline that will commence this financial period. You'll see that there's low-income housing being done and provided for Belizean people. And you'll see, as the area rep for Kaya West recognized, infrastructural and drainage works being done across this country. That matters because infrastructure is never just concrete. A house is dignity. A road is time. A bridge is access, Madam President. In terms of infrastructure, you have $21 million allocated to the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan. $8 million allocated to the Philip Golson Highway, mile 8 to mile 24. $8 million for low-income housing. And a point needs to be made here. This is all being financed by our government of Belize. For the Santa Familia Bridge, you have $4.6 million. For the Swing Bridge, $3.8 million. For the Belcan Bridge, you have $3.5 million allocated for that, Madam President. And so these are significant works. This is how a government speaks credibly to the future. Better roads, lower transportation friction. Bridges improve safety and commerce. Better housing strengthens our Belizean families. A serious capital program creates jobs now and productivity later. So when I support this budget, I support it because it is trying to do the difficult but necessary thing. It is trying to hold our country steady today while still building for the future. And so, Madam President, before I close, I just want to address some of the points that have arisen from the debate so far. I'd want to start with the issue about relief at the fuel pump. I think there are 4 key points really in this regard. The first is, as the leader of the opposition recognized, and I quote, "Rising tension in the Middle East and the ongoing war in Iran have caused volatility in global oil markets." What does this recognition from none other than the leader of the opposition mean? It means, Senator Farber, it means that we have no control over the oil prices. It is in fact introduced. It is imported. It is not created here in Belmopan. It is created internationally outside. That is the first point. Point number 2, we understand and we don't discredit that in fact it's creating major challenges within our economy. But the point is that this government has not raised its taxes on fuel. That, as the Prime Minister recognized, is in fact at a fixed rate. A fixed rate, Senator Farber. It doesn't rise or fall. It's a fixed rate. Third, you know, it's very easy to say, let's forego the taxes from fuel, but it's hard. It's very hard to suggest if we forego that fuel tax, the income that we get from fuel, where else would the income come from? Where else? We must understand that fuel assists with transportation because it assists in building our roads. It assists us with ensuring that every Belizean has a plate of food to eat because it finances our food program. And so, Madam President, you know, it's easy to criticize, but hard to provide meaningful suggestions with how to address the issue. And so, in closing, Madam President, if I had to summarize this budget in one sentence, I would say that it is a budget that is trying to keep Belize steady, shield our families from pressure, while building Belize for the future. Not perfection, not triumphalism, not denial. A serious budget for serious times. As a government senator, I am proud to support a budget that does not confuse noise for leadership, because leadership in uncertain times is not about the loudest voice. It is in fact about the steadiest of hands. Thank you, Madam President. I support this budget.
Madam President, to wind up the debate, I wish to respond to a few of the remarks that have been made by senators. And I want to start, first of all, with Senator Herrera. Senator Herrera's contribution was, in fact, quite important. He dealt with what he described as aggressive budgeting. And Senator Herrera, the issue with the budget is that it was prepared at a time prior to the attack on Iran. A point raised by Senator Wade. Iran was attacked on the 28th of February 2026. The Strait of Hormuz was closed on the 4th of March. This budget was read on the 10th. Therefore, all the figures, all the projections of revenue and expenditure predated the massive increase in the cost of fuel and other commodities around the world. And so, I simply say, Senator Herrera, and I forecasted this in my presentation, One senator said that I was contradicting myself. It's not that I was contradicting myself. I was highlighting the fact that the time when the budget was prepared relative to the dramatic change on the international scene caused significant headwinds for the Belizean economy. And therefore, what appears to be aggressive budgeting has to be looked at in the context of where we are today. Senator Kay, speaking to me outside, said, we must also be realistic, we must also be frank. In short, we are telegraphing that it is more than likely we will have to come back to the National Assembly with revised numbers because of what happens in the international community and how it affects Belize. Which brings me to the point that Senator Guerra made towards the end of his presentation. We have all touched on it. The cost of fuel, the high cost of fuel, is a problem and a developmental challenge. Senator Zetina put forward one proposal in terms of capping. That's one option. Another option is to waive some of the taxes that are there, taxes and duties. Whatever it is, I believe it is right to say that the government is under an obligation to immediately look at ways to reduce or cap the significant increase in the cost of fuel coming into this country as a result of the war in Iran, in Iran. Directly tied to that, Madam President, is the question of the cost of living. And I know that Senator Koi was going to explain to Senator Pastor Wade that inflation and increase in price are two different things. The cost of living, everything they go up. What inflation measures is the rate of increase. So we are not saying, and we cannot say, that the people of Belize, the people of the region, the people of the world are experiencing lower cost of goods. Obviously not. What the Statistical Institute of Belize is saying is that the rate at which prices on the basket of goods that they assess, the rate of increase has slowed. And that is important because every single penny that it increases is directly going to the pocket, from the pockets of the Belizean consumer. So we want the rate to decrease. That is a good thing. Madam President, the fact of the matter is, across the world, because of the instability, because of the various, we debated a budget in here years ago, 4 years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and a dramatic increase in costs at that time. We have the same thing today with the invasion in Iran. These are consequences of these disputes, and they have ramifications. What we have to do is accept and be mature and be honest that these have ramifications for us, and the consequence is that a government is duty-bound to see how it can ameliorate the effect on the Belizean consumer. A few additional points. Senator Farber, as he did last year, was critical of NHI and called upon NHI to be audited. All I will say in response to Senator Farber on NHI, we love NHI. You could hate it if you want. We love it. The NHI since 2001 has been a department of the Belize Social Security Board, and it has been audited every year. Those audited accounts come to the Senate. Read them, Senator Farber. I turn to Senator Herrera.
I'll have to call out my friend on the same, Standing Order 33-1. You was most unkind to my colleague because you knew, well, that is low because you know My colleague has not spoken it and she
What's
went to the
your point
bathroom.
of order?
My point of
What's
order
your
was
point of order?
33-1, but I used the occasion as well
Madam
with your
President, I do
indulgence,
not
Madam
yield.
Speaker,
I
to
do not
point
yield.
out how low you are and how much you can't listen to my colleague deliver her
do not
presentation
yield.
here today.
I do not yield.
Senator Faber, you have
But I
raised,
stood on a point of order, Madam President.
but you have referred to 31-3, and I take your point of order.
I won't call your
33-1.
name again. Today.
I take your point
Today.
of order.
Three other points in relation to Senator Herrera's presentation. He made the point, the size of the budget of the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Agriculture. And all I will say to him is, particularly, for example, in the case of the Ministry of Tourism, the BTB is the executing statutory body that carries out most of their work. And that is why the budget for the Ministry of Tourism looks, relatively speaking, small. Insofar as the Ministry of Agriculture is concerned, like the Ministry of Tourism, those two ministries don't have huge staff. They don't have police officers, soldiers. They don't have teachers that they have to pay. It's not the Ministry of Finance that has all the public officers' salary, and all these vehicles and so on. Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Agriculture are primarily designed to facilitate private sector investment and private sector growth, and to intervene where it is necessary to deal with critical issues, for example, diseases, etc., that arise in these industries. The comparison of the budget of these two ministries to land acquisition, I just make the point, Senator Herrera, the land acquisition, 18 million that was budgeted, is to meet past acquisition payments that are due. It is not for new acquisitions that are expected to be done in the current fiscal year. I promised that I wasn't going to call the senator's name, so I will leave Zenaida. I will leave Zenaida alone. I was going to talk about Zenaida, but I won't talk about Zenaida. Madam President, as the senators on this side have said, the current budget is a budget for prosperity. It is a budget that seeks to balance infrastructure development with social expenditure supporting health, education, and housing. It is a budget that is designed to address the challenges that we face arising from wars, conflicts, trade disputes. I just looked at a speech by the Director General of the WTO, and she said the trade disruption that we are currently facing in the world is unprecedented. She likened it, the last time it was, I guess, was World War II. Whether it be tariffs, whether it be sanctions, whether it be countries not abiding by obligations under the rules-based trading regime that we enjoy, we are in a period of change and a period of flux. In that context, I repeat, the budget may appear to be aggressive. However, it was designed at a time when the disruptions were not as severe as we see them today. Madam President, I commend the budget to my colleagues, and I ask that the question be put.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31,
Madam President,
2027 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Madam President,
Those against kindly say no.
Madam
The
President,
ayes have it. Senator Pitts, I was concluding the budget debate. Do you have a point of order?
Madam President, what I will say is this, and I invite your indulgence. Before we began the debate, Madam President came over this side to share how the debates would go, to indicate who speaks, who doesn't speak. At that time, I can say Madam President knew that I intended to speak. And my record in this Senate has always been to provide interventions. Now, it is rather unfortunate that my interruption to the House of Commons invited your good self to permit the closure of debates, knowing that I had every intention to contribute to the debate, but for being in the House of Commons. And I must say, Madam President, I am truly, truly disappointed in the discharge and conduct and how it resulted in your closing this debate, knowing by my record, by my indication today, that there is never a time I come here to not contribute to nation building. And so, the closure of this debate by the leader of government business also betrays the population of the people to which this side of the bench represents. And that strikes more grave to the heart of what we call a democratic system, because you don't do things high-handed like that.
Senator Sheena Pitts, respectfully, at the start of the debate, I did approach the bench, both sides, and the independent senators, and I indicated how I propose to proceed with the debate. Government side, leader of government business, lead senator for the opposition, and then from there I move to the independent bench and we alternate. When Senator Hector Guerra was closing, Senator Hector Guerra, I looked over to your bench because I was expecting to call your bench. There was no one else on the independent senator's side for me to call. So I looked to your bench. I even looked to the lead opposition senator in my informal way of signaling what is happening. When I looked over, there was no one who stood up to indicate they wish to speak. Only Senator Farber was sitting in his chair. I then turned to my right, as is what I do. I looked to the right. There was no one who stood up. If no one stands up, then my next move is to call the leader of government business to close the debate, because there is no one standing up. I cannot call someone if they have not stood up. I cannot anticipate that at the beginning of the debate you intended to speak, and when there is time to speak, you're not in your chair. I cannot hold and wait for that. So I turned to the right, and I have to proceed with the debate. Respectfully, that is what happened. And so I have concluded the debate.
Madam President, I wish the record to reflect that in my experience, this is the third time that a budget debate has come to an end before all the senators have spoken. 2 years ago when we did it virtually, all the senators did not speak. About 8 years ago, in fact, one senator spoke and nobody moved. I got up and I closed the debate. So this is the third time. It is not unprecedented. Senator Guerra spoke for 45 minutes and Senator Pitts was outside, and she chose to be outside. You can hear the debate throughout the building. So she knew that she was next. If she is not here, we proceed.
just move to this, or you need to say something? You have to read the bill, can you?
Bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2027. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motion and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motion referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the Committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. Honorable members, I now call to order the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. 1. Appointment of members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Motion 2026. Honorable Senators, with your indulgence, I will move directly to the paragraph where it speaks to the resolution, and then ask the Leader of Government Business to move the motion to be reported back to the Senate. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Mr. Oscar Sabida Puga, Mr. Orlando Espat, Mr. Conrad Lewis, Ms. Julia Timberl, and Mr. Aldo Salazar are persons of integrity and high national standing, approves their appointment as members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years with effect from 1st February 2026, in accordance with the aforesaid provisions of the Belize Constitution.
Madam President, I move that the motion be reported back to the Senate for adoption.
Honorable
That will be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Mr. Oscar Sabida Puga, Mr. Orlando Espat, Mr. Conrad Lewis, Ms. Juliet Timberl, and Mr. Aldo Salazar are persons of integrity and high national standing, approves their appointment as members of the Elections and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years with effect from 1st February 2026 in accordance with the aforesaid provisions of the Belize Constitution. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move that that bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that that bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to extend exemption from taxes and duties for the continued development of the cogeneration energy project and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Sugar Industry and Cogeneration Project Act, Chapter 5901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill 2026 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2027 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st March 2027.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, just before putting the question forward, I just want to wish each and every one of you a happy Easter holiday. I also wish to remind you that the National Assembly proceeds on recess effective tomorrow until May the 8th. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.